slowest team. So to have that type of turnaround was awesome. You know, it was much more fun being the hunter, and then we were the hunted the second half of the season. So you do get into a bit of you'd be ashamed to have gone through all this, lead the championship, and then lose it at the last race. And so I'm as motivated by the fear of defeat as I am motivated by the thrill of victory. So it was very stressful. I wouldn't have wanted to be one of the mechanics doing the pit stop. I mean, the pressure that they would have been under. You have about 16, 18 people in a pit stop, and you're only as quick as your slowest person in that situation. And so to have them all lean in and do the fastest pit stop of the race was a great story. And Ferrari, if there's one team you want to go down to the wire with, they're the most iconic team in Formula One, where the long history between Ferrari and McLaren.
Yes.
I like racing of Ferrari. I like Charles Leclerc. I like Carlos Sainz. I like Fred, who runs the team. So
what was the chat like after?
Very, very sporting, you know, and that's what was nice. You know, we kind of got into Fred who runs Ferrari. When Lando won in Miami, he kind of jumped in on our celebration, and that kind of triggered a moment where we've jumped in on each other's celebration over the course of the season. And I think that's the great side of sport. You know, I wouldn't say we do that with all of our competitors. You know, you have various relationships in pit lanes. But so it was great that we were able to do it in such a sporting manner, and hopefully we can do it again this year.
Lando, of course, Zak's talked about the incredible win you had in Miami. What was that like for you? Talk us through that.
It was incredible. I mean, this is what I dreamed of since I was a kid, right? So we said yesterday, like my flashback was back to when I was a kid. So when I was 7, 8 years old, I remember watching Fernando and Lewis. They were part of McLaren. Quite a spectacular year, and that was my first time watching Formula One. And I remember watching McLaren, watching Lewis as the Brit, and cheering them on and thinking, this is what I want to do one day. Fast forward, and I was standing there and had the whole of McLaren down below. Andrea was up on the podium with me, and it was just like that moment of, wow, I've achieved what I dreamt of, what always seemed so distant, what always seemed so far away. I was living that moment. So it was incredible. And it was a great race, but just being there, being on that podium, and just feeling like, wow, I've accomplished something that I've always dreamed of was truly special. So again, as much as the Constructors Championship was a memory for me, achieving a race win, my first race win in Formula One was something very special, and also something I'll remember for a long time.
What do you talk about in the room before you go out to get your...
Absolute nonsense.
Because everyone's looking and thinking you've got your 3 drivers, you know. It feels like a bit of tension.
No, I mean, everyone has their own way of doing things.
Yeah.
So I have my own way of doing things. Oscar, my teammate's going to have his own way of doing things. Before I go out, for me, the more relaxed I can be, the better.
Yes.
So the more I can just almost not think I have a race coming up, the better I can the more relaxed I can be, the better I know I'm going to go out and do. As soon as I try and create that situation where I'm tense, I'm like, okay, something big's about to happen, I need to do this. Like, that's when I just don't perform to the level that I need to. And maybe that works differently for other people, and other people, you know, they go and have a kick with a football, or they go do some boxing, and they get hyped up, and they've got to get themselves... The great thing is when you see, like on the Netflix, sometimes you see their warm-ups all cool, and it's like they're getting sweaty, and I'm just lying there having a little nap.
I can't believe that, Lando. What, you can have a nap before...
I'll have a nap. Yeah, it's like the lower my heart rate, the better I'm going to do. Because when I get in the car, you know, as soon as the helmet goes on, you're in your own world. It's me, it's my car. And I've got my earpieces in, I can hear the team, they're talking to me, they're giving me information. So as soon as that goes on, you're in your own little world, and everything's disappeared, and it's just you have to focus on what's ahead of you. So it comes with experience of knowing what works, what doesn't. And when I would try and build myself up too much and get all hyped up and too excited, I get too tense. And when I'm too tense, I can't just flow with the car and I can't be natural. And that takes time to realize, because at first I would do the opposite. I would do all of this because that's what everyone else kind of does. But with time, I realized this was not what worked best for me. So I'm still nervous. Like, I'm still crazy nervous before races and anxious and all of these things. And I'm an overthinker, so I think of a lot of stuff. So the more I can almost calm myself down and just think, okay, all I got to focus on is the start. Then after the start, the rest will happen. But I'll react in the time rather than trying to overthink of every situation possible. So finding out what works for you as an individual, I think, is one of the most important things.
You talked about this being your dream, Lando, and growing up looking at Lewis. And now, of course, you're racing with him on the same track. What is that feeling like? And just tell us about the very young Lando, and what did it take to get to where you are today?
It takes a lot. It's a long time, right? You know, I started karting when I was 7, 8 years old. Before that, I was more into, my mum put me on a horse, and I hated that. So I changed horses for horsepower, and I like motorbikes. So I like 2 wheels, but when I was young, I had a bit of a crash, and then I hated it for a little while. But growing up, my hero was Valentino Rossi. He was a motorbike rider, and that's where my love and my passion was initially, but that slowly transitioned to 4 wheels. And it was more like, when I started, it was just what I love to do. It wasn't, you know, when I was 8 years old, and probably until I was 14, 15, which is still young. I think that age range is very difficult to know what you want to do with your career. You're too young when you're 8 to, I would say, 12, or I was at least, to go, you know, I want to do this with my life, and this is the path I want to take. And motorsport's a very different way of life comparing to a lot of other sports. It's not like you can just pick it up at home and go and do it with your mates for a little bit. You know, you have to travel to places, you have to go around Europe, and it's very expensive too. So it's a tricky sport to get into, but it takes time, and it's a long journey. You know, from when I was 7, 8 years old to signing for McLaren when I was 18. 10 years of my life trying to get to that point, and it's just that constant grind of I think I can get there. But I was also a guy who, I never believed in myself that much. So people who, you have a lot of sports stars who go, I knew I was going to be there since day one. For me, I was the complete opposite. I always had to kind of see it to believe it. And I know a lot of people have different ways of thinking these types of things through, but I was always the guy that looked up to the next series or the next category, the taller, the older guys, the bigger guys, and like, how am I going to compete against them? You know, they look incredible and they're so fast and all of those things. But then you get there, you experience it, and then I'm like, oh, actually, I can do it. And every step of the way, that was always my thought process. And even up to Formula One, Formula 2 before that, and you're thinking, well, how am I going to get there? You know, the F1 stars, they're incredible. These are the guys, 20 of the best drivers in the world. That's it. And is it going to happen? Is it not going to happen? And then all of a sudden, you sign a contract, the talks, you know, the negotiations with Zak, and then you're there, and then you're like, wow, I've made it. But then there's a whole other story. You got to stay there, and you know, 1 year is not good enough. You have to impress every single year. And it's a tough sport to stay in for multiple years. A lot of people have proved that too. So it's been incredible. It's been a long journey, and hopefully it's going to continue for much longer too.
Absolutely. I mean, Zak, one of the most extraordinary turnarounds that you're saying in Formula One history, what your team did. How did you accomplish that? You joined
Well,
in
first of all, I thought I was going to be a star from day one. So I was one of the guys that Lando's referring to. In all seriousness, people, right? We're obviously in the technology business. Yes. We need to have the greatest technology in our sport. It's definitely the most technically most sophisticated sport in the world. That's where a lot of our corporate partners come into play and participating in that journey. Lots of them here this week. But it's about people, it's about culture. I think you see in great sports teams, we've all seen, pick a sport where you get all the all-stars on the team and it doesn't quite work because the culture doesn't come together. And then we've also seen teams in sports where they don't have a lot of superstars, but they all come together and they overachieve. I'd like to think we're a blend of the two, you know, some very well-known individuals in our sport, some famous engineers, designers, team principal, and then some awesome people in our racing team. We have about 1,000 people in Formula One, and I think the turnaround, to kind of tell the story, we have about 1,000 people in Formula One. We changed when we hit our dip, our team principal, our technical director, our head of aero, which are your three most senior positions. The other 997 people were kind of the same people that gave us the car at the start of the year in 2023 that was terrible. It's the same people with different leadership that gave us the car we just won the World Championship in. And I think what those leaders did is they gave direction, motivation, built trust, transparency, and in Formula One, 2% separates the entire grid. So there's probably not a closer industry out there between the best to the worst. So you live in a mindset of very small incremental gains. I got to do better today than I did yesterday. You're constantly making mistakes, some big, some small. You're chasing perfection, but there is no such thing as perfection, because even if, you know, Lando does the perfect lap, there'll be something in the data that he'll go, I could have done that incrementally a little better. And that's what keeps us all motivated. Strategy. We made some strategy mistakes last year. I think we cost Lando the win in Silverstone, but we're a smarter team because of that. So as long as you're learning by your mistakes and you're not afraid to make mistakes, then you're constantly on this journey of learning and self-improvement. And if you can get 1,000 people all rowing the same way with that same mindset of, I'm not as scared to make a mistake. I know my teammates have me. I know what my boss wants me to do. And then obviously to put a fast race car on the track, you need to not only have a great technical team, but you have to have an awesome finance department, because we live in a cost cap world now. So we have to spend our money very efficiently.
Yes.
You have to have an unbelievable communications team, because it all starts with the fans. So we need to be the most engaged team. We're the most popular team. My favorite stat is we're the least disliked team. So our brand is in a great place. And a lot of that is credit to Lando and Oscar, because we've got two drivers that the fans love, our partners, and are very engaging. And that's not the case necessarily with the entire grid. You need to have a great HR department to make sure, we're living on the road, we're racing 7 days a week. So you need to make sure you're taking care of your employees, their mental health, their well-being, their families. So all that has to come together to produce a fast race car. And fortunately, that's what the various leaders of our various departments have been able to pull together.
Lando, Zak talked about the mistake that cost you Silverstone. What happens when you disagree with some of the choices that are made? I'm just thinking back to the Hungarian Grand Prix when you were asked to let your teammate Oscar Piastri take the victory. Quite tense on the radio.
Thanks.
Just thought we'd go back there.
The simple way of putting it is Oscar deserved the victory from the beginning. A lot of people get confused with it when they just hear radio or hear snippets of things. I think we live in a world where if you just see snippets of things, you can get very easily misled, and you've always got to understand the bigger picture of what happened, what was said before, and truly only we know that as a team. People can always speculate and say what they want, but we're two very competitive drivers who both want to win. I think that's the underlying thing. That's what Zak and Bryer, my engineers, Oscar's engineers, that's what we have to deal with every day, is that we're both competitive. Everyone in Formula One wants to beat one another. I'm my own individual, so I'm going out there to race for myself, and I want to prove that I'm the best. But at the same time, Oscar wants to prove that he's the best. And even though we've had that, you're going to have those little moments where things get a bit tougher. But when you look at the bigger picture of the whole season, we were by far the best team who worked together in the most efficient way, who collaborated in the best way, who worked together. There's plenty of times where Oscar has helped me to achieve a race win or a podium or whatever it was. And there's also times when I've done my part to help Oscar. And I think you don't really see that with many other teams, or in fact, almost any of the teams. And a part of that has led to us winning the Constructors Championship. So it's a tough one, because you're always going to have these difficult moments. That's inevitable in the end of the day. But I think, like Zak just touched on, I think we've always been very transparent with one another. Oscar and I get along. We both know we want to beat each other. We want to prove who's better. But we also know what our goal is at the end of the day, and that is to win a championship, a drivers' championship, constructors. And as long as we're all on the same page between our bosses or my bosses and myself, my engineers, then we can execute things well. But as soon as you start to hide things and you try and be a bit secretive, I think that's where the team starts to fall apart and you have plenty of problems like we see in many other teams on the grid. So as much as there's that one point you touched on, the bigger picture is that we're probably the best performing team in terms of maximizing how we both work together as drivers.
I knew Lando was going to do the right thing. I actually was in Toronto with our IndyCar team watching, and I think I said that for about 20 laps. No, he's going to pull over any moment now. About 3 laps to go. But having known Lando for, because we both got started working together before either of us were at McLaren, so I think there's a real personal satisfaction that we kind of had this dream, and we're living it, which is pretty awesome. But I knew Lando's character. I knew that he wanted to win, and that was clear. But also knew at the end of the day we'd agreed. And kind of the story behind that is normally you give the car that's leading the pit stop priority because we felt, and I think we could have done a better job here. We felt Lewis was coming and Lando was maybe at a bit of risk, which I think in hindsight probably wasn't. Pitted Lando first, that put him in front. You normally then reposition your drivers. So I think we contributed to the situation a little bit by maybe being a little bit too conservative.
Well, the 2024 season, it was full of drama. There were the allegations about Christian Horner. There was controversial penalties, drama with you and Max Verstappen as well, Lando. How do you keep the focus? And of course, we're all seeing this now on Drive to Survive. You've got a huge global audience. There's a huge growth in Formula One, especially in the United States. So how do you keep your focus when all of this is going on?
Zak loves it.
I totally love it.
He thrives on it, obviously.
He really loves this stuff.
That's my race.
Yeah, that's...
It's a tough one. You learn to live with it. I think it's one of the main things. Netflix are very good at always hiding and being in places, and sometimes you don't realize until after. I think the whole part of Netflix has been great for everyone. I think it's been great for the sport of Formula One. It's been great for the people watching, our fans, our spectators, to see more of us, to see more of like the athletes inside the team, how it works, because Formula One's always been a very closed off sport where very hard to access, always looks very distant. And I think that now people see us more as people and our personalities and things, the better, because they can relate, and you always can enjoy things more, I would say, when you can relate to things, you relate to people, you relate to things that happen in sports because you felt similar ways or you've done similar things. So I think that's been a good thing. And the other thing, the contrary side of it is you have a lot of stuff said about you and things that are said that are not true, or they take out parts of your interviews or one thing that you said, and like we said earlier, don't include the whole picture of things. So then people speculate and come up with stories and create a lot of just crap, let's say. And
bleep.
Yeah, and you gotta learn to. And I've not always been the best. Like I can happily admit that. I grew up on social media, so I've always been one to read my comments and read all of these things, and at times affected me a lot, especially in my younger days, let's say. So the last 3-4 years. Now I've got to a point where I almost enjoy seeing a lot of these things, that what people want to come up with and stuff like that. But there's definitely no place for these kind of things within our sport. There's definitely been lines crossed at times with people just coming up with such false statements. That creates a picture and a narrative of you, and I think that's the only thing I dislike at times is when, it can be quite a big brand or a company that come out with such a thing that is false and really leads people to, or leads a narrative about you. And like Zak just said, the people who know you as a person, they know the way you think, the way you say things, the way you mean things, They know you for who you are. And you always try and get that across in interviews, but it's not always portrayed that way from the other side, you know? So you always want to get that side across, the personal side. But sometimes it's tough to be as personal as you want. So it's a tough world with all of the media and all these types of things. But you're always going to have people who criticize you, who are there to be against you. And you've got to somehow turn that into a positive. You've got to turn that into all right, how can I go out and prove them wrong? How can I go out and, show that they're wrong and they're typing nonsense and all those types of things. So I've turned it into more of a motivation of, oh, he said that. Now I want to prove that he's an idiot and he's saying the wrong things.
We were talking about the growth of Formula One, Zach, especially in the US at the moment. New investors, new partners. What has it meant for McLaren?
Well, so when Liberty acquired the sport, they saw this massive annual global sport where I don't think we were very good at focusing on the fan. And that's where, the whole ecosystem starts. For us, we want to be a very inclusive team, a very warm team. That's why we went back to our iconic papaya colors. That's what our fans were telling us that they wanted to see. And I want to be the fans' favorite. And we are at the moment. We need to stay there by welcoming people, having great drivers that are very warm, letting people see inside our sport. I think Netflix has done wonderful things. There were kind of three demographics, psychographics, geographies that we needed to tackle as a sport, which we've done, which was North America. We weren't really anywhere on the radar 5 years ago. Now, if you look at half of our corporate partners are American entities that have never been in the sport before, the Googles, the Dells, the Ciscos of the world, and I don't think they would have been here 10 years ago. Women and youth, and then diversity in general around the world. And those were some key individuals and geographies that we really needed to tackle to see the sport go to the next level. And, I think people have been fascinated by what happens on the field of play, but then there's a big what happens off the field of play, the politics, the fighting for personnel and sponsors and all that goes into that. And I think people find that fascinating because in our sport, there is an element of you don't just focus on your team. You do try and destabilize the other teams. That is part of the game. And so you need to be pretty thick-skinned because you're dishing it out, but you definitely need to be prepared to take it. Andrea, our team principal, has a phrase, don't eat the poison biscuit, because everyone's trying to destabilize everyone. And so that's where you need to stay tight as a team. And then as Lando said, there gets a lot of stories, a lot of inaccurate information out there, and you got to make sure you don't take the bait.
Let's look ahead now to 2025. The new season's coming up soon. How excited are you for it? Obviously, Lewis is going to be at Ferrari. You've got new drivers coming up from F2. What are you looking forward to most, Lando?
And not just another season. I mean, every season that I've done so far has been different for many reasons. We're yet to start a season off in a great way. I think that's something we know deep down. Even last year, we didn't start anywhere close to where we wanted to, where we needed to. And we kind of lost a lot of our fight and championship very early on and to make up a lot of ground later on. So we want to start off on the right foot. I think that's one of the biggest things. We want to start off strong and then go from there. We've always been playing a bit of catch up. So it's time we make a change, and that's what everyone back in the factory, all the guys and girls, are working extremely hard on trying to do. But we don't know what's going to happen. I think that's also the exciting thing, is we have no idea who our main competitors are going to be, what drivers. The one thing I think we all know is it's going to be very close, because it's another year of the same regulations, so it's the same rules. Yeah. It's just fine margins. You can find those tiny things and put them all together. So excited for another season of racing. I feel like I ended last year on the right note, on the right foot again. We ended Abu Dhabi, not just from a championship point of view, but with a pole, with a race win. I ended things how I also wanted to, and I think that's important. So I'm coming in with confidence, but deep down we know it's always going to be a tough season. So just excited to get things going again.
Zach, the team ready?
We're very ready. It is going to be an epic season. 7 different multiple winners last year, 4 different teams, three different teams fighting for the constructors. I think it's only going to be closer. So I think Formula One has wonderful times ahead of it. I don't see any headwinds coming that are focused on our sport. Of course, we share the same concerns about the world as everyone else and macro environment and things of that nature. But as far as the health of the sport, all these races are sold out. TV, following, partners coming in, demand for manufacturers to come into the sport. Obviously, Cadillac's going to be joining in 2026. So
Yes.
An 11th team.
How will that change things, do you think?
I think it'll be exciting for the fans. You know, anytime you have a new driver, a new track, a new team, a new power unit, fans like, you know, what's the new thing? So it's going to take them a while to get competitive. This is a very tough sport. So I don't think we'll see them too quickly at the front of the grid, but they've got a great pedigree. It'll be interesting to see what they put together as a driver lineup. They're building their team now. Ford is coming in, so we're going to have a record number of manufacturers in the sport. And then we've got some great technology coming. We're going to much more battery technology, sustainable fuels.
Yep.
So we continue to advance the cause on sustainability and the technology and the safety in our sport. So, and then in 2026, we've got a huge rule reset. That'll be exciting, and that could mix things up. And so we, as along with the other Formula One teams, have never been under so much pressure to be working on a 25 car and a 26 car, where there's no kind of pullover from the 25 technology into 26. So the team's pretty full on.
2026 is going to be huge.
It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, a lot to look forward to. We're so excited. We do have a few minutes to take some questions from our audience. Who's going to go first? Please, if you could hand the mic. Thank you.
Hello, and congratulations for the 24th season. I have one question for Lando. Lando, you won multiple Grand Prix now, and I guess for you it's quite emotional. But what will be the next Grand Prix you would like to win for 25?
The first one.
All of them.
The first. There's always one deep down, which is I would give up everything for, is my home race, which is Silverstone. Also for the side of McLaren, it's our home race. So we have a lot of the team that go to the race in the grandstands. I have my own grandstand there as well. So it's an opportunity to put a smile on a lot of people's faces. But it's also one that I just enjoy the most because you have so many people there who are there to support me, who are there to support the team. So it's just one that I enjoy more than anything. But I'm also from Belgium, from my mum's side. So winning there in front of her side of the family, out in Spa would also be something very special. So those are the two that they say deep down would mean more than any others.
Another question.
Thanks so much, Magda here from Poland. I have a question because today we're focused so much on your win and on how you won the Constructors Championship, but that was not the case. Could we just go back a few years ago to 2020, and how was that for you, Zak, to manage a team that was near bankruptcy? And did you, Lando, even know about what was going on, or did you hear hushes somewhere, around the paddock? And also, Lando, how does the back of Max's car look like? Thank you.
A few questions there.
Yeah, quite a few there. Look how they turned it round.
So, I always had comfort that McLaren's this iconic brand. We'd won 20 world championships, the most famous drivers in the world. So that was a great place to start from, was even though we were in a terrible place in the moment, we had this great history and thought if we changed our ways and, start getting some partners involved and getting people to believe in our story, that we would build momentum. I think sport's all about momentum. Business is all about momentum. And it took a while, but once you start building momentum, it starts to get exciting. We did have big financial issues that didn't really leave the boardroom. We were paying all our bills, so it wasn't, there was no gossip on the street of, McLaren's not paying their bills. But we were looking down at the light at the end of the tunnel going, there is going to come a point if something doesn't happen here. But because I felt the momentum of the team was going the right direction, I knew there was nothing they could do about that. And so my job was to protect the brand, protect the people, and not put any fear. So if they knew what I knew, there'd probably been a handful of CVs flying around going, I'm not so sure. So it was pretty uncomfortable, but I have an awesome chairman. And so we stayed tight, did what we needed to do, and never really got out there. I've now spoken about it because it's a thing of the past. The team's extremely healthy. We have the best partner base. We're a profitable team. We have more revenue on our Formula One team than any other team on the grid. So now it's something I can share with everyone because I think it's important. And it made the journey that we've been on, this quest to win the World Championship, that much sweeter because of how hard we've had to work to earn it.
Sure. What did I know? I knew a good amount. Obviously not all the details. It's something I probably needed to know at the time, but I knew we were going through a very tough period. That was clear, and I think Zak made that clear to us. And there were certain mitigations to go through for a little time, but like Zak said, I think knowing what we went through, how much we struggled at that phase to where we are now, I think is the nice thought of it all. It's a nice thing to know it's a thing of the past, and things have turned around massively since then. So a lot of people went through a lot of tough times, that's for sure. You know, a lot of the employees, a lot of other businesses and things. So to know that we kind of kept together strong, the team stayed together in a good way was crucial. And the final question, how dare you? Yeah. No, I thank you. I think we've run out of time now. So.
With that, we wish you best of luck for the upcoming season. It's Lando Norris and Zak Brown.
Thank you.
Fantastic, Zak. Wonderful. Lando, well done. Wonderful. We're just going to take you.
Thank you very much, Zak, Lando, and Tania. Oh, Lando's getting bombarded, but you don't mind, do you, Lando? We're just checking you all right. Yeah, he's very happy to take pictures. Brilliant. Well, while you wait to have a selfie, I'll tell you what's coming up, because we've got lots of things to look forward to. So this afternoon, we'll be discussing innovating through change for a sustainable future with CNBC's senior climate and real estate correspondent, Diana Olick. Plus, we'll be hearing how businesses are approaching generative AI with CNBC correspondent Arjun Karpal. And one session that you won't want to miss is a fascinating discussion on the future of news and democracy with New York Times' Joy Robbins, Stagwell CEO Mark Penn, and that will be moderated by CNBC's moderator Emma Crosby. Yes. So if you could very kindly just take your seats, because we're going to keep things moving, and we're going to go with the next session. So grab your seats. If you're just joining us, grab a drink, sit down, make yourself comfortable. If you need to access the Wi-Fi, the information on how to do that is on the leaflets on the table. Okay, so in this next session, we'll be discussing the C-suite leaders who are using tech for good. And you'll also have the opportunity to ask questions in this session as well. So to moderate this session, please welcome back to the stage CNBC host Tania Bryer.
Hello, hello. Thank you, Ria. Yes. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that, and I hope you're all settled down now for our next session. It's very, very important. It is tech for good. How can technology better serve humanity and future generations? We all need to know that, young man, don't we? We'll be taking a look at this subject through the lens of a very modern parenting debate. How do you protect your children whilst also ensuring that they're educated about technology? I've got an incredible panel, so please welcome to the stage. First up is Frank McCourt, Chair of Project Liberty. Frank McCourt, please come sit next to me. Jonathan Haidt, Professor at NYU and the author of the book, The Anxious Generation. Jonathan, please come join me. And last but not least, Margarita Louis-Dreyfus, Chair of Human Change. Please come and join me. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, what a subject to talk about at the moment. We are seeing a lot of pulling back from the social media platforms. I'm talking about Meta stopping their fact-checking, also pulling back on DEI. We saw all the tech titans at the inauguration. Frank, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, Jonathan and I and Margarita have been working a long time on this issue, and it's, you know, the harms are becoming very well documented, and thankfully, more and more people are learning about this. You know, I really, you know, compare this to tobacco. You know, there was once a time and place where the tobacco industry was doing quite well, and then the science came in, and we learned that the cigarettes were harmful and addictive, and then the Surgeon General put that label on cigarette packages, and people realized that this was socially unacceptable and also super harmful. Same thing's happening now with social media platforms. The science is coming in. People are learning these are harmful and addictive platforms. Surgeon General has weighed in, and I think you're going to see a massive shift in how people view social media unless we change the design and empower people and let people permission the use of their data instead of being exploited.
How do we do that, Margarita? Please tell us about Human Change. This is a campaign that you launched. Why did you decide to do that?
Since some years, I started to see, I'm mother of 5 children, but it's not only about my children. I started to see the children around me, with my children of my friends, starts to have some mental issues, depression, which before I practically never heard depressive children. So I started to collect information. We united experts in psychology and teachers to speak about it. And the name Human Change for me, it is a question mark. Who are the adults of tomorrow? From the children who were brought up in a digital childhood. Who are these people? How they are going to change our society or impact at least our society? And today we have already some of them. 20 years old is the first generation that we really see the change, and it is worrying.
And Jonathan, of course, you wrote The Anxious Generation. What are your biggest concerns? And what is your message here at the World Economic Forum? Collaboration for the intelligent age.
First, let me just check in this audience. How many of you have children born after 1995? Raise your hand. Okay, a lot of you. How many of you have the experience that you see your kid on screens, on video games, on social media, and it really makes them happy, they're more outgoing, they're more mentally well-adjusted? It's been a really positive force in your child's development. Raise your hand. Anyone? One. Okay, one. How many of you have seen negative effects? You've seen changes, you've seen it be a negative force. Raise your hand. Okay, and that's almost everybody who raised their hand before. So somehow we did this experiment. We rewired childhood. Kids used to go out and play, they used to talk to each other, they used to laugh together, and that was up to 2010. And then by 2015, they traded in their flip phones for smartphones. They had Instagram on it, front-facing camera. By 2015, childhood around the world had become phone-based. And we didn't know for sure that was bad then, but we were kind of creeped out by it. And what's happened in the last year is now everybody knows that everybody else thinks this is bad, and this is why we are seeing such a tidal wave of a movement for change driven primarily by mothers. Mothers all over the world really felt this. And in this year, since The Anxious Generation came out, since a lot of legislation has come out, we're seeing a global movement, a pushback against this change in childhood that's harming our kids. That's part of what I'm saying here at Davos. The other piece of it is I focused in the book overwhelmingly on mental illness, on the increases in anxiety, depression, self-harm, and suicide. And now, since I turned in the manuscript for the book, I'm realizing I vastly underestimated the harm, because what might be even bigger than the mental health crisis is the damage, the reduction in the ability of humanity to pay attention to anything for 5 minutes without turning it. If something gets boring, you turn to the phone. If there's a lull in conversation, you turn to the phone. And so this is what Margarita, she coined the term human change. What we are seeing is human change across many dimensions, not just mental illness.
You know, it's very interesting what Jonathan is saying about, you know, in the United States, when television came on the scene, there were 3 licenses granted, and people were concerned about what would the impact of television be on kids. So, you know, you had Sesame Street and the Children's Workshop, and there was iteration. The technology was rolled out with, and research done simultaneously, and things were watched carefully before the technology was unleashed.
Yes.
With social media, this technology has been unleashed. There's 1 billion people connected, and now we're going to start thinking about safety of kids. Right. It's too late. You need to fix the technology so that with the safety designed into the technology. So we need a paradigm shift here for sure, and fix the design from the bottom up.
Frank, of course, you launched Project Liberty in the last couple of years. You put $500 million behind it. Have you seen any progress?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're focusing on, I'm an infrastructure person, so my family's been building infrastructure for 5 generations, over 130 years. So we're focused on this from the infrastructure perspective, from the ground up. You know, we have, the internet works in a very simple fashion, you know, where our devices are connected and data's connected. Well, why not us being connected and put us in charge of our data, permission its use, rather than being surveilled, having our data scraped, and then being taken advantage of? Why not make the internet something that's really super empowering, not super exploitive? So we have, the technology is now built. There's a couple million people using it. A couple million is a great proof of concept, but not an alternative internet. And that's why we launched the bid for TikTok, for US TikTok. Move 170 million people over to this new upgraded platform, giving people power to permission the use of their data. And rather than clicking on these terms and conditions of use of a few big platforms, why not have an internet where the apps are clicking on our terms and conditions of use?
Frank, you've put the bid in to buy TikTok. Have you heard anything from ByteDance?
Yep, yes, that they received our offer. And that's it. They're waiting. It's a bit off point here, but people are beginning to realize that ByteDance is not really a normal company. It's controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. So until President Xi tells ByteDance what to do, and ByteDance tells the US component what to do, there won't be movement. And so we put a bid in before the deadline that our Department of Justice in the United States certified as acceptable to move forward, but for the signature of ByteDance. So that timeline has expired, and now we're all waiting. I just came in moments ago from Washington, and there's lots of discussion, and we'll see. It's now in President Trump's court. It will be his deal, but we wanted him to know and Congress to know that there is a solution to this. It doesn't just have to be shut down. It can continue, but with a different architecture.
Is President Trump supportive of your bid?
President Trump wants to keep TikTok lit up. That's what we know. And we agree with him. But there's also a set of national security concerns that are very real, that have to be met. TikTok, as it's currently designed, is a national security threat. By the way, not only in the US, here in Europe as well. And so we'll see how this plays out, but it's very clear to me, visiting Congress for the last 2 days, that there's a broad consensus that the app needs to be shut down or sold.
What happens if it isn't?
Well, I think one or the other will happen. I felt a unity around that. And it's not often you feel unity around an issue in the United States right now. And there's deep concern. And the work that my colleagues here have done to put forward the harms It's resonating now in Washington, D.C., in the U.S. Capitol. And so I think that there's just keep doing what you're doing, and we'll keep pushing out the solution. But people need to understand and insist on a change.
What would you want the current administration, the very new administration, to do, Jonathan?
So the reason why this is such a global problem, and the reason why many parents feel so powerless, is that when we each act alone and try to say, no, you're not getting a smartphone, our child says, but I'm the only one who doesn't have one, I'm excluded. And so when we face this as individuals, we're trapped, and it gets worse and worse. And the only way out is, because we're stuck in a collective action problem, the way out is through collective action. And so what I've been proposing, my group at anxiousgeneration.com, we're proposing is 4 simple norms, and 2 of them need government, 2 don't. 4 simple norms, and if most of us do them, we solve the problem. 1, no smartphone before age 14. Let them have a flip phone, but don't, because remember, smartphone isn't really a phone. They could make phone calls on it, but it's a multi-purpose device by which the world can get to your children. So just wait till they're 14 for that. No social media till 16. Social media is wildly inappropriate for minors. What we know from the employees of TikTok and others, we see the things that they've said about their work. It's horrific what they're doing to kids at an industrial scale. So no social media till 16. Phone-free schools, and far more free play and independence in the real world. We have to give kids back an exciting childhood. So in terms of the message to government, in Britain and some places in Europe, the first instinct seems to be, well, let's ban phones for kids. In America, we don't think that way, and we can't do that. So that should be a norm. Let's just not give our kids a smartphone until 14. But no social media until 16, we can try that as a norm. We need to. But man, am I excited that Australia is the first country to say, we're going to do it. Yeah. We're going to raise it to 16. And guess what? You're responsible for figuring it out. You guys figure out how to do it. You can figure out anything. You can do these advertising markets in a nanosecond. You can figure this out. And there are a lot of ways to do it. So that's going to be a game changer. And I'm really hopeful that the UK, the EU will go with Australia. And so let's have a global age of 16 with age verification. Phone-free schools is the next one, which can be done at the school level. But what we're seeing is, because the teachers all hate the phones, kids can't learn when they're on TikTok and video games and porn during class. So what we're seeing is whole states and whole countries saying, we're going phone-free for the whole day, not just during class. It has to be the whole day. Brazil just did, France started this a while ago. Brazil announced a week or 2 ago.
But it comes down, Jonathan, and Margarita, I want to ask you, to human behavior. It's the choices that the kids are making, and how you stop them making them, and who should have that responsibility?
I would say that it's very important to protect children from social media, in the school, at home. There's a new pandemic in our society, is a loneliness pandemic, yeah? Pandemic in children. They are isolated from owner parents, from the reality. And we are speaking what it is an antidote to loneliness. And for me, antidote to loneliness, it is a purpose. We have to come back to give our children purpose, life purpose. Because it will make
wouldn't the social media platforms, Margarita, say, okay, but that's down to parental responsibility?
Yes, it is a parental responsibility. But this is exactly what I wanted to say, is that the purpose for children can be given them only by parents. The purpose for children, they cannot take as a purpose to save the world. It can be only inside of the family, where their connection and take responsibility for the owner family from the age of 2. It is possible, and it was done 200 years ago automatically. Every family members was responsible for his family. Today, our children are isolated, and so we have to protect them from digital gadgets, but we have inside of the family to recover again this feeling of belonging to each other. It's not a child who is staying in the middle, protected from everything, from all troubles in the world, no pain, and just kind of living in his aquarium. The child, we have to give him the relation to the the real world full of joy and troubles. And just I wanted to say, human change, we have already the people of the future, 20 years old, 25 years old, more and more they're unable to have any relationship with each other, even a friendship, because every relationship needs commitment. And commitment should be trained in childhood inside of the family. Because the child, we cannot expect a child to take commitment to group of people. It is his own family where he's training commitment. And excuse me, and today, these people who have no ability to be committed, they are choosing AI boyfriends and girlfriends. There is no commitment needed. There's a real paradise, but we know what does it mean for our society and for them personally.
Frank, the genie's been let out of the bag.
Yeah, I think the bottom line here is that it's, please understand how powerful this technology is. And the TikTok situation and the ban in the US, the legislation requiring a ban, I think is shining light on an issue. And it's not limited to TikTok. The issue is the technology as currently designed is predatory. Okay, this is surveillance-based technology that scrapes all of our data, micro-profiles us, and then manipulates us. And adults are impacted by this.
Yeah, we all
Children,
feel it, yeah.
no chance. And again, the science is in. Their brains are developing. This is really exploitive. And the idea that a parent can match the power of this technology, I'm sorry. It's just not possible. And so unless and until we do something about fixing the technology, we're going to be continuing to go into a very difficult and harmful place. And I admire what Jonathan and Margarita are doing in terms of mitigating the damage. But if this is so damaging that we have to outlaw it, might there be a fundamental problem that we should go and address?
Yeah. If I could just add on about the question of, isn't it the parents' responsibility? Because this is one of the main counter-arguments I get. We don't want government making the decision. Parents should make the decision. And in an ideal world, that should be true. Parents control whether their kids eat candy, but suppose candy makers found a way to make candy for free, and they make their money through advertising on the wrapper. And then the world is now full of candy. Candy is everywhere. It's in your desk at school. It's in the bathroom. Everywhere, kids are surrounded by candy. And some parents said, wait a second, what has happened to our world? We don't want this. And then people say, oh, well, it's not government's job. If you don't want your kid to eat candy, don't let him eat candy. But unless you keep your child locked in a room with no internet, you cannot keep them off of social media, because if they can get to a web browser, they're on. And so parents want to make the decisions, but we can't. We can't, because the companies are so smart, so powerful, and they understand that social media, while it is biologically addictive for some, it's socially addictive for almost all. Kids have to be on it even if they don't want to be. And that's why we need to break the trap, and government rules, age limits are the way to break that trap.
Frank, if you're not successful in your bid to buy TikTok, would you go for X or Meta?
No, the point is Project Liberty is building the technology. And we'll have 30 million people using it by the end of this year, with or without TikTok. And the numbers will grow exponentially. But this is not about, buying an app and having a super app to collect everyone's data and exploit them. The whole point of this new technology is to think about the internet operating differently, where you're in charge. You own and control your data, your identity, your relationships. You're permissioning the use of your data. The apps are interoperable. Your data is portable. It's your internet again. And you can be a parent again and raise your children and not have them preyed upon. Look, if I was the head of the Postal Service and I said, you can all have free mail, no more stamps. You say, okay, what's the deal? Okay, here's the deal. I'm going to put a camera and a listening device in every room of your house, in your workplace, in your car, surveil you 24/7. You would probably say that is very creepy. And if I said, oh, one other thing, I'm going to open your mail and read it, and everything I learn about you is now mine. Everything. not just where you shop or what you know, where you are or where you go, or it's your thoughts are mine. Your most intimate feelings are mine. And so it's not only creepy, it's very unfair. And yeah, I'd say, well, geez, but it's for free. And then I say, oh, one other thing. I'm going to read your 14-year-old daughter's diary. And when I understand she's a little bit concerned about something, her weight or whatever, I'm going to actually feed her things to make her feel worse. And I'm going to feed her things to profit after I've made her feel worse. And I'm going to feed her information about how to hurt herself, cut herself, harm herself. This is the internet we have. It's creepy, it's unfair, and it's downright harmful. But it can be fixed. And it needs to be fixed with urgency.
Well, Frank McCourt, thank you so much for joining us today, and also to you, Jonathan Haidt, and Margarita Louis-Dreyfus. Thank you so much to all my wonderful panelists.
Thanks, Tania.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I wish we had more time.
Let's hear it one more time for our fantastic panel. How fascinating was that? Oh my goodness. My son's 15 and I was jotting everything down right. No phones to kids until they're 14, no social media till they're 16, phone-free schools. Thankfully he goes to one of those. And let's give kids back their free playtime so they can get back to childhood. Love that, love that. Okay, next up, we're going to stay on the theme of AI. Let's now focus on how it will impact leadership and the future of work. This is a Catalyst Spotlight session with Worldquant CEO and Chairman Igor Tulchinsky, and that's going to be moderated by David Ferguson. Please give him a big warm welcome. Thank you. Hello, lovely to see you.
Nice to see you.
Hello, lovely to see you.
Good morning, everyone. Well, it's great to be back here on the Stagwell stage at the CNBC Sanctuary. Igor, we've been here before.
Yes.
And I can honestly tell you that this is one of the favorite conversations that I have through the 3 days of Davos.
Thank you.
And I think, most importantly, I'm reminded through our conversations about the infinite possibilities that lie in front of us if we can harness and utilize data for good. Meaningful outcomes, I think, has been at the core of your focus from the outset and the establishment of Worldquant. I think for the benefit of the viewing audience today, if you'll allow me, I'd like to share just some of the highlights of Worldquant so that you have some context for what Igor is going to share with you. You've enjoyed such tremendous success. You've established one of the highest performing quantitative asset management firms, hedge funds in common vernacular. In the world today, you've got over $10 billion under management. And you could have very easily stopped there. And I know that core business continues to grow, but you didn't. And instead, you chose to create an ecosystem that now includes Worldquant University. We'll be talking with John Enrood tomorrow about the amazing pioneering initiatives and outcomes from Worldquant University. It's international accredited, not-for-profit, entirely free online university in data science. You have got over 16,000 students in 140 countries today. Worldquant Ventures, which is your angel investment fund that's focused on disruptive companies, supporting fintech entrepreneurs, bringing their emerging technologies to market. The Worldquant Initiative for Quantitative Prediction, I paid close attention to that. I think that was, in fact, the focus of your last book, working together with Weill Cornell Medicine, deploying predictive tools and quantitative analysis to help determine health outcomes. And lastly, Worldquant Predictive, which is really drawing upon the core uses of your data analysis at Worldquant to help organizations ranging from consumer product companies to automotive manufacturers. And while it may be obvious to you, I'm probably not alone in wondering, why did you do all this? You could have so easily stopped with Worldquant, and I know that that business continues to thrive, but why?
I think it's the obvious thing to do, really. Given that you build one asset, one company, and it is so good at prediction, and it has all this IP and ways of doing things. Really, it's a springboard to doing other things. Lots of great companies have been built out of this kind of leverage. You take what you have and then you leverage it to go into other areas. So in the case of Worldquant, having the predictive technologies naturally leads to Worldquant Predictive, and there's also Worldquant Foundry now, which creates new companies. There's also Worldquant Ventures, and our experience with prediction makes it easier for us to invest in angel type of situations. The education, well, it's philanthropic in nature. It's built at aiming to give back, but also that the idea is to acknowledge the fact that the speed at which people need to be educated is changing, and to provide a working example of how for very small investment you can give a completely free master's degree to thousands and thousands of people who otherwise would not get access to it. And with AI moving as fast as it does, there's a lot of change and a lot of re-education that is going to be necessary. So Worldquant University, already around 8 or 9 years old, has been building the prototype for how to educate people efficiently. And we're doing other initiatives, Worldquant Learning, which is designed to create classes with a key, with a few keys. You know, give me a PhD in math, and it designs what you need for that. I think that's the future of education. Weill Cornell, walked in one day when I met Chris Mason, and I thought I was inside Worldquant because they also have so many computers cranking and looking for things. We look for alphas, they look for chemicals that react with certain cancers. So we naturally developed friendships and have been helping each other. So it's all, you know, you have something and then you leverage it. And why you do that? It's, you know, it's just what you do.
Well, it's not what everyone does, but thankfully it is what you do. I think, you know, underlying all of this to me is vision. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I woke up on January 1st and I mentally penned my resolutions that I thought perhaps that I could keep for the year ahead, but not Igor. Igor actually posted a short but incredibly powerful credo for vision. And I'd love for you to talk about that, because I think I'm not sure that you ever stop envisioning, not just products and services, but also how your organization can have an impact on people and on other organizations. I'd love for you to expand on that.
Well, my job as a CEO is to provide the vision, and the vision is the unifying sort of image and sets of images and goals as to what the organization is about and where our organization is striving. Vision is always something a little bit beyond the horizon, so that you know in which direction you need to go, and the vision needs to be large enough to be inspirational and changing things enough. You know, increasing something by 20% is not vision. That's just tuning efficiency.
Mathematical forecasting.
Yeah. So if you think of what a business is, it's really you assemble a group of great people, and then the task is to pick what you want to do, and then to focus everybody on them, and to do that efficiently. So you start out with a vision as a unifier of effort, and then you also need trust, which we discussed a little bit. Trust leads to efficiency, among other things, because you don't have to verify what everybody's telling you. And in this world, there's a lot of information. Some of it is true, some of it is false. And inside your company, you want to have true information and operate efficiently. And you want to have a culture and an atmosphere where people believe the same thing, enjoy each other's company, and work hard because they're improving the world and not just earning a paycheck.
Well, I certainly agree with you that nurturing ideas and empowering people really has trust as the underpinning. And you've obviously established that trust with your group. Have there been any moments in the evolution of Worldquant where you ever doubted yourself and wondered if the guidance and direction that you were giving to leadership could perhaps benefit from alternative considerations? I know data analytics lies as the underpinning of so much of what you're doing. How do you find trust in yourself?
I think I trust myself 100%. I kind of subscribe to the philosophy that it's better to believe in what you're doing 100% and make mistakes from time to time than to believe in yourself 60%, because then what do you do with a 60% belief? So my beliefs are strong and absolute, and complete trust in my judgments. If I see a reason to change the judgments, I will change it, because nothing can be perfect. But that's right. That's sort of the way life operates. You start out with an idea, and then you make adjustments as the data comes in.
And as the contributions from those around you who you've empowered very successfully to be able to challenge convention and continue to pursue what's possible.
And obstacles are just data. Obstacles are...
I've not heard that quote before, but I might use that if that's okay.
Sure.
I'll borrow that from you. I had a thought this morning, which was, you have the ability, and maybe you have already, you'll tell us, I hope, but you have the ability to actually use predictive analysis. Of course, you've been an AI consumer for an awful long time, but to actually conceive and create entirely new businesses. Is that something that you've contemplated before?
Can you elaborate?
Yeah, so using your predictive analytic resources, have you ever contemplated using them to conceive of new business ideas? Or perhaps that's something that you have been doing all along.
Well, as you said, we have been using AI for a long time. I think the businesses we discussed came out of human thinking so far, but AI has been used to generate, for example, pieces of the vision, and the way it does that is by being able to cast a very wide net and do a very thorough analysis of everything that's going on. So it can isolate and identify what we call levers, which are things where places where everybody should focus and exert effort in particular directions to achieve improvements in our case, alpha strength. So AI has been good at identifying this sort of thing, and we do have tools, and we've been developing tools which kind of see everything that's going on, and you can ask for any summary, any question, and it's really beyond what any human can do.
So that service, I'm guessing, is at the core of your predictive analytics offering that you make to consumer product companies and others. Could for the benefit of CEOs in the audience and those that perhaps can influence and inspire them, can you offer any advice to leaders of corporations today that perhaps don't have access to the same analytical tools that you have and the same experience set?
I think the advice would be to just start using AI whenever you can, because there's a learning curve, and the quality of the answer you get is directly related to the quality of the question you give. So if you understand how it works and what it's doing and what it's answering, then you can ask the right questions and build your company around information and getting information and acting on it quickly. You can also use AI to make coding more efficient and to keep everything organized and summarized. That's something any business can do, any size, I think.
Igor, one of the consistent year-over-year disappointments that I have is when the clock tells us that you and I don't have any more time to talk. But I'd like to thank you, of course, and thank you all for allowing us to have this conversation with you. And I certainly, for one, am much more optimistic and promise to be more trustful going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Okay, we're going to be switching from AI to sustainability now. We have our next CNBC Catalyst session on investing to transition to a more sustainable future, and that's going to be with our brilliant CNBC host, Emma Crosby. Please give her a big warm welcome.
Hi, thank you very much. Come on up. We're just going to have a quick shuffle of chairs. Do come on in. Thank you so much for joining us. Do take a seat. It's lovely to see you all. I'd love to invite my guests to come and join me. Amy, why don't you come and join me up here? Michael and Rich, come and join me. We'll take a seat. There you go. Gentlemen, either chair is fine.
Okay, great.
So we're going to spend the next 30 minutes talking about responsible investing. Here we are at the start of 2025, navigating what is a highly politically divided landscape, and a time, of course, where ESG investing, even the label ESG, is coming under more and more scrutiny. Yet paradoxically, the urgency to mobilize capital towards sustainable initiatives has never been greater. And we can see daily on our television screens the impact of climate change, can't we? Look at what's happening in Los Angeles just a couple of weeks ago. So we're going to have a look now at responsible investing and find out where the opportunities are and where the challenges are as well. And I have an incredible panel here of experts. I mean, I don't think you can get finer brains in Davos right now. So I'm so delighted to introduce you to Amy O'Brien. Amy is Global Head of Responsible Investing at Nuveen. Nuveen is one of the world's leading asset managers in responsible investing. And Amy was actually awarded the ESG Investment Manager of the Year in 2021 by the WIAM. So thank you so much for joining us. We're also joined this hour by Rich Nuzum. Rich is the Exec Director of Investments and Global Chief Investment Strategist at Mercer. Mercer, as I'm sure many of you know, is one of the world's leading investment consultancies. And we're also joined by Michael Shuren, who is Fellow and Vice Chair at the Banking Environment Initiative, University of Cambridge Institute for Sustainable Development. You're also the co-chair of the G20 Sustainable Financial Study Group. You've had an incredible career, actually. You're very much an expert when it comes to sustainability and policy. So can we start with a big round of applause, please, for our panelists and their time today? Okay, right. So let's start by talking about the political landscape and, you know, what we've been seeing in the last 2 days with new President Donald Trump talking about drill, baby, drill, talking about rejecting renewables, signing the Unleash American Energy Executive Order. It seems that the world's moving away from ESG, which clearly it isn't, or maybe it's just a downer on it right now. So, Amy, from your perspective at Nuveen, can you just assess for us the current landscape?
So the headlines of the day, might paint one picture, but, we truly believe at Nuveen that, responsible investing, sustainable finance is a strong, maturing, evolving market. I believe right now we have to be in the kind of keep calm and carry on mode and have an optimistic yet realistic approach to how we're dealing with this. Our company, Nuveen, is the asset manager of TIAA, who has been in the field of responsible investing for a very long time. We've actually seen cycles where some of these topics are, really scrutinized, highly scrutinized. In the U.S., our parent company, TIAA, is a retirement service provider, so we've been heavily engaged with regulators over the years. Many of our clients are subject to ERISA, so we've really been focusing on the investment case the whole time. So I think that's maybe what's been lost, perhaps, in the narrative and the dialogue. But we think the fundamentals are there, if you will, and the momentum, and there's many other signals that this is going to remain a strong market, but we have to continue to evolve.
Okay, Rich, to you now. We had a fascinating chat last year. So tell me what your clients' attitudes are when it comes to responsible investing. And of course, because we've seen the likes of BlackRock, haven't we, leave the climate initiative group. What are you hearing on the ground when you talk to people?
So we advise several thousand institutional investors, which aggregate to more than $16 trillion worth of capital.
Huge amount of money.
And every investor is different. If I put 14 of our ESG committed clients around a table and they talked about which issues they're focused on and what they're doing about it, you'd get 14 different stories. So the main headline is ESG, where that term is used at all, is never one size fits all. And clients generally fall into one of three buckets. They are either risk return oriented, so they're looking at these issues from the standpoint of what's going to happen with consumer sentiment and demand for goods and services, what's going to happen with voter sentiment, and how's that going to factor through to regulation, and what does that mean for the risk and return of different investments. And that's a purely economic thesis. There's no values in that. Or they're impact oriented because they believe there's an externality and they want to do something about that perhaps because they own a share in the global economy. And so if that externality is not factored in, they get lower returns on the rest of their portfolio. And then there's value-aligned investors who actually want to have their money do good in the world. And those are three different things. A client can be in one of those camps, or they can do two or three of those things at the same time, and they're going to end up with different investments. And we've kind of started off talking about climate and carbon, but on any sustainability issues. So one of the ways that ESG is not one size fits all is which issues is a particular organization focused on, what do they believe, and then how does that factor in their portfolio? And it's different for every client.
Michael, you've worked in central banks. Yep. You've got a good idea what's going on. I mean, what do you make of the backlash, if you like to call it that word, against ESG right now?
And you've seen the backlash before. I mean, I was sitting in the G20 chair when Trump 1 came in. And, look, it's very disappointing politically. There's a lot of signaling, a lot of work that we've done. However, if you look at the economics, Amy and Rich, they're doing investing, and the investing goes on. And as we talked about backstage, a good investment is a good investment. And to Rich's point, there are a variety of investment preferences, but to be honest, right now with the demand in the marketplace, I would say that Amy is not just, should have been the responsible investment manager of the year, but just the investment manager of the year, because so much of these investments are brilliant investments, irrespective of what the preferences are. On the politics, it's disappointing, but the three of us were very lucky to be at a lunch yesterday. Secretary Kerry was there. He too was also been around when Trump 1 was there and Trump 2. At the end of the day, the ship has left the harbor. The real economy, the private sector, if you go to Texas, at the end of the day, there's an awful lot of wind, awful lot of solar. I can give you a gigawatt of green power cheaper anywhere in the world, new gigawatt, than you can at Brown. It's much more sustainable, and it's got great returns. So the politics is disappointing, but the investments are good.
Would it just be a case of relabeling or getting rid of the term ESG?
It's a labeling. And look, as you pointed out, both private sector folks as well as some politicians need to do the relabeling. I mean, we could spend a lot of time saying that ESG, actually, the fundamentals behind it are still very sound. But if it's helpful in getting you reelected or investing, well, maybe we changed a little bit.
Lots of innovative investor strategies around responsible investing. And let's talk about that now, because there's some really interesting things happening on the ground. What's catching your eye? What are you most proud at Nuveen, particularly in the kind of the fixed income market?
Yeah, I mean, one of the areas of innovation where we put a lot of focus is the fixed income market, because again, we've run a lot of retirement money over the years. Our parent, our general account, $300 billion insurance company, 2/3 of it is fixed income. So we've actually been focused on that market. It offers the opportunity for investors to put sustainable impact, ESG, thematic capital to work in their existing asset allocation framework, and we can really have good conversations with investment committees of all kinds of preferences on those topics. And so since 2007, we've actually put a focus on financing projects that have a very non-concessionary approach, right? I want to emphasize that, and I feel like I have to start with that all the time now, where all of those investments are assessed on a relative value basis. And we look to work with issuers who meet the financial criteria, and above and beyond that, have a very direct and measurable social environmental outcome. And so we have a lot of resonance of that with our client base. We're seeing, last year was, so this gets us into labeled bonds. You've heard of green bonds before, but that market, while small, continues right now is about a $1 trillion market last year of issuances from a really wide range of entities. Before it was, the World Bank would have a green bond. Like that was the first sort of green bond back in the day. But now it's become a very broad, diversified market, and we can participate, and the themes have grown. So I think this gets a little bit to how investors are working with these issuers and focusing on beyond green. There's been blue bonds that have been issued. Nuveen has been particularly focused on the S in ESG when it comes to social bonds, and working with groups like the Impact Investment Exchange to be the lead investor in many of their orange bonds, which really is focusing on women. And women are a huge underserved market globally, a consumer, and so we've had a lot of investment innovation that's come out of that, and our clients can understand that. I think the challenge with some of the debates around ESG have been how to evaluate what's a good company, what's a bad company. I mean, that is not the conversation that happens in the boardroom or with portfolio managers or with clients. So I'd say the fixed income market is an area that we're really excited about the growth there and how we can engage with our clients.
And I like the labels. I mean, you do some great work in the Seychelles, don't you? In the kind of blue bonds, working with the oceans as well. It's amazing what you're doing. And Michael, bringing you in now, I know that you are always looking for creative ways to make green finance work. Tell us what you think about the kind of fixed income market, but also what else you're looking at.
Absolutely. I don't want to geek out for the people in the audience too much, but there's some really innovative things. So if you, again, think about some of the deals that Amy or Rich do, the green power, green infrastructure, these are big loans. So it can be as big as $1 billion. If you break those loans into little pieces and you put them, those of you that have a coffee cup, assume that coffee cup is big and you can maybe put 100, 150, 200 of a piece of those green loans in there. That's called an asset-backed security. It's a bond. And there's roughly $4 to $6 trillion of liquidity right here, right now in Europe with institutional investors, insurance companies who are looking for basically green investment grade bonds. And these are very good bonds. But unfortunately, as a central banker, I have to admit, there are some regulatory tweaks that need to happen because a lot of the deals that these two are underwriting, if you look at Moody's and you look at Standard & Poor's, the default rates are exceptionally low and the recovery rates on the small amount that do default are very high. And if you're an investor, you want low defaults, high recoveries. And to be able to put those into a big coffee cup and be able to sell as a green bond to the insurance companies you work with gives you an investment grade, high return energy bond that just happens to be green. So those are types of innovative structures from the debt capital markets, which could scale things up by trillions. It took 10 years to do 1 trillion of green bonds. With these tweaks, you could do multiples of that in a much shorter period of time. And as I said, energy shouldn't be about anything other than its energy, and we need it. And as Rich pointed out, with the increase in technology, the amount of energy we're going to need. And I guess the last thing that's really important about this is I had a meeting yesterday evening, a dinner, with a member of the Ukrainian parliament, and her building had been hit 17 different times. So for those of you that may be watching in North America, energy security is absolutely crucial here in Europe. So when everyone gets into political talks about this, these are the cheapest form of energy, it's secure, it yields well, and with some small tweaks and some innovation, we can drive the liquidity into the trillions and making great investment products.
And I want to talk about scaling up in a minute, but Rich, coming to you now, in terms of innovations, what do you need to see in an investment for you to recommend it to your clients?
Well, generically, high future expected returns and diversification against other investments that I already hold. And so for our client base, the two hottest areas that relate to sustainability are clean tech and green tech venture capital. Michael mentioned earlier that the cost of the next gigawatt of power is lower for green energy than for brown energy. That's because of all the technological advancement. You know, many technologies are moving on an exponential cost decline curve, and their adoption is scaling on an exponential adoption curve. You put that two together, as more money goes into that venture capital space, it's going to get cheaper and cheaper to mitigate the risk of climate change and get us to where we need to go. The other very hot area is green infrastructure investment, and Michael mentioned billion-dollar loans, but building renewable energy generation, transmission, storage, attacking other sustainable development goals with infrastructure. Governments like venture capital infrastructure because they produce positive externalities. The investor may make money, but the innovation from venture capital drives productivity growth across the economy, drives employment. When you make an infrastructure investment, a port, a road, power generation, you're helping economic development in that society. So governments are in favor of that. Investors like those asset classes, and on infrastructure, with interest rates being high, you know, today we can go out and buy a 10-year treasury and get 4.6%. In an infrastructure investment, we can get 300 to 500 basis points above that and lock that yield in for long term. So if a client says, hey, Rich, I want an 8% nominal return, I can go out and lock that in with infrastructure investment, which wasn't true when interest rates were lower. So these are very attractive asset classes. In terms of what we need to see, we are living through a market failure right now, in that if you go back 10 years, 20 years, people in our seats would have thought we would have carbon taxes in more countries, we'd have cap and trade in more countries, because economists would say when you have a negative externality, you tax the externality, you let the free market decide what's the cheapest way to deal with it, and you get to where you need to go. And we have that in some individual countries, but not overall. So what's happening today is individual homeowners are paying more for their home insurance because of the increased risk of fire, flood, drought. Insurance premiums are rising. We're paying more as a global society because of the immediate impact of climate change on insurance premiums than we would pay through a carbon tax. That's a market failure. And so when investors look at the long-term risk return, they're thinking about when will voters recognize that and send a strong enough signal to politicians and regulators that we get something like a globally binding carbon tax. And when that happens, it's a stagflationary shock, and there are winners and losers. So in public market portfolios, some investors are taking that long-term view. And even though the world is very fragmented right now, and ESG has had pushback and so on, they're taking that long-term view and saying sooner or later that has to happen. And when it
sooner or
does,
later,
we'll be positioned.
what do you think? You say sooner or later. Do you have an idea when? Just briefly before we move on.
So I have such an optimism bias. I think the technology is moving so fast and the adoption is moving so fast. And as Michael mentioned, a good investment is a good investment. So AI and digital, if they're going to double electricity demand, if a green infrastructure investment, some kind of power generation, if that was a good investment before we thought that was going to happen, now you've got twice the energy demand to play into. So that makes fighting emissions harder because we're going to need more power. But for that investment, it's great. So I think we may solve this without the governments actually getting in front of it, just because the technology moves so fast, and we just solve it through the free market economy in a fragmented world. But that's a very optimistic vision. And most observers would say we need that policy change.
Right.
And I think it's still a few years out because voters in general are not single issue voters. And you know, in my opinion, democracies tend to lag voter sentiment, not lead.
A good investment is a good. We're all going to say that, but you need
All
to
right, I'm
trademark that.
going to basically get a small commission on that.
Have the T-shirt.
Definitely. Okay, so let's talk about scale and collaboration because this is an ongoing debate and theme at Davos for the amount of 5 years I've been here now. How you get this kind of this money moving at scale to where it's needed in the energy transition. So, how is Nuveen then trying to work with its stakeholders, reach across the aisle, and bring in more people?
Yeah, we have a number of ways in which we're doing that on energy transition, affordable housing. I mean, we are finding a lot of common ground. And to your point, Rich, about the market is figuring out how to do this without the policy. I mean, that's the history of most of sustainable finance and responsible investing, at least, in the United States.
How frustrating is that for you?
It was just a reality, right? And I think, we've been trying to make the investment case all along. We won't take action on anything unless we had an investment case. I mean, these are just principles that I grew up with in this career, which I don't think are well understood. So when we think about finding common ground, I mean, one thing we're doing in the US for clients, I mean, it's really, leaning in and engaging our clients on how to solve what they're facing in their portfolio, what challenges are they having in their portfolio. And so we engage a lot in the US at the state level. Because that's where a lot, I mean, in the US, insurance companies, which are clients of ours, are all regulated, 50 different insurance regulators in the United States. And so oftentimes they're heavily regulated, these insurance company balance sheets. And so they can't invest in direct infrastructure. They really are going to take a higher risk-based capital charge for anything like that. So we've been working a lot, I would say, across the aisle. I won't name the states, and engaging regulators, clients, and kind of the foundation community, the green bank community, to sort of come together with a new coffee. I mean, I guess it's a coffee cup or something to put in the coffee cup, but really in our case, launching an impact collateralized fund obligation. So a CFO, which is just a vehicle structure that we sort of borrowed from one part of the company and their expertise, and sort of put it together in a way in which the insurance companies could, have we did some education with them, right? Because I think there's a perceived lack of confidence, right? Concern around concessionary returns, but really put this in a vehicle that they could invest in. And so it's ended up with a really diverse mix of investments across a couple of these themes. And really, this had to come together in what we call a blended finance way. And I think that's another area that we're all going to be leaning into, because I think realizing the different roles of the different players in the capital stack. And again, these are one single transactions now, single vehicles, but they provide the blueprint for scaling. So we're pretty excited about this and the fact that we're able to bring new investor types into the conversation around responsible investing and sustainable finance.
And talking now to you, Michael, I mean, with your extraordinary career, by working in capital markets, working in central banks, and now working on a kind of government level with the G20, you talking to these stakeholders, aren't you? So how are you getting everyone together to get this money moving at scale?
And it's great because I was just in Dublin a couple weeks ago and talking to the whole array of stakeholders Amy was talking about, the government people, the private sector. And to your point, Rich, tech is really driving energy costs. And if for those of you that have been following the economy of Ireland, they were some of the first big economies in Europe to bring in Microsoft, Amazon. There are more data centers there, but guess what? They now, almost 20%, I think 15% of their electricity is going to data centers, and they've got a moratorium. That's a problem.
Yeah.
And that's a real economic problem. So we brought the stakeholders together, and blended finance is really important. Now, it may or may not be in this, because I think in the case of Ireland, you can actually do it all private sector. But being able to have that, what we call a first loss position. So if you're in an emerging market, but even in some of the border countries here, having the government and the European Investment Bank is really important part of that. That's one of the key stakeholders. If you're overseas, it's Asian Development Banks or the African Development Bank. And that taking that first loss, adding a little bit of equity or some subordinated debt, that's what we call crowding in then the private sector, who then drive that. But imagine with Ireland, their economy, in terms of economic growth, is going to be tied to sustainable energy, which is energy security, to drive one of their number one areas, technology. and to have that security mixed with along, sustainable, and getting those stakeholders together is absolutely key.
And was it a good meeting?
It was
you're getting progress.
It's a great meeting, and the new government there is very receptive.
Yeah.
And I guess that's one of the differences, one of the small problems with the change of administration in the U.S. I don't know if taxpayers quite realize that drill, baby, drill means you're going to pay more for your energy, because Rich pointed out, anywhere in the world, a new gigawatt of green energy is cheaper than a brown. So drilling will cost more. So they're very receptive in other countries because A, it's cheaper and it's sustainable.
Rich, talking about getting scale to frontier markets, an area that's you write about a lot. You talk about Africa being kind of the next century's Africa's. What term did you use? I read one of your articles last night about it was the Asian century now, or it's soon, but it'll be Africa's afterwards. And yet money just isn't going there, is there? So what are your concerns or thoughts about moving money at scale?
So one of the big challenges in sustainable finance is that so many investors can invest in publicly traded stocks and investment-grade bonds and have difficulty accessing any other asset class. So when you get to Africa as an example, none of the 54 nation states in Africa have an investment-grade credit rating for the central government. So if you're asking somebody to make an infrastructure investment in Africa or a green bond in Africa without credit enhancement, whether it's private sector or donor or multilateral development bank, you're starting with a non-investment grade even before you get to currency risk, political risk, country risk, regime stability, all of those things, or the technology and the specific investment prospect. The flip side of that is that the sovereign wealth fund community globally, some large public funds around the world, national social security funds, government funds, and then the family office segment, they are willing to invest in non-investment grade, illiquid asset classes at scale. And so those are the early movers. And we have a saying in our work, if you want to outperform your peers, you need to be early and then you need to be right. You buy in when the yields are high because everybody else perceives the risk to be high. Michael mentioned default rates being low relative to perceptions earlier, but if you buy in when yields are high and then other people come in behind you after you've kind of shown the way, well, they're going to bid your yields down and you're going to exit at a higher valuation. So being early and being right is the best way to outperform over long term. And right now it's sovereign wealth funds, it's some public funds, it's some corporate funds in parts of the world that are sustainable focused, and it's the family office segment. But the opportunity is to change regulations, to get the insurance segment more involved in the ways that Amy talked about, and to make these asset classes available to individual investors. In institutional investment committee rooms, the word should is kind of banned. Conversations about good, bad is often banned unless there's value aligned. But when you deal with a family, when you deal with a retail investor, they do by and large want their money going in alignment with their values, and that double bottom line appeals to them. And so unlocking that will be important to sustainable finance long term. The fastest growing market segments for long-term savings are family office, and then the rest of individual wealth. That's growing faster than sovereign wealth fund, pension fund, insurance money. It's the fastest growing segment for all of us involved in financial services.
I know you're all having really interesting meetings up in Davos, down in Zurich, back up again. You're kind of moving around an awful lot. Amy, this is your first time to Davos, which is welcome. We're delighted to have you here. But you met John Kerry yesterday. You all had lunch together at a very lovely Nuveen lunch. Just tell us about the conversations you're having and also your hopes for this year. What is it you want to be going home with?
Well, I mean, this is just an amazing venue, right, to meet all people from all sectors. I've had just terrific conversations, a lot of insights. I mean, there's just a real desire to collaborate intelligently, right? The theme of the conference, to really understand what are the role of the different stakeholders. I know that's been mentioned a few times on the panel so far, but during our discussion with Senator Kerry, it was a lot of focus on the public companies who were the large emitters, but then there was a lot of also discussion about how to bridge that to the broader trends, what we really needed to do for momentum for these large pools to tap into some of these large pools of capital, where are some of the success stories, right, and then where we could all continue to collaborate. I also, I had the privilege of being at a dinner last night with the UN Secretary General and a number of large companies, and there was just a lot of discussion around, what can we frankly learn from the backlash from the skeptics, which I would argue, we've had all along some of those arguments, and, can we be crystal clear on the role of each of us? The end client, the multilateral development banks, the asset manager, the asset owner, and the NGO community. I mean, there's been some amazing, I've had some really great meetings with the NGO community while I've been here, and they have amazing data on the ground that is now no longer, in spreadsheets, right? We're going to picking it up through new technology. We can sort of scan through that. So I think what I'm really excited about is the opportunity to further participate. But the conversations will continue beyond Davos. I mean, there's many other really important big global events this year. Financing for Development 4 is a big one, and we're part of trying to bring the right conversations to that, and reduce the friction in the system. I'd say is one of those things that we're here to achieve.
Okay, Rich, to you, a long-time Davos attendee, and you've done a lot of work with WEF, haven't you, over the years?
Yes.
What are your hopes for Davos 2025?
Well, so in the rest of my year, I spend a lot of time with representatives, about 7,000 active investment managers, hearing what they think is going to go on in the real world economy and therefore the capital markets. I really use Davos as an opportunity to interface with a lot of real world operating CEOs and CFOs and check what I'm hearing from the active manager community with the people who are actually running things on the ground. And I'll just give you one anecdote that relates to sustainability. So I met with the CFO of an African oil company, national monopoly for oil production in his nation state, and asked him whether they were doing anything around renewables. And he said, yeah, we just built a massive solar plant. I said, well, was that for your stakeholders or shareholders, or why'd you do that? He said, no, it was just the lowest cost way to get power to that city. It's not near where our oil wells are. So to Michael's point, so there was no should in there. It was just a cost decision. And that kind of, to me, said, okay, this is real. This isn't something we've convinced ourselves. This is what people at the coalface are doing, no pun intended, just to make money. And that was, I think, one of the other things, one of the bright spots I'm looking forward to. Tomorrow, I'm judging a venture capital competition for SGC-themed venture capital investments. And I did this last year, and it's just amazingly uplifting to see these entrepreneurs doing things that are going to make a lot of money for their investors, and also attack sustainable development goals. You can get pessimistic listening to all the things, all the problems in the world at WEF, and then you go to something like that and realize there's people just getting on with it and making the world a better place, and also making a lot of money as they do it.
Yeah, double win, huh? Michael, to you, I know, to nick another one of your lines, you talk about Davos being full of serendipitous moments. Yes. Have you had any of those yet? And what are your thoughts and goals for 2025?
Yes, no, and you did steal it, because it is the most wonderful thing about Davos, the serendipity of it all. And so last night, again, with the person from Ukraine, incredible. And then we were talking about, how do you think about building back Ukraine? What are the opportunities for these people? How can we do that? And that was really being able to kind of get right down on the ground, talk about energy, talk about infrastructure, talk about how we can do a sustainable rebuild a Ukraine that really meets a future-facing type of real economy. So that was just a wonderful, she wasn't supposed to be on our panel. It was a great inclusion. And again, I think that the connection for me this year is really trying to drive the connection, which you're seeing all over, between technology and sustainability. I think, to your point, where the data centers, the AI factories that the EIB are supporting, if you're going to meet a new economy for a new world, you need to produce the best electricity at the cheapest price for us to really meet it. And those are where the returns are, and that's where the opportunities are.
If we had more time, we'd keep going, but we are out. Okay. I'm so sorry, we've got to end it there, but thank you so much. My thanks to Amy O'Brien, Michael Sharon, and Richard Newsom. A big round of applause, please. It's really, really interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you so much.
So much, Emma and the panelists there. Right, we're now going to take a bit of a gear switch. We're going to talk to a range of C-suite leaders in the tech and AI space. Before I welcome to the stage CNBC senior technology correspondent Arjun Karpal, we're going to have a quick look at a VT to hear what some of the CEOs around Davos are saying about AI. So let's take a look.
In AI, you see it even more because it's so expensive to develop these models. So there is a higher concentration risk that we've seen before, and for sure that is probably the biggest risk we're seeing in the market just now.
The focus should shift to systems. Models are a part of systems, but systems are connected to data, connected to tools, able to actually do things on your behalf, able to act in an agentic way. And so it raises all sorts of technological problems. It's both a model problem, a science problem, but also an integration problem and a system problem.
We see just the beginning of the use of AI, how that will impact economy, stimulate demand, becoming or increasing productivity. So I'm quite excited. I think the US prospects are clearly good, but I also think there are opportunities in other parts of the world.
Fascinating stuff. Okay, it gives me pleasure to welcome to the stage, as I said, CNBC's senior technology correspondent, Arjun Karpo. Hello.
Hi, Ria.
Come
How
on,
you
that's
doing?
better, that's better. How are you doing,
Yeah,
Arjun?
good, thank you. Really
What's the word on the street out there from a technological point of view? What things are going on?
Well, I'm excited for this next hour or so because I've
Okay.
got 4 very innovative AI companies, all from different angles, from semiconductors to large language models to sorting out some of the data problems when it comes with AI. So
Okay.
I think we're going to get a lot of answers and ideas over this next hour with the following guests.
Fascinating insights. Well, I'll leave you to it.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Ria.
you
And
so
so
much.
I'd just like to introduce my first guest in this hour, Rodrigo Liang, the CEO of Samba Nova. Rodrigo, good to see you.
Thank you.
Cool. Quick show of hands before we start. Has everyone heard of Nvidia? Yes, we have. Oh, okay, good. So that's a good starting point. Nvidia has obviously dominated the headlines over the last 2 years. It dominated the market for chips that are used to train these huge AI models. Nvidia's GPUs have really become the gold standard when it comes to training these huge systems, and its company valuation has skyrocketed to in excess of $3 trillion. But there are a number of startups looking to challenge Nvidia's position in the market, and one of those is Samba Nova. So Rodrigo, just give us a very quick outline about what your company does, what you make.
No, thanks for the intro. Yeah, everybody's heard about the rise of AI chips and kind of how the world's just fully invested in this. And so Samba Nova, we're a spin out from Stanford University, really thinking about how do we actually do this the proper way if we actually had a clean slate. As you know, with GPUs, they've been around for a long, long time, originally from graphics and gaming, and we've built an artificial intelligence chip off of an architecture that's been around for a long, long time. So we took a blank sheet of paper, started thinking about how to create semiconductor that's power efficient, high performance, real time, and at a much, much lower cost to operate. And so now, 7 years in, I found this company, and 7 years in, we're able to really proudly say that we've got chips now that we can actually deliver 10 times the performance of an NVIDIA GPU at 1/10 the power. And we emphasize the second part. As you know, power is so important. So we really, really focus on delivering that performance at a fraction of the power, because that's going to be a challenge that all of us care about, both from a sustainability and from an operational cost perspective.
So what is different in terms of your tech stack, your infrastructure stack, versus, say, what NVIDIA is building?
Yeah, well, the chip architecture is data flow, and this is something that's incredibly powerful when it comes to neural nets. But if you think about kind of what these neural nets really want to do, the world's moving into this world of inferencing. There's training and there's inference. And as the world's moving to inference, what we're starting to see is the inferencing is where millions and millions of users are starting to come in. Training is something that's a few number of large companies can afford to do. But the inferencing is where the rest of us use. And so AI is going to be about inferencing 90+% of the time. And for that, and in order to scale, you need a very, very power efficient solution. And so when we decided to design this, we not only focus on the performance for for large scale deployments, scaling these to thousands and thousands of racks, but a fraction of the power. And for that, you need to really think about how the neural nets are going to operate within the silicon, how the users are going to come and operate within each other, and provide a platform that not only allows you to actually single tenant, single user be very low power, but share the infrastructure across many, many users, which you can't do today. You can't do today. And so the combination of our hardware with our software that allows many, many users, many different models share a single rack of hardware and then drive the hardware power way, way down is something that's incredibly important as we scale AI across the planet.
And just to be clear, when you say inferencing, you're talking about this is the application really of AI. When we use some of these AI products, it's that part of the equation rather than the underlying model training side of
Right.
things.
Well, most of us have used the internet for a long time and use search. The way I describe it, training is inventing the search algorithm. Right? Inference is doing the actual search.
Yeah.
Right? And most of us today are searching every day. We look, so that's why inferencing will be the dominant market for AI. We're entering this phase today that already more than 50% of the AI workloads are inferencing. It's expected to go up to 90% within the next year or so. And so you're going to have most of the machines out there doing inferencing over the course of the next 12 to 18 months.
We'll get into, we've talked a bit about your hardware stack. We'll talk about the software side. But since we're on the topic of infrastructure, we woke up this morning in Davos to an announcement from the US about Stargate. Did everyone see this announcement? $500 billion of infrastructure AI investment in the US, driven by OpenAI, SoftBank, and others. What do you make of that announcement in terms of what it says about the state of play when it comes to AI infrastructure and the needs for compute?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic move and an incredible representation of how important AI is at a national level and a global level. And so you see companies coming into the United States actually making these massive investments, and this is actually replicated across the world. Many, many governments across the world, whether that's in Japan or in the Middle East or in Southeast Asia, governments are getting involved. Private companies are collaborating with governments to actually participate. But the ability to scale, the ability to actually provide infrastructure that gives you the capacity is going to be incredibly important as you drive into the next age of an AI economy, right? Your ability to actually have scale and ability to actually be able to find the computing infrastructure to power your business will determine how effective you are in competing at the global stage.
It's going to help your business as well to some extent with this increased investment in infrastructure?
No, look, we're a core technology company and we need data centers and data centers that are getting created that can afford the space and the power and all the different things that we're talking about. Now, at SambaNova, we're really proud of the fact that not only do we need to participate in this global infrastructure, how do we find better sources of energy and cooling, all of that, but ultimately we start with core technology that uses less. Right? As many of you know, a single Nvidia rack today is 140 kilowatts. SambaNova, we do 10 times faster at 10 kilowatts. 10 kilowatts is standard infrastructure, air-cooled. And so for us, we start with the premise of if I start with core technology that is not incrementally less power, but significantly less power, that's going to buy us more time. It buys us more time to figure out how to build out the data centers. It buys us more time to make the long-term power grid investments. It buys us more time in order to actually figure out better solutions to provide more energy into the planet. But that's something we're going to have to do as a global society to think about how the energy uses are going to actually evolve. But we need more time. We need more time, and you can get it if you take your core technology and fundamentally use less.
Yeah. Rodrigo, we've spoken about your hardware stack. Another part of your business is focused on software with your own model called Samba One.
Right.
You describe this as combining many smaller expert models into a single large model. How does that differ, say, from what we've been hearing about these large language models, such as those developed by OpenAI and others?
Right. Well, so two things. On our bookends, SambaNova, our bookends are on one end, we build chips that compete with Nvidia. And here it's about power efficiency. It's about performance. So 10 times the performance at 1/10 the power. That's what our chips do. But on the other bookend, what we're trying to create for people is a platform that allows you to actually take your most private data, most secure data, train it into these models, and deploy them in a secure way. And so you see the world starting to evolve. You have tiers of public models where you could go to ChatGPT, incredible technology. Many of us have used it and we can engage with it. And yet there's some applications where you have your most private data, secure data, or maybe you are in an industry that's regulated. You cannot share that, whether that's healthcare, your patient data, you cannot put that in the public domain, or whether that's you're in a bank, you have all sorts of regulatory that you have to manage, that you want to actually involve that data in the world of AI, but you have regulatory or privacy concerns. And so what we do at SummitNova is we take the hardware that we already built, the most efficient, and we actually preloaded with fundamental LLMs that are based on open source. Right? So these foundational models are tuned and operated on our platform, and we deliver that securely and privately to companies. Right? So now we can go into a place like Saudi Aramco, and our partners are here this week, and we're really excited about it because we can take all that private data, train it into their own private models, securely deploy in their own private environments, and now it's opening up for people to use without having to recertify the model in a different environment because the environment is exactly the same as where the data already sits. And so it gives you that sense of comfort that the models are mine, it's mine in perpetuity, the data is mine, it stays with me, the models remain with the data, and I don't ever have to compromise the security and privacy of the data.
A lot of businesses are looking towards adopting AI, but they're looking towards a lot of the hyperscalers, for example, cloud-based providers who run in their own data centers, have their own data centers. Is there any kind of shift at all on companies with more efficient architecture like yours wanting to have their own on-premise servers and almost data centers for some of this AI training to address privacy concerns and regulated industry concerns?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, SummitNova, we're agnostic to that. We run it on that cloud. We run it with hyperscale cloud partners. We run in hyperscale partners that have secure environments, and we run it on-prem. Ultimately, we want to give our partners choice. And like you said, because of Samba One, it creates this composite of all the different models that you have. Sometimes it's because you have different models for different industries or different departments or different use cases. Sometimes it's just because you have revisions. I don't want to get rid of the old model when the new model shows up. And so I want to be able to have a seamless transition. We could create all of that. That image of your own private customized Samba One model that uses all your best open source models that have your data included, that can be operated on-prem. The same image immediately can be moved over to a cloud, moved over to a colo, moved over to SummitNova Cloud, all API services. So we created the standardized way for you to interact. So you did not have to make decisions that said, oh, it's on-prem, it has to be this software stack, it's in the cloud. Completely different. That's too much work for our clients. And so we created a standardized way that actually looks very similar to what OpenAI did to allow you the standardized interface to take advantage of the models without this incredible investment that in the past would take for you to move from on-premise to the cloud.
There was a report last year suggesting that a lot of these large language models in particular were kind of hitting roadblocks in terms of their ability to become more advanced because the data just wasn't there that they required, whether there were compute power limitations as well. And then there was this whole debate about large language models versus smaller models, and perhaps smaller, more targeted models being better because they are a bit more power efficient, potentially cheaper to run, etc. Where do you sit on the model debate and I guess the advances happening as you see it in 2025?
We like them all. We like them all. So if you look at the large language models for certain use cases, you're going to see those models continue to go bigger. OpenAI has done a great job pushing the models. Others have come in with very large models. We think the models are going to exceed multiple trillion parameters. As you know, if you're following, the GPT-4 is already over 1 trillion parameters. Others will get there. As you get these models that are incredibly sophisticated, a single rack of SummitNova can run up to 5 trillion parameters, 10 kilowatts. So our view of it is, why make a compromise? I can give you 10 kilowatts for a 5 trillion parameter model, or I can give you 10 kilowatts for you to run 1,000 models that are very specific small agents that run really, really efficient. You can share the same platform. And so for us, we think that companies are going to have choice. You're going to use very large models for certain things, very small specific models for certain agents. You're going to combine those agents, create end workflows, and you want to be able to run that on the same platform. We're agnostic. I think you're going to have use cases that use the big, use cases that use the small. The agents are coming. And you're going to want to customize those agents to do entire workflows.
People keep telling me this, Rodrigo. The agents are coming in 2025. What do they look like? Co-pilots, displacing workers? What is your view on it?
Here's what I think is going to happen. Right? And there's a lot of parallels with the internet. AI is going to increase the productivity of every knowledge worker on this planet by 10x. And why do I say that? If you think about when the internet showed up back in the 90s, right? We were typing papers, printing it, faxing it to the other side receiving the facts, transposing the facts on text, then typing it again, doing whatever I was doing and doing that back and forth, right? And so today, what is that? Email, attach, send, done, right? Well, what happened with all that time that we freed up? Were we just milling around the coffees? No, we got busier. Every single one of us got busier. The time that I'm not faxing, I'm not printing, we got busier, right? Because it freed us up to do things that we wanted to go create. It's not genetically in our nature to just sit around, and do nothing. And so the productivity improvements that the internet provided is very similar to the productivity improvements that you're going to see from AI. The AI is going to allow you to actually not have to think about, oh, how do I write this essay? It's going to take me 10 minutes to write it the right way. Well, it writes when I just modify, gone. But guess what? That extra 5 minutes I got, I didn't go get more coffee. I just went on to the next task. And so the productivity of our society is going to increase. I do think it's incredibly valuable for us to think about the fact that the human part of our society is going to be incredibly important in every decision we make, because why? All of us like interacting with other humans. We do. Why are you here? Right? And so it's because it's human to human. So I think you're going to have that, but I think everybody's going to continue to look for opportunities to increase their productivity.
Rodrigo, got about 15 seconds left. You're in a very hot area in terms of investment right now. Are you planning to raise any funds this year, and is an IPO on the cards?
We're certainly, yeah. Look, this company, 7 years old, we're already kind of looking to continue to grow. We're going to expand, and so certainly capital is going to be a very important part of our journey. And so, but God willing, we'll be out in the public markets soon for everybody to be able to help us on our journey as well.
This year?
We'll see. We'll see.
Rodrigo, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your insight and taking all the questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Rodrigo Liang, CEO of Salmon Over
Thank you.
Systems.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we tackled there the infrastructure side of the AI equation. Next, I want to talk a bit about how businesses are looking to adopt it in 2025. 2024 was really the year where a lot of businesses were piloting some of these AI tools, but not actually adopting them in mass scale. Is that going to change in 2025? I want to introduce Aidan Gomez, the CEO of Cohere, to discuss that with me. Round of applause for Aidan. Aidan, thank you so much. So, as I mentioned there, 2024, lots of pilots happening in businesses around adopting some of these AI tools. There were times where they weren't scaling, and there were various issues that I've seen surveys saying why data, the mess that is data in some of these organizations is key, various factors. But does that chime with what you're hearing? You're very much enterprise focused.
Yeah, definitely. I think the past year, there's been a big shift in terms of familiarity. It seems like the teams inside of enterprises, they've got that familiarity now, and there's much more intent. The barriers to adoption and really realizing value, I think it's twofold. The first is privacy. So if you think about systems built with AI, if they can't access the systems that your humans use or the data that your humans use, they can't actually drive value. They can't help the humans in doing tasks on top of that data or with those systems. And so privacy is just table stakes to adoption. The second piece is just an integration problem. Plugging those systems in, optimizing the model so that it knows how to use them, and really doing customization to the specific context of each enterprise. Those are the two things, so privacy and integration, that still remain as a barrier.
So I sort of put the question to Rodrigo as well about AI agents is a very buzzy phrase right now. How are you defining those? And what I've heard in terms of, are they going to be a co-worker to human workers? Are they going to be a co-pilot? These are some of the phrases that have been thrown around. So I should be thinking about them from your point of view.
Definitely. I think it is a co-worker. I think it's a collaboration or an augmentation of the humans. It's very difficult to take the human out of the equation. And I think that's actually, there's less opportunity there than augmenting humans to be faster and more capable. We're starting to see research and concrete results for knowledge workers, where when they're doing research, if we have these models go out and do it first, a project that would take 3 weeks to actually compile a report can be compressed into 1 day. And so it's going to be dramatic. You're going to get answers to your questions and deep insights dramatically faster than before. There's a few underlying technological changes that are really enabling the agent side of things, which is like steering software. The models can actually do the work that humans are doing inside software today. The first of those are these reasoning models, which are able to break problems down. And that just unlocks the application of the technology to much more difficult problems, the types of problems where even if you gave it to the smartest human, they would fail on the first try. And that's okay. Like, you expect them to fail because it's a hard problem. And that failure teaches them more about the problem so they can steer around it and find the actual solution. So that's really what reasoning lets you do, is throw different amounts of energy at different difficulties of problems and debug and problem solve. With that, agentic behavior, the ability to use software and control it on humans' behalf is really getting unlocked.
There will be no doubt those sections of certain businesses where actually some of these AI tools can really do a lot more than just help and do maybe all of it, right? I've seen such sophisticated areas like translation, for example, and areas that, so there will be, I guess, depending on the kind of business and certain sections of business, places where AI is doing more of the heavy lifting, potentially.
I've heard some analysis. I was on a panel this week with the CTO of Indeed, and I think there's a very small percent of jobs that can be fully automated. A job is a set of a bunch of different tasks, and there's definitely some where those tasks are at high risk of disruption, but it's quite limited. And there's lots of research coming out saying that AI will create more jobs than it disrupts. So in my opinion, this technology puts leverage on knowledge workers, which is actually supply-side constrained. And so it's not about disrupting that or people losing their jobs. It's about boosting supply and growing the productivity of that worker.
And are businesses approaching this technology offensively or defensively? And by that, I mean, are they seeing it as a way to reduce costs? Are they genuinely seeing it as a way to innovate?
Most of the enterprises that we work with are trying to create value. So it's growth. There is, of course, both sides of the equation, but I think overwhelmingly they see AI as a strategic opportunity to drive new growth in the business.
In 2025, what do you see as some of the key challenges that need to be overcome for this technology to start to be used and adopted on a wider scale?
Yeah, so we released a platform 2 weeks ago focused on AI agents.
This is North?
This is North, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So we released that platform to really solve the challenges of integration with all the different software and applications that enterprises use, CRMs, ERPs, HR software, basically everything that today inside the organization humans use, this system will have access to. So the integration piece will be solved. And then second, it's completely privately deployable. And so you know none of your data is leaking. And so you feel comfortable incorporating data that is extremely high stakes, which leads to the highest value applications being addressed.
How are you approaching models, foundational models? There's been this whole debate around kind of large language models getting bigger and bigger, but actually sometimes smaller models are what are going to be more effective. They're cheaper to run. Perhaps they're more targeted. At Cohere, how are you approaching the model question?
Yeah, so we're definitely focused on delivering efficiency. So for enterprises, cost is a huge buy-side factor. And so we want to compress the intelligence down as small as possible and make it as cheap as possible to deploy inside the enterprise. I would say that that doesn't mean that we're going to stop scaling up the models and their capability, because having a large model that's very smart lets you build smarter small models. So we're doing both, and the goal is to provide optionality where for each task that the enterprise might want to pursue, they can choose the level of spend and intelligence that they're buying.
From your customers or potential customers, what are the industries that you're seeing that are sort of most excited about this technology or adopting it faster than others?
I would say financial services is moving very quickly. We're also seeing pickup in manufacturing, in the public sector, in energy and healthcare. Those are the ones where I think privacy is key, and the opportunity in AI is massive.
So just dig into that a bit more. Finance, for example, is it because there are potentially a lot of tasks that could be made more efficient with AI?
You think about a big bank like RBC, who's our launch customer for the North platform. They are an organization of 100,000 knowledge workers. And so the leverage across their entire employee base is massive. And the types of work in there is extremely diverse. It's not just in one department. It spans wealth management to financial back office. The entire organization is going to be augmented with this technology.
And just, it'd be helpful just to hear a couple more manufacturing. What are the kind of use cases there?
Yeah, so for workers who are on the assembly line and who are figuring out why parts aren't working or common errors, this speeds up that diagnostic. Instead of having to open up a part manual that is 1,000 pages and sift through it, which is currently what actually happens, you can have a chatbot which has access to all the part manuals and can give you an immediate answer to that. So just speed of delivering the products and also quality of those products lifts.
So with North then, Aidan, what in 2025, what are the sort of capabilities you're focusing on? Can you just give us a bit more color about what the product can do and where you're hoping to take it to this year?
So the initial objective is to augment with the knowledge of the enterprise. And so you can ask it questions. It has access to all the knowledge your enterprise has, and it can answer those questions for you. Beyond that, we want the models to actually start taking action on the user's behalf. Right. So whether that's controlling a piece of enterprise software like a CRM for your sales team or ERP for your finance team. These are the sort of capabilities that we want to drive and slowly let the models be a little bit more autonomous while still keeping the human in the loop and giving them full control.
Yeah, so kind of nudging you, saying, hey, you forgot to do this thing. I can do it for you if you want.
Exactly.
But you can check it once I'm done, kind of thing.
Yeah, and the other really interesting thing is implementing the ability for feedback between the user and the system, where the user can actually teach the model. So maybe the first time the model tries to do something that you ask it to do, it fails, but you teach it how it fails, and then it never makes that mistake again. And it's learned from you, and it's like a partnership between you and the model to solve tasks that you don't want to do in your job.
Like clearing my inbox.
Exactly, yeah, same.
That's going to be number one use case for everyone, right? Some of the challenges I alluded to at the start around data, there's this view that there's a lot of data silos within organizations, particularly perhaps more traditional ones, bigger corporations. How do you solve that problem?
So North as a platform is intended as a centralized interface onto all of those silos. So those applications where that data lives, we have integrations to, and the models can go reach out, access, and then provide the responses. And so that is actually what you're describing there. That is one of the key barriers, which is the fact that data lives separated all over the place. And your models can't help you unless they can access it. If they can't see the place where the answer lives, they can't give you the answer. And so that's exactly what we're going after with the North platform.
And there are sort of other challenges, I guess, more broadly across the industry. Energy consumption is one of those. Is that something you're kind of working with businesses to solve, or how are you approaching
Definitely.
that?
I think on the energy side of things, the build out of infrastructure is very desperately needed right now. We need to expand the footprint of data centers and supercomputers, but that does have a tax on the grid. And so we have to find ways to boost supply of energy in a way that doesn't increase carbon emissions. And so I'm very optimistic about renewables and also, of course, nuclear, which I think is going to be completely necessary to meet the demands of market.
Have you seen promising progress in nuclear in particular?
I'm not a nuclear expert, so I can't say in particular, but definitely there's been net positive results in fusion, and we're starting to see real progress. I think we're still a long ways from at scale productionization of that technology, but even existing nuclear, I think, should be invested in, should be built. These small modular nuclear reactors, I think, are extremely promising.
Yeah, you mentioned the infrastructure piece, which I think is really important as well. We had overnight the big announcement from the US around this $500 billion infrastructure announcement, Stargate. It's very US focused, taking lead here. Cohere is headquartered in Canada. You live in the UK. Do you think this kind of infrastructure investment is going to be replicated more globally?
I hope to see it. I think it's a national imperative for every country that wants to adopt AI to build that capacity. And we've been lucky to have support from the Canadian government, who recently announced the support of $250 million towards building supercompute in Canada with Cohere. And so we see that starting. I think much more needs to be done. Countries outside the United States really need to take seriously building domestic supply.
Aidan, for Cohere this year, what are your growth expectations and hopes and aspirations?
There's been a big shift this past year. Like when we were on stage together last year, I think we were very much in the experiment and learn about the technology phase. At this stage, the framing has completely changed. It's about production. It's about ROI and value. And so for us, we want to be enterprise's partner to deliver that. And the market is there. It's really starting to grow rapidly. And we're seeing not just the Western markets, but also partnerships like Fujitsu in Japan. And we're seeing Korea and Southeast Asia, the Middle East activate as well. So we're very excited to pursue those and really see AI proliferate there.
You were valued, I think, over $5 billion last year after a big funding round. It's a capital-intensive business you're in. You still expecting to raise money this year? The market's still quite hot, and it seems like a lot of VCs still want to invest.
We'll see. I think we're a startup. We're always raising, and so we will continue to raise capital to drive our growth, and we're very excited to do that. I think from our stance, we're not trying to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on compute infrastructure. What we want to do is build technology that fits enterprises' needs. And so that tends to be a smaller scale of model that's much more scalable and efficient for deployment. So we'll continue to do that, and that affords us much more capital efficiency.
Are you expecting a ramp up of, from the conversations you're going to be having or have had so far this week in Davos, the interest in what you're doing from businesses?
Oh, it's definitely sparking. I think especially with the North platform and moving into application space. Because if you buy a model, it's a bit like buying a CPU. You need to build something on top of it to drive value for your business. Whereas if you buy North, you're buying a solution already. And so value is immediate. As soon as you plug it in, you can put it in your employees' hands, and they'll start using it as part of their day-to-day work. And so I think there's a lot of excitement about what's coming.
That's great. And Aidan, just very quickly, we've got about 30 seconds left. Are there any big tech breakthroughs this year that you think are going to come?
It's either this year or next year. It's this notion of the model learning from the user and learning from the real world. So learning from experience and continual learning over time. The status quo, how it is today, is that we train massive models. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars on it, and then they're frozen. They stop learning. We put them into production. They are doing a bunch of stuff out in the real world, but they're not continuing to grow. And so I think that will unlock this experience where, like I was describing in North, you can teach the model to do things for you, and it will remember it forever, and it becomes much more personalized. It knows you. It knows how to do the tasks that you want it to do.
Aidan, pleasure speaking to you and seeing you again. Thank you so much for your time and all your insight. Aidan Gomez, CEO of Cohere. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. So from Cohere now to another company, which is a European firm, which has sort of established itself as one of the key parts of the puzzle when it comes to AI models and a repository for those AI models. I'd like to welcome to the stage Thomas Wolf, the co-founder of Hugging Face. Round of applause for Thomas. Thomas, good to see you. How are you?
It's a pleasure.
Yeah, my shoes have just come untied. Too much excitement. Thank you for joining me on stage. Thomas, has anyone heard of Hugging Face? Can I just get a show of hands? Got one? You're going to tell us what Hugging Face is, Thomas, first.
Definitely. Yeah. So Hugging Face is this very large community of people building AI. So it's not if you're not an AI builder, it's kind of normal. You don't know about it. If you're someone who's building AI, you're probably in this community. We've just passed 10 million AI builder, which is quite crazy because 2 years ago, right, nobody was building AI things anyway. And the specificity of this community, I would say, is it's also around open source. Open source is this idea that we can share knowledge, we can share the code, and it's actually increase and catalyze the whole field and the whole development in the field.
And there's a fun story why it's called Hugging Face, right?
Yeah, we started as a game company, and we totally pivoted 5 years ago, open sourcing part of our code to train early AI models. And this gets so much traction that we decided that we wanted to build a platform around this.
So, Thomas, this notion of open source, open weight models versus these closed models. For open source, where are you seeing the sort of pros right now? Why are you bullish on these kind of models?
A lot of them. I think what we maybe don't see always when we follow AI, maybe a little bit externally, is that there is these very big models everyone is talking about, but there is a very long tail of application with models of all capabilities, all powerness. Some models can run on your phone, some models can run on your laptop. And I think for all these long tails, it's extremely interesting to have them open source. You can host them yourself, so you don't have any data privacy issue. You can tweak them, you can adapt them to your own use case. If you're doing medical AI, for instance, you want to adapt them to your field. Yeah. So you can do all these type of things with open source model that are really hard to do with closed source model. And the last point is resiliency. When you rely on a closed source model, you have one person providing you basically the core brick of your technology. If this cloud stopped working, like we had a couple of months ago, CrowdStrike, where all the plane was grounded because one company, had a bug. If we have one day a bug in OpenAI API, basically everyone goes down. With open source, you're free to basically have a lot of resiliency, put your models wherever you want in the world.
And Thomas, do we need to start? I was speaking to the Mistral AI CEO yesterday, and he said we need to stop thinking about models and start thinking about AI systems, the real sort of applications that are being built on top. And I've been told by multiple people, anyways, models are just going to be commoditized anyway. So is it now time to start thinking of the world beyond models and the real applications? What should we be thinking about here?
I think it's one of the reasons big trend this year is AI agents, for instance, which is not only a model, right? But it's a model coupled with a system that can call tools, connect to your database. I think people are moving from, this craziness around the model, understanding that thanks to open source, and Mistral has been a super strong proponent of open source, a lot of these models are just going to be free and freely available. And so the next step is to build application. And I remember as Slush we were talking, and I was telling you, we're kind of moving from in the internet revolution, we're moving from building website as the main business to actually building internet native company. So the Airbnb of AI, the Stripes of AI, they start to be built. And they're not about the model, they're about the system and how you make the model useful for tasks, for real tasks, right? Where you need to integrate that in the life of people.
Yeah. Are there any sort of big challenges you see in 2025 to the broader development of AI applications? Is it infrastructure, compute power, money? Are there any challenges you see this year ahead?
A lot of this is education, to be honest.
Okay.
Getting more people, a bigger community that know how to build AI, getting a lot of people, and I think open source is great for that because it's very easy to try a model, it's very easy to adapt them, you can actually understand the tech. Yeah. Getting more people to understand the tech so they can build application. You feel like, it's like go west, young man. It's like there's so many things we can build right now. Yeah. We just need people to actually do that.
Yeah. On the infrastructure side of the equation, vast our previous guest here, there was a very big announcement overnight from the Trump administration, $500 billion of AI infrastructure. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's what I was telling Nvidia. I think there will be some of these very large, very costly AI models, right? But there is these long tails of models of all sizes that can run everywhere and it can actually do a lot of things, right? What I say often is in your business use case, you don't always need a model that can be a field medalist. You don't always need your models to solve frontier math problem, right? A lot of business use cases are actually pretty low, I would say, in the IQ, STEAM level. Yeah. And we can already build these. So we'll have maybe scientific discoveries out of this very large model.
Yeah.
But business use case, you don't need scientific discovery for every business.
It does also raise the question, again, something I was speaking to Arthur and Mistral about Europe's position here. You're a very successful European tech firm. And in the age of AI, it feels that actually Europe has a chance at this point to create some of the giants, potentially, that they missed out on in the sort of social media and internet age, where a lot of the US companies dominate that. What do you think of Europe's position right now in AI?
Yeah, we have to be very careful, right? I think regulation is always a tricky topic in Europe. We need to be careful as European, to not really stop this ecosystem. It's starting, like Mistral, Haidt, Poolside, Aleph Alpha, Black Forest Lab. There is a range of startups really we should really, help them grow, not cut them. So that means be careful about, common market regulation, let them expand in Europe, be careful to let them access capital and let them deploy their models. They should be able to build their AI application and deploy them.
But does Europe need this also very big level of investment in infrastructure and compute power as well?
Yeah.
That's something the UK government has been talking a lot about as well, upping compute power in the UK.
The opportunity plan is great, I think. The 50 recommendations are really a great example for Europe as well. We should take this as an inspiration.
So Europe should look at what the UK is doing at the moment.
Yeah, that's my point right now. Yeah.
So it is you do think there needs to be an upping of investment in terms of for innovation, for infrastructure in Europe as well.
Yeah.
Thomas, we had a great conversation at Slush, and it was a very unique perspective you gave me, I think, when we were talking about the broader geopolitical landscape of AI models, the position of Europe, the position of the US, the position of China as well. And you have a great view onto the performance of models, the models that developers are using. And interestingly, the sort of Chinese models are doing very, very well as well, when they're bringing out some very interesting open source models as well. That despite a lot of the restrictions they've had to deal with as well. So why are developers using some of these Chinese models? What have been some of the advantages of them, which I thought was quite surprising?
Yeah, I think the first reason is they're really good on benchmark. They're just really good. So we need to really change this view that sometimes we have, that there is not like skilled people in China. There's extremely skilled team, and not just one, but definitely at least 3, 4 of them, right? Quen, DeepSeek, Tencent, they're all extremely good team building great models. And what is surprising is how they embraced open source. So they're really pushing the open source model. And they do that in a slightly different way than the US. So the US is kind of targeting this very, very large and costly model, right? This kind of mammoth of the AI. And China has also been targeting much smaller models. So the hub of Hugging Face, we cover much more than 1 million models. We're raising to 2 million models. So we cover all models from all origins. The Chinese model, they have a range of smaller models that can run on the laptop, on the cell phone. These are the most downloaded today because they're actually extremely cost efficient. They can do very great on many tasks, as I was telling you, that are actually useful, even if they are not like about solving the Riemann conjecture. Yeah. And so Quen 2.5 is the leader. So just smartly, I think maybe because they are resource constrained in a way, they make the best of that.
Yeah.
But in a way, every business is resource constrained because you want to maximize, your return on investment. You don't want to overpay a GPT extremely large for something that's actually simple.
Yeah. I'll come back to China in a minute, Thomas, but you mentioned something interesting about small models. I think you recently launched your own small language model, Small LM, right?
Small LM, yeah.
So this is focused, and you said it, they're focused on running on device.
On laptop.
Robots, even, and this kind of thing. Can you just expand on the idea here and what your vision is?
Yeah, we want to keep pushing that this year. It's a big thing for us. I think it makes a lot of sense. The first reason is we understood, I think maybe in the past 12, 18 months, we understood how to train smaller models and actually make them work.
Yeah.
So that was something. It was mostly knowledge from the big models that was translated in smaller models. And when you think about it, having a smaller model makes a lot more sense. It's faster, can run privately next to you. It can also be much more energy efficient. So it's easier to fine-tune, to adapt. So there's a lot of things that are extremely interesting. It can even process images now. So they can do most of the things that big models can do.
Yeah.
So we want to keep push the frontier of these small models. I mean, we're not here to sell a range of models. All is open source. We're mostly here to try to push the community in a direction that we think make a lot of sense for climate, business, and this direction. And it's not pushed so much by closed source model, mostly because they make you pay by the token. So that they're not really interested in having you use the model locally. It doesn't really fit their current business model. But we think it's a good direction. So we keep pushing that. And we've been super happy to see also Meta pushing for small models, all the Chinese team. Mistral has been also releasing smaller models last year, a bit after us. So we think just pushing the whole community in this direction will be extremely positive for AI.
What kind of experiences does it unlock, these smaller models?
So for instance, in robotics sometimes, okay? You have a robot, I'm also very big in robotics 2025, open source robotics in particular. If you're a robot like walking here, you probably saw in the streets the Unitree robot. you want them to react fast, right? You don't want them to wait 2 seconds because there is no network or because, there is no capacity at the other end in the data center. You actually want them to be, in this 300 millisecond, 400 milliseconds reaction. You can only reach that with a reasonably small model. So that's one example. Another example is when you're processing really a lot of data, if you have huge database, billions of records, you don't want to process that through mammoth models, okay? You want to have the models just the right size to go quickly over these records.
Yeah.
So a lot of this application, I think you actually want the smaller models if you can get the performance and the intelligence that you need.
Yeah. A lot of companies in your space and in the infrastructure space talk about this idea of edge AI, right? On the device, whether that's a phone or laptop or a robot. Is the infrastructure there? You look at companies like the semiconductor firms, they're trying to make semiconductors that are powerful enough to be able to run on-device AI. Have we got to a point where you think that these smaller models are able to run on-device and the infrastructure is there as well?
Now you're touching really the right point right here. So that's why we work a lot with hardware providers. These are also people who work a lot to make sure that the coming chips will be really able to make this model running extremely efficiently. But we are a little bit at a stage where software went too fast, right? We have these models and not yet the chip in the iPhone, also in the laptop that are there to run this efficiently.
Okay, so we still need the chips to catch up yet with the models you're producing.
Exactly.
That's really interesting. Thomas, what do you think the outlook is here for a lot of the debate this week about the responsible development of AI in the world and how we approach regulation, how we approach frameworks, guardrails, etc. And we have to kind of think about this in a big way. We have a new presidency in the US who wants to make America at the forefront of all of these frontier technologies. His right-hand person is Elon Musk, someone who has warned on the dangers of AI, but is also investing in that technology. Europe has raced ahead with the EU AI Act. There are other countries that are also trying to bring favorable policies around AI. So it's very fragmented. So as a company in this industry, how are you approaching this fragmentation and these debates around responsible development, frameworks, etc.?
Yeah, I would say the first thing
we might need another half an hour, but whatever you can give me in a minute.
The first thing to say is I think we've made a lot of progress. The UK Safety Institute, there was a lot of things done in the past year, I think, in terms of safety. And safety covers many, many things, right? So I think we're really on the right track. We have leading safety researcher on this. I think this is really great. Now, this being said, having more harmonization, right? If you're building an AI application, you don't want to have, if possible, if you could avoid having to certify in each country with a slightly different, view of the risk. That would be amazing, of course. And another way would be to have a very fine-grained. I think Alexander Wang sent his, from the CEO of Scale AI, just sent an open letter to President Trump talking about that. But having a very fine-grained notion of risk. This is a technology that is able to do a super wide range. The best way to think about AI is to think about the computer. It can do everything. So you can't say you should allow or forbid computers. It depends what you do with them. AI will be the same, okay? Even healthcare is too large as a sector to say we need to regulate here. You have to say, okay, which part of healthcare are you doing? So we need to have this very vertical view of what this full system is actually doing. Is it a system that's designed for doctors? Maybe it's okay. You can relax a bit the restriction because doctors, they know a lot, Yeah. Is it a healthcare system designed for patients? Maybe you need to be more strict. So I think this very fine-grained thing will be needed.
Thomas, it's a great way to end it. I always learn so much when I speak to you, and it's a real pleasure speaking to you. Thank you for making the time as always. Thomas Wolf, co-founder of Hugging Face. Thomas, thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Pleasure.
So we've got one more interview to cap off this AI Power Hour. And so I'd just like to introduce my next guest, Arsalan Tavakoli, the co-founder of Databricks. Arsalan, join me on stage. Hi.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Welcome to the stage, Arsalan. There's no AI without data, right? That is
correct.
And Databricks is a company trying to help businesses use their data and unlock the power of their data with AI. Could you just give us a quick rundown of what Databricks does? Just for those who aren't aware.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you said it yourself. Databricks is a data and AI provider. I think
it's no secret now that every organization will say data and AI is key to transforming it. It's just not trivial. There's a lot of work to do, from everything of how do I bring in that data? How do I make it consumable? Now, how do I actually drive insights and analytics on top of it? And a lot of that is you do that just to start being able to then leverage your domain intelligence. So from a Databricks perspective, our goal is how do we make that as easy as possible? You could do it as efficiently, as secure, as scalable as possible. And we've helped organizations all across the world with that.
So one of the challenges a lot of businesses, I think, have said, and those trying to implement it, 2024, there was a lot of pilots, proof of concepts, and a number of headwinds as well, challenges. One of the big ones was around data, silos in organizations, and not being able to get access to that data to feed into models, to be able to roll out some of these applications at scale. Is that going to change this year?
Yes, in short, right? So I think the funny part is, Databricks as a company has been around for more than 11 years. And we've always been the data and AI company, but back then you had to scream the data part and whisper AI, because 11 years ago, AI was some random futuristic thing that people were scared of. Now what happened is, AI has been around for a while, but since ChatGPT, it was this fear of missing out. Everybody's screaming AI, and you're like, don't forget about the data part. So I think what happened is everybody, a year ago was oh my God, I'm missing out on it. I need to get a proof of concept up and say, I can show that I can do it. But then somebody started saying, okay, great, you got something up, but what's the actual value out of it? You have to tailor it to my environment. And so that immediately says, okay, if I have to tailor it, that means I have to connect it with my data. And then a lot of people are like, oh, I need to get the data foundations in place. So I think you've seen AI accelerate enterprises' focus of getting their data in place. And now, once that's in place, they're starting to figure out, okay, how do I leverage AI more and more to drive value?
And are there specific kind of things that businesses are saying they want to do? I've heard our previous three guests said it, and just through the week, agents, agentic AI, this is good. This is the big killer app, 2025. But is that what everyone is talking to you about as well?
I always know it's a fun new topic where it's one of those, if I ask 5 people, I get 8 different definitions. So exactly, new, right?
Yeah.
Look, I think that there's 2 things that we have to separate. I think oftentimes when everybody says AI now, they're just thinking, because of ChatGPT, they're thinking about LLMs and generative AI. But AI is much broader than that. We've been using AI and ML for a while. Everything from, you could think about airports like Heathrow, or thinking about where do we land planes. You could think about healthcare organizations that are trying to figure out how do we do drug discovery. Those have been using advanced analytics for a while. Now, specifically when you start talking about generative AI, I think if you move out of the consumer space, which is, my daughter's using it to help her with kind of school essays, you go to the enterprise, I think where one of the biggest use cases has been, how do you make people more productive in an organization, right? And so whether that means I'm summarizing things, I'm letting people ask questions in natural language of the data, that's been really popular. A lot of people, though, when you come to the broader set of use cases, there are still open questions about quality, accuracy, bias, hallucinations. So I think that there's a lot of work being done then before people are comfortable scaling it in production in very, very mission critical areas.
So before we sort of get to that, the agentic AI, what do you think are sort of the more immediate things you'll start to see within businesses this year?
Yeah, look, so first, agentic AI, it's one of those terms. All it means is I've gone, which makes sense. I've gone from, instead of saying, let me ask a question of a model, to I have a task. My task means I need you to write me an essay. My task maybe I need you to summarize these documents. And as a result of that, agents make sense because people are looking for ROI. CFOs are starting to ask, for all this money I'm spending on AI, what am I getting out of it? So you want to be able to say, here's the things that they did. Agents make sense. The second thing about agents that people are trying to grapple with is you usually think about building a house. It's not just one person. If you want to build a house, you have to work with a plumber, an electrician, a tile. Agents just say, we have to be able to orchestrate all of those different things together in one. There's a lot of complexities. I think that makes sense. So you are going to start to see a lot of within the, agents just mean within an enterprise, I'm automating tasks people do, almost getting digital FTEs to support that. That's popular because I can measure productivity, I can measure impact. And if it's not super accurate, the world doesn't blow up, right? When you start interacting with customers and liability becomes a bigger deal. So they're going to test out, how do I make agents work in production? And then we can figure out more of customer-facing applications.
So there's the data the organizations have, and then there's the data they don't have. And I remember having very early conversations last year about synthetic data and the importance of that to potentially unlocking applications, new AI applications. How much are you thinking about synthetic data at this point and its potential usefulness?
Yeah, look, so I think synthetic data absolutely has its place and value. So what, many of the previous guests that you had, those, who are basically focused on the models will tell you the quality of the model, we're increasingly seeing that it's not about how much GPUs, how do you scale up? It's about what is the quality of the data that you can kind of feed in.
Yeah.
And we've kind of gone through much of the data that exists of like the World Wide Web as a corpus. So now it's how do we generate new ones? And there's a lot of efforts being focused of how do we generate synthetic data? It can make our models more intelligent. So I think that that's really valuable. But in the enterprise right now, I don't think it's as much about synthetic data. It's okay, there is the general data that everybody has access to. But what I really care about is if I'm a financial services company, I care about my data, tailoring it. So it's a lot more about taking the data that you have. You mentioned it early on, the data that might be siloed in the organization. How do I leverage that to basically train, develop, and curate my experience, with AI? That is, I think, a more predominant focus on enterprises. Synthetic data, of course, is also important as we build more and more models to get more accurate with it.
I didn't think we'd be talking about running out of data. Yeah. That's a wild concept. and also, Arsalan, you're an advocate for open source.
Correct.
Products as well. I know a lot of the core product is based on open source. Just tell me what you see as the advantages are of open source when it comes to AI as well.
Yeah, so everybody asks if we just like open source because we're all Berkeley hippies, the founders. So look, I think there's one thing that I truly believe, which is if anybody tells you, where the world is going to be from an AI or data and AI perspective in 5 years, they either have a crystal ball or they're lying to you. One of those two, and most likely the second. And look, the way that you get there is you want the field to be able to innovate around it. And as organizations, enterprises are trying to figure out, hey, we want to leverage the newest advancements without being stuck somewhere that we're like kind of like in a walled garden or in proprietary world. And so what we think is at all parts of the stack, if you have open specs and open standards, what it allows is it provides a common basis for everybody to innovate against and have interoperability. Yeah. So you allow innovation to thrive. You, of course, allow kind of organizations to be successful and profitable and grow. But at the same time, I think that the enterprises and customers benefit because they say, okay, I pick this standard. I have a bunch of choice options. If one of them don't work, I can kind of plug in these new innovations. So I think that's been the benefit. And you've seen that now across many parts, whether it's from where you store the data to how do you govern it, to the models, to how do you orchestrate it, that there's really strong open standards that people have incorporated. And I think it's allowed us to innovate faster as a result.
Where do you stand, Arsalan, on sort of some of the more societal impacts of the technology when we're talking about the ability for some of these AI systems to automate tasks, et cetera? How do you think organizational structures change here?
Yeah, now you're trying to get me into trouble.
Yeah.
Look, I think it's funny, and especially, WEF this week in Davos, it's like you see people swing the pendulum to either side, and I always think extremes are bad. I think that there is the one side of the extreme that looks at it and says, AI is amazing. We should allow it to proceed unfettered, no regulations. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense of any technology. But then there's the other side that only looks at, let me think about the most negative things of the world. We should, just have regulation. I think, one, we're still in early stages of AI. I fundamentally believe that AI is a transformative technology that will significantly improve society and, quality of life. So I think it's finding that balance of you absolutely need regulations, but how do you do that without stifling innovation and kind of threading that needle? So we've always been supporters from a Databricks perspective of regulation is needed for AI, as with any other technology, but to do so without basically stifling innovation. And I think that we're still trying to figure out how do we find that balance, to be honest. And look, ultimately, otherwise, I do think that there are things that will become automated, but that's been true of if you go look back at the internet, you go look back at cloud, you look back. And what ends up happening is there are things that are automated, but you basically have the ability to upskill society. And as a result, it creates a whole new set of opportunities that both make a society product, more productive and lots of opportunities. And I think AI won't be any different than the others there.
Do you have any idea about how you think the new US administration might approach the AI regulation side of the equation?
Look, I think that they're going to be in a similar world. Look, candidly, that line between heavy regulation to heavy innovation is always swinging. There's no steady state. But I think ultimately, I look at most of the other people, both on the business side, on the regulation side, on the tech space, some who are involved, in the different administrations are all pushing for that same balance of regulation without stifling innovation. So I think it's continuing to just be finding that course as moving forward.
What's the focus for Databricks then in 2025? What are your big ambitions and goals?
How much time do we have? Look, from a Databricks perspective, it's really exciting that it feels that data and AI is continuing to accelerate, right? So for us, some of those things that you talked about, that was AI transformational, yes. Was it likely overhyped? Yes. And so now as we're finding people kind of settle down and figure out what are the use cases that deliver value, basically, how do we get there? One of the big things we see with so many people were interested in experimenting with AI, but their hard part was, how do I actually put it in production, right? That's been the large challenge for organizations. I think we're seeing people become cognizant of that. And so I'm seeing the level of types of use cases with real impact that we can drive continuing to accelerate. So from a company perspective, that's what we've always been excited about. How do we work with organizations to get them to truly harness the power of data and AI? And the number of real world use cases that are kind of properly leveraging AI growing rapidly, that's all we could kind of ask for.
Yeah, and I guess it's for enterprises, return on investment question as well, right? They need to see those benefits from putting this into production, spending all that money on it, and hoping that helps their bottom line.
Yeah, look, I think that euphoria has kind of faded, and now, I was sitting at a dinner the other night where the CFO is just like, all that technology sounds good or great. Can you show me the reduction in costs, or can you show me the new revenue, or can you show me the improvement in risk posture, right? So I think that kind of much more focus on it is sharpening the focus of what people are focusing on. Saying a lot of focus, clearly. And I think that is helpful for the field to move forward with real use cases.
Yeah, well, that's the comments from the CFO are interesting, because I think, it begs the question, how are enterprises more broadly approaching AI? Do they see it as a defensive technology, we can cut costs, great. Or are they seeing it as an offensive technology, we think we can drive real innovation and new business models and growth for our businesses?
Look, I think it's always going to be a balance of both, but overall, they're far more excited about the new opportunities and the growth aspect of it. That's always going to be the case. I think that the promise of AI is, yes, it can make us more productive, but in theory it opens the avenues for so many new capabilities that these organizations can drive, which typically means new lines of revenue and growth. So I think that if all that happens with AI is all we've done is leverage it for cost and productivity, I would say that we failed miserably to live up to its full potential.
Arsalan, I'm going to end this conversation soon with a bunch of questions you probably won't be able to answer for me. But firstly, you managed to raise a ton of money at a very big valuation, over $60 billion. Are you planning to IPO anytime soon?
Are we planning to IPO? Yes. We have no basically desire to just be a private company long term. I think what we've always said is that we want to do it on our terms. We've never been in a rush to do so. I think a large part of raising the round was, we talked about it, being able to provide liquidity for employees, is really important. We're cognizant that we've been, private for 11 years. So want to help make that happen. We will go public, no specific kind of date or timeline or rush to do so.
Yeah, the markets are very interested in AI companies right now.
I had no idea, I hadn't noticed.
And just finally, as you think about the expansion of your business as well, how much is sort of international expansion on the mind this year, and what does that look like for Databricks?
Look, I think from a Databricks perspective, international expansion has always been important. I think we have a healthy mix between it. I think the latest statistics we talked about was that we'll, I think cross 3 billion in revenue run rate in the end of our fiscal year, which ends here in a couple of weeks. We've shown that we're basically cash flow positive the last couple of weeks, and that allows, last couple of quarters, that also allows us to kind of invest in the business, and international growth has been a large part of that, both across Europe and Asia. They've been very healthy growers for us, and we anticipate that continuing to be the case.
Great. Arsalan, thanks for an insight into what Databricks does, an intro to the company. I'm excited to talk to you a little bit more, hopefully, over the coming year as well. Arsalan Tavakoli, co-founder of Databricks, and you thankfully and gratefully capped off this wonderful hour of AI chat. So thank you very much.
Sounds good.
Round of applause.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, that was fascinating, wasn't it? Did you enjoy that? Brilliant. Okay, so I'm now going to tell you a little bit about Converge, which is our brilliant conference that we've got coming up in Singapore in March. Let me tell you about that, and I'll show you a little VT as well. So while we have some time, here we go. Converge is an unparalleled experience where the brightest minds and boldest ideas converge to shape the future of businesses, sports, and entertainment in a two-day event in Singapore. As I said, taking place in March, this will look at the investment disruptors, what leadership looks like in the age of AI, fintech, and the future of money, along with sports and sustainability. While there, if you go, which we would love to see you there, you'll have the opportunity to engage with influential leaders, pioneering investors, and disruptive change makers through dynamic roundtable discussions in a curated fine dining experience. Also, we'll have some top-to-top meetings there as well. You'll get the chance to immerse yourself in the latest technologies and breakthrough innovations that are driving digital global transformation and redefining industries. Plus, there'll be an opportunity for you to collaborate with a global network of innovators and chart an actionable roadmap for tomorrow's success with extensive coverage, of course, across CNBC's global platforms. And here's a taste of what you can expect.
Step into the future at a one-of-a-kind event. Converge Live, bringing together visionary leaders, entrepreneurs, and investors from across the spectrum to share ideas, insights, and opportunities in the spirit of true innovation and global impact. Converge Live, Singapore, March 2025. Request your invitation at convergelive.com.
Isn't it? Yeah, looks great. And also, I'm just going to talk you through the talent that are going to be there as well. So we'll have some of our brilliant moderators like Tania, Bryer, Arjun Karpal's going to be there, which is fantastic. As you know, global team, distinguished anchors and reporters, and they'll be directing high-level on-stage discussions like we're having here in Davos on critical themes including technology, sustainability, investment, and leadership. And in addition to that, we've also got some fantastic speakers, including 12-time Olympic champion Michael Johnson. He's going to be there. There'll also be Ida. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of this, but Ida is the world's first ultra-realistic artist robot. She's quite extraordinary. She's capable of drawing and painting using cameras in her eyes, using AI algorithms and a robotic arm. She's also a performance artist, designer, and poet. So I think it's fair to say we're really taking AI and creativity to the next level. Next up, the next session is going to be at 1:30, so we've got some time. We're going to be discussing AI and sustainability with CNBC's host, Diana Olick. But before that, I thought I'd come down and have a little chat with who's in the room. Who would like to have a little chat with me? I'm really fascinated to know if it's your first time here in Davos.
Yes, it is.
Oh, wonderful. What's your name and how are you finding it?
Yeah, my name is Santosh Dikshit. I represent a tech company called Persistent Systems. I'm coming all the way from India.
Beautiful.
And it's fascinating to be here at Davos.
Isn't it? And how are you? It's my first time in Davos too. How are you finding the snow?
Well, I'm looking for snow.
Are you?
It's not snowed yet. So I'm hoping maybe by tomorrow we may have some snow here.
That's it. You've not had the full experience if you haven't had the snow. And just out of interest, you know, are you here to see anyone particular? What are the areas that you're interested in visiting?
I represent the healthcare life sciences industry.
Okay.
And we see tremendous impact of AI coming in our field.
Right.
We are tracking a lot of big businesses that are doing healthcare life sciences.
Mm-hmm.
More importantly, I think the field is matured now and it's moving towards what we call as a responsible AI. For healthcare. So I'm looking to pick up those trends that are going to help you mature your AI products into real life healthcare applications. So that's my interest to be here.
It's wonderful to hear that. And what you're working on is very exciting. And have you been to the sanctuary? Is this your first time or were you here yesterday?
I was here yesterday for the Beckham show. Yes.
Oh, fantastic. And were you impressed with David Beckham?
Absolutely. Yes.
And we're going to see you here tomorrow as well?
Yes, we'll be here.
Fantastic. Wonderful. Lovely to speak to you. Now, I'd love to speak to you as well. I've seen you up at the front. What's your name? Where are you from?
Julie Maples. I'm from Silicon Valley.
Oh, fantastic. And is this your first time here at Davos?
It's not. We've been here a few times.
Ah, okay. And what is it about Davos that keeps bringing you back?
Interesting conversations and, you know, just the sort of serendipitous people that you run into. So, yep.
And who are you most looking forward to hearing from this afternoon?
It's a good question. I think it's unexpected. It's the unexpected conversations that you don't anticipate, and sort of the synergies with, we do early stage venture capital. So a lot of the different dynamic conversations.
That's interesting. And so what do you do in terms of your business? So if people want to come and speak to you,
Yeah,
and find out more about what you do.
seed stage venture capital, both here in Europe and in Silicon Valley. And so we look for companies that are really applying sort of the intersection of data and intelligence. So we're looking for founders that have very proprietary sets of data. We see AI implemented across all of our portfolio companies. So we're not an AI fund, but it's certainly foundational for most of the teams we back.
Okay, fantastic. Oh, it's just so interesting, isn't it? Learning about the different people in the room and obviously the businesses that you work for. I found that Tech for Good session earlier absolutely fascinating. Were you here for that? Oh, you missed out. What's your name?
Jordan Ralph. I'm from London. Yeah.
Hello, Jordan. How could you have missed that fantastic session?
I know. I've got pulled into something else, which is that classic Davos.
It's the case, isn't it? It's always moving from one place to another. But good to have you here.
Thank you.
Tell us about what you do in London.
So I run an advisory firm in real estate, sustainability and climate action. So working at investment and fund level. So you guys have had some great events in that space the last few days.
Thank you so much. We've had some really good panel discussions about sustainability today, and it will continue. Make sure you stick around for Diana Olick's session later on. I'm going to pick one more person. It's so nice to see you back again. I thought you were having a little snooze then. I was going to say, hey, wake up. Hello, lovely to see you again. What's your name?
My name is Dr. Irene Gonzalez. I'm coming from the U.S. I'm located in Washington, D.C., and I wanted to be a little bit away from all the craziness.
Yes, I know. It's a nice little, it's beautiful here in the sanctuary, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you can have a nice cup of tea and watch some fascinating conversation and maybe see a few superstars as well.
Yeah, I am the chief business officer of a company. I'm a serial entrepreneur, and we are now working as a consulting company to provide services to companies that want to understand what are all the regulations are coming up, and as well as what do they need to, whether they need to audit or whether they need risk management strategies for the high-risk AI products. But for me here, it was my first time. But what I find, really what I wanted to know is how much artificial intelligence has advanced. Because for me, for my group and the people who, I'm a scientist. And I know everything. I'm a high-tech person. So it's that AI is only a tool to help humans. But when I start hearing all those kind of thinking that AI is going to take us, that is going to be AI, the general AI, all that is never going to come. Look, I'm a cognitive scientist. The main processor is right here. Everybody has one.
I know.
And AI will never reach the level of thinking, consciousness, and everything, the awareness about our environment. It will never reach that place. But for me, the advances of the technology as a tool, that's what is fascinating.
It's absolutely fascinating, isn't it? And that's the thing. It's, you've got some people on one side of the fence that are really excited about the future of AI and all the tech and the innovation that's happening. And then the other side, it's absolutely terrifying. I mean, I don't know if you saw the session earlier on Tech for Good when they were talking about with young people, in exposing young people to social media and the impact on their mental health. That for me as a mother is quite alarming. But at the same time, it's so exciting and it adds so much advancement to our life, doesn't it? It improves our lives at the same time.
Maybe just a humble advice, maybe to bring once in a while cognitive brain sciences people in the brain field.
Yes.
And they are going to tell you the reality about why AI is never going to be general artificial intelligence. Never.
Okay, well, maybe next year we'll have you on the stage here in the sanctuary. Thank you so much. Okay, we're now going to throw to some live programming on CNBC. Enjoy. We'll be back soon.
I'm used to that. I was really just trying to make the point of respect a voter. The problem with putting a voter in a box is a voter may be voting for someone for completely different reasons than you think or I think or something like that. And respect why they may have grievances or angers. And I was trying to point out that there was some, we had problems with the border wall, that NATO needed to spend more money, that the economy wasn't growing enough. We hadn't grown the income to the bottom 20% for the better part of 20 years, and that we should respect that. And when people automatically, get angry over an issue, it takes away their ability to analyze why that person may be voting that way.
So let me ask you about how you feel now, because you made a comment about a week ago where you said, not that you were cautiously optimistic about our economy, and there's, by the way, I think a lot of optimism by U.S. CEOs, but you said you were cautiously pessimistic.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know where I said it, was probably making a little bit of a joke, but I do have a little more caution around a bunch of subjects, okay? And while America's an unbelievable place, the growth is unbelievable, pro-business growth is great, getting rid of, I hate the word regulation because it sounds like we're trying to get away with something, but the bureaucracy, the whole American public knows the bureaucracy. It is extraordinary, and it's been allowed to blossom like a cancer all throughout our country, and it damages everybody quite a bit. And so, but what I'm a little cautious about is the deficit spending, and it's a global issue. It's not just an American issue. And the related, will inflation go away? I'm not so sure. And what if rates go up, credit spreads go up? Asset prices are already quite elevated. So that's kind of one issue. But the really important was geopolitics. It's Ukraine, Iran, Russia, North Korea, and the related role of China in that. And that just got me very concerned how it's going to affect our world for the next 100 years, whether or not these things get resolved in the next couple of next year or months or whatever.
Where do tariffs fit in? Because that's a topic here in Davos that everybody's talking about. Trump talked about tariffs just yesterday. Mary Erdos, your colleague, was on stage talking about how your firm has created a quote-unquote war room that's looking at each of these executive orders as they come in, trying to assess what they mean for the bank and I imagine for your clients.
Yeah, so we always, the war room may be a bad word, but this is a real-time, full thing, analyzing for clients, for communities, for a bank. We get a million questions, stuff like that. Look, I look at tariffs, they are an economic tool. That's it. They're an economic weapon, depending how you use it and why you use it and stuff like that. And, people argue, is it inflationary and non-inflationary? I would put in perspective, if it's a little inflationary, but it's good for national security, so be it. Get over it. National security trumps a little bit more inflation, but I think the question is how they get used. Can they be used to bring people to the table? Yes. Is there some unfair trade? Yes. Is there some state-owned subsidies? Yes. Is the president going to use that way in his team? Yeah, and we'll see. But, how it gets played out, we're going to find out. And
on the topic of the markets, Becky and I were talking on the broadcast yesterday about an article in the Wall Street Journal that was looking at the beginning of presidential terms and the PE ratio. And we are at historic highs. And I wonder whether that factors into your thinking about being cautiously pessimistic about where the market goes in this environment. Are we priced for perfection?
Yeah, I think asset prices are kind of inflated. And, by any measure, they're top 10 or 15%. I'm talking about the U.S. stock market, but it's not true for stock markets around the world. And they say sovereign debt's priced pretty well. Credit spreads are all all-time highs. So, yeah, they're elevated.
They're elevated.
And you need fairly good outcomes to justify those prices. And we're all hoping for that. And I think, having pro-growth strategies helps make that happen, but there are negatives out there, and they can tend to surprise you.
Hey, Becky, I think Becky's got a question for you back home.
Yeah, Jamie, first of all, hi, great to see you. Second of all, the stronger dollar, how do you weigh into that? And I'm just thinking because we just finished talking to Joe Wolk from Johnson & Johnson. Procter & Gamble is going to be reporting this morning. It was a really rapid rise for the dollar, and that's going to mean some things for some of these international companies, especially if you consider the potential for tariffs and retribution tariffs on the other side. How do you kind of play that out? And is that one of the things you guys are gaming out in the war room?
Yeah, I don't think it's as important as people think. The stronger dollar is an outcome of all these other things. And so, all things being equal, an American president, American secretary of treasury can say we want a stronger dollar, because what that means is that your economy is strengthening versus others generally. So, it'll bounce around, and of course, tariffs can change the dollar, but the most important thing is growth. Good economic growth is good for the United States, probably will strengthen the dollar. And so, we should be wishing for that. And yes, it'll have some negative effects in some companies, but most people will be voting for the, better growth around the world.
I'm curious.
And I should point out, the world needs more growth. So even being here with Europe, you talk to European nations and how their GDP stagnated for the better part of 15 years. growth is the only real solution to reduce these deficits, to reduce debt, and to make the investments necessary to grow. A lot of the investments, by the way, don't think it's government investment. Think it's also private capital. Private capital dwarfs government investment. And so I think you have to be very careful about thinking the government can fix all these things.
Do you think other nations, let's say Europe and around, do you think that they are recognizing that and thinking that they need to change their ways to be more like the United States, to go after bureaucracy, to maybe change tax codes, to try and lure private capital?
Totally. I mean, I heard a little bit of a speech from the President von der Leyen yesterday. I met today with some, Chancellor Reeves of the UK. I don't think there's anyone who doesn't understand that they need more growth and that certain things that people have done have inhibited growth. Inhibited its regulations, its permitting, its rules, its, I put in general anti-business sentiment, is having kids having skills getting out. I think everyone realizes that, but the real trick here is execution. You can talk about it all you want. The Draghi report, I mean, that's great, but they have to execute the Draghi report. And so a lot of people are talking about the Draghi report, and I think in the United States, it's the same thing. People are realizing how damaging these things have been.
Talking about the United States, I'm curious what you think about Doge and what Elon Musk is doing. You've had a frenemy, complicated relationship with Elon Musk over the years, given lawsuits and other things back and forth. What do you think of his role in all of this, and what do you think Doge can actually do?
Elon and I have hugged it out.
You've hugged it out?
Yeah, he came to one of our conferences. He and I had a nice long chat. We've settled some of our differences. And the guy, I mean, you got to look at Elon. I mean, SpaceX, I mean, Tesla, Neuralink. The guy is our Einstein. And so and I like to be helpful to him and his company as much as we can. I think it is completely rational for someone to look at our government and say it's been ineffective. Of the grievances, I would say that you have inner city schools and educations, income didn't go up for the bottom 20% for the better part of 20 years, literally until the tail end of Trump's first administration. But we deserve good government. And I don't think anyone thinks sending another $1 trillion to Washington, D.C. will lend to good government. So government needs to be more accountable. It needs to be more efficient. It should be outcomes-based. I mean, I say department by department, so I wish them the best. It's going to be complicated. The federal government's complicated. You read about all the people in it. And so, if we could be helpful to them, and I'd love to be helpful to them.
Let me ask you about the bank, because it's on fire. Profit rising 50%, $14 billion in the fourth quarter, which is extraordinary. Where are you? I mean, one of the things you've done over the years that I'll give you enormous, without pandering you, I'll give you some credit for a moment, which is obviously the bank is stronger than it's ever been, but you've been very opportunistic about buying things and being in a position to buy things when the moment arises. First Republic being the last example, but of course during the financial crisis. I'm curious, when you think about investing now on behalf of the bank, what you even look at.
Yeah, I don't think doing a big deal is like in our cards, and some of those were done to help the United States at the time. They weren't necessarily done for JP Morgan. And we have great people. I mean, a lot of them. I mean, they're just, I feel blessed with that. So that's the beginning thing. And obviously, if you don't have good people, you're not going to have a good bank. And at the end of the day, that is the number one thing. But in terms of investing, and I could go country by country, area by area, and think we can actually invest and grow. And investing shows up as bankers, physical locations, and technology, and marketing. So we spend a lot of money in marketing to create new cards and stuff like that. So we think we can gain share in investment banking, wealth management, retail, small business. We still have big pockets of, Daniel Pinto always talks about the yellows and the reds, where we're not very good. That could be, FX in Vietnam, but those are huge opportunities done properly over time.
Let me ask you another question. I don't know if you saw this article. This is in the Wall Street Journal. Anti-DEI activists target Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan Chase. There's been a vibe shift. We talked about it a lot here in Davos. A rebuke of ESG, a rebuke of DEI. Robbie Starbuck is out there going after companies. You now have a couple of activists going after your company.
Really? Not that I'm aware.
Are you aware of this?
Well, bring them on. No, I'm not aware of it.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, in terms of what you think your approach to DEI should be, given that we've seen a whole number of companies effectively end these programs, in large part under pressure. And by the way, it's worth pointing out, one of the first executive orders that President Trump put in place was to end DEI within the government.
Yeah. So I think, first of all, I don't like monikers, and it makes it sound like it's a binary thing of what you do. And so let me just tell you what we do, and what we've always done. It doesn't mean you're not going to change policies going forward. We've always done our own thing in climate. So we get criticized by people on the left and the right about climate. We've financed the biggest oil and gas companies, who've done a great job reducing their CO2, by the way. We're the biggest financer of solar and wind. And we finance companies. We finance Tesla at this point. We finance a lot of different things. And our outreach, and it's commercial. This is 90% for profit. We are going to continue to reach out to the Black community, the Hispanic community, the LGBT community, the veterans community. We have special programs for the disabled, Second Chance Initiative. And wherever I go, red states, blue states, green states, mayors, governors, and they like what we do. Right. So we're not trying to pander to any which side or any which thing. Now, if you pointed out something that we're doing that's wrong, I'd change it at the point. And, and we will make modifications going forward, but we're very proud of what we've done. And what we've done is lift up cities, schools, states, hospitals, countries, companies, and we're going to do more of the same.
So you're going to tell these activists to go pound sand, it sounds like.
I don't know which ones you're talking about. If they've got something that we're doing wrong, I'd listen to what they have to say.
I got to ask you about a topic I know you hate to talk about, but I got to ask because the president is all in on it, which is Bitcoin, potentially a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Yeah. You can now buy a Trump coin, meme coin, if you can buy the Melania coin if you like.
Really?
No, what do you make of this? Because this could be a true shift in terms of, by the way, talking about the strength of the dollar, I don't know what you think happens to the strength of the dollar if Bitcoin becomes our reserve currency.
We use blockchain, and I think there'll be real use for blockchain and stable coins. We have a thing called the JP Morgan deposit token. Yep. So you can move money. It's a JP Morgan deposit worth par wherever you go. I'm not going to talk about the Bitcoin.
You're not going to talk about the Bitcoin?
Not at all. You guys talk about plenty. Just like you used to talk about AOL all the time. I'm not going to spend much time on it.
Well, let me ask you this, though. And maybe it just speaks to animal spirits or speculation or something in terms of the markets. Yeah. What do you make, though, of the public market? People are betting. By the way, they're gambling on sports. They're gambling on meme coins.
What's that show, Casablanca? Oh, they're gambling in my shop. Really? There's been gambling going on for millennial.
But does it say anything about this moment?
I have no interest.
In terms of the economy?
I have no interest in this particular subject. People are going to speculate. Some will win and some will lose.
Lastly, we always ask you the question, and well, it's the succession question, which is Doug Pinto, or Daniel Pinto, I apologize, I called him Doug Pinto, is going to be stepping down. You just mentioned him. He's been literally the, if you get hit by a bus guy who takes over. How do you feel about him stepping down, and how long do you think you're really going to continue doing this?
Well, Daniel has been such a magnificent partner. And for the public, just to know, he started as a kid in Argentina at 20. He ended up running a little piece of Argentina, then running trade in Latin America, then running emerging market trade, then running global trade, then running the CIB, helped build one of the best investment banks the world has. And he's been a partner of mine. He's trusted by everyone around. He'll still be around. He's not going away. And then hopefully he'll stay as which we said that he wants to, as a vice chairman after that, because he's got just enormous capability and stuff like that. But there's a time, and there's a time. And Daniel leaves a vacuum, but that's good because now other people have to fill that vacuum and give other people more things to do. I'm blessed to have great people. We're working on the succession, and we're convinced that we have a good one. You saw Jem Peepsack, who's another fabulous talent, who said she doesn't really want my job, I can't tell people what they're going to want and not want. I always kind of worry about that a little bit. But she's also devoted to the company, and she's going to stay. That brings huge continuity because she's willing to work with any of the people that you would speculate are going to be a successor.
Would you ever, 2028's around the corner.
What's about that?
For you?
Oh, no. If you're
never
running for any kind of office, no.
Is that really off the table?
Yeah. Well, no, you know me. I'm not going to make any promise to you. I will never make a promise to anyone, but I don't intend to do it.
Okay. Jamie Dimon, it's always good to see you. Thank you for coming.
Andrew, thank you. Folks, thank you. Miss you, Becky.
We'll see you back in New York.
Jamie.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Becky, back to you.
And Joe.
Thanks, Andrew. Earnings are just out from Procter & Gamble and Travelers, two more Dow components. Travelers, the insurance company, earning an adjusted $9.15 a share. That was well above what the street was expecting. Revenue came in line with forecast. You can see that stock popping on this news, up by 4.1%. We're going to have to check out where the Dow futures are after we see this. It looks like the Dow's indicated up by about 132 after some strong reports from some of these companies this morning. Procter & Gamble, another Dow component, also just reporting, and it's registering a beat on both the top and the bottom line. That stock right now up by 3%. So you're looking at some big gains on better than expected earnings that are coming through. That's going to be driving things. We've talked about how the markets are priced at these historically high levels. The only thing that you can hope for, the reason you expect more growth, is if these companies beat expectations, if they meet expectations and go into it. And that is what we are hearing this morning. When we come back, we're going to be speaking with Procter & Gamble's CEO, John Mueller, about the quarter and much more. Squawk Box will be right back.
Live from the New York Stock Exchange, Halftime Report, CNBC.
To me, ambition is drive. It's the fire in your belly. I didn't go to college right out of high school, and I worked full-time while doing school full-time. Somewhere along the way, I got bitten by the journalism bug. No one's gonna give you your dreams. You have to roll up your sleeves and work hard to achieve them. Money doesn't make the world go round. Information does. And CNBC is the great economic equalizer because we provide that information so you can make the decisions that are right for you. CNBC is an adventure beyond my wildest dreams.
Want to make some extra money, but not sure where to start? CNBC Make It will teach you the skills to earn passive income online. Take our new online course that will help jumpstart your business idea. Get expert advice and hear real-life success stories.
Soon, you'll have the tools that you need to start your own passive income business.
Learn how to start generating additional income right now. Register at cnbcmakeit.com/passive income today.
Geopolitical stability, I think, is good for growth. It's good for peace and stability, and that's ultimately good for business and good for investing. So I think there's enough signs right now that I think give me optimism to what's coming.
Trump gives America a really good chance to revive its animal spirits. There'll be less regulation, there'll be more energy supply, there'll be more of a sense of, markets functioning and regulation diminished. And I think Trump is a shot in the arm for business.
There's a very positive attitude within the new administration towards the biopharmaceutical industry and trying to fix the overall ecosystem. There's obviously areas of disagreement, but I think overall this is actually going to be a better environment for us than the past 4 years. And the biopharma whole sector has sold off and is really at a 10-year low overall. So I think right now we have to rebuild that trust.
Procter & Gamble out with its second quarter results this morning, beating on both the top and the bottom lines. Joining us right now to break down that report is John Mueller. He is Procter & Gamble's chairman, president, and CEO. And John, thank you for being here this morning. That stock right now, your stock up by about 3% after after these numbers came in better than expected. What was fueling things in the quarter?
We're seeing some reacceleration of top-line growth, both volume and sales, particularly in our biggest markets, North America and Europe. North America, we were up 4% on sales, and that was on volume growth of 3%. Europe up 4% on volume growth of 4%. That growth is across the board. 9 out of 10 categories growing sales. We're building share. So the team is executing the strategy, delighting consumers, and the results reflect that.
So from where you see things, pretty strong economies both in the United States and Europe?
Yeah, reasonably strong consumer participation in the categories that we compete in. Also very strong in Northeast Asia. Obviously, China, the Middle East, a little bit weaker. But if you look at the broad regions, North America and Europe are our largest, and they're performing very, very well.
When it comes to China, that was an issue last quarter. You talked about it a little bit, what you'd seen with the sales slowdown there. Do you think that's because of a weak economy there? Do you think it's because Chinese manufacturers are kind of pushing their own brands at this point? What's happening? Is that a situation that evolves and eventually gets better?
It's getting better as we speak. So last quarter, you're absolutely right. We had sales that were down 15% versus a year ago. This quarter, the quarter we just completed, we were down 3%, so making progress. And some of our big brands that weren't growing, like SK2, grew in the quarter. SK2 was up about 5% in China. Our baby diaper business is up despite declining birth rates and despite a market that's down. We're bringing lots of innovation to the marketplace in our hair care business, in our skin care business. So we continue to look at China as a source of mid and long-term growth. If you just look at the demographics, yes, you've got an aging population, but you also have a population that is growing as relates to income and is forecasting to add 200 middle-income consumers to their ranks by 2030. So it's a market we continue to invest in.
So let's talk through the idea of tariffs and the potential for trade wars. Tariffs, I think you all have done a lot to spend money in the United States to boost up manufacturing. Maybe you spent $6 billion to do that. So potentially it doesn't impact you for the tariff news in terms of what you'd be going back and forth. But China has spoken out pretty quickly and said that trade wars don't help anybody in terms of what they've heard in terms of threats from the Trump administration. Let's talk about tariffs where they don't matter for you, and then potentially if it blows up into something bigger, if there's a tit for tat with China. Maybe talk about what you've done to invest in the United States first.
Yeah, well, first of all, our product categories incent production proximate to consumption. The highest component of our cost of goods sold is delivery costs. And so for smart economic reasons, for a long time, we've been localizing our manufacturing base as much as we can. So that puts us in a pretty good place to start with. We also learned a lot, as many companies did during COVID, about the fragility of certain points of our supply chain. And as a result of that, increased its resilience by increasing the number of possible sourcing points. So that's helped us. And as you said, largely due to or enabled by the tax reform regulation of 2017, we invested a lot in manufacturing in the U.S. because it became much more profitable to do so. We invested in our organization. And the irony, as we talk about tax reform, is we're paying more taxes today to the U.S. than we did in 2017. So it's worked out pretty well for everybody. We're fans of free trade, but we'll manage as best we can with those kind of initiatives at our back.
Do you worry, though, about any issues with the Chinese government convincing the Chinese people that maybe they don't want American brands if this does blow up into a trade war?
You know, the last time that I met with the Chinese ambassador to the United States, he started the meeting by telling me, my family wakes up to your brands, they go to sleep with your brands. Your brands are Chinese. We've worked very hard to weave our brands into the fabric of Chinese life. There are no guarantees, but generally, in our product categories, people really select brands, stay loyal to brands based on their performance. And so that's what we're primarily focused on. The rest is kind of weather, whether it rains or is sunny. Our job is to wake up and delight consumers, and if we do a good job of that, I think we'll be in a good place.
Let's talk about the dollar, stronger dollar. We just had Jamie Dimon who said stronger dollar is great because it means America's growing. But it can be an issue for international companies when they're dealing with the FX effects, the things you sell overseas. not being as valuable when you bring those profits and earnings back to the United States. What kind of headwind is it going to be in 2025 for you? What are you expecting?
Yeah, my friend Jamie, easy for him to say. It's the stronger dollar hurts us from a bottom line standpoint. We've seen an acceleration on the strength of the dollar in the last couple months. It had an impact on the quarter, though we over-delivered. It's going to have an impact on the balance of the year. It's a headwind.
How do you handle that? What does it mean from an operations basis? I mean, because you're standing by your guidance for the full year, so you got to make up for it somehow.
Yeah, we had several years ago, as we were coming out of COVID, we had the combination of foreign exchange, commodities, and transportation cost escalation, those three together, take out 50.
Welcome back to the Stagwell Clubhouse here at the Sanctuary in Davos, powered by CNBC. I'm Bryer. Lovely to see you with us. For anyone who's just joining us, just to let you know, if you would like to grab a drink or any refreshments, there's a bar at the back. If you need to log on to the Wi-Fi, you can find out how to do that on the leaflets on your flyers, on their tables rather. Keeping with the AI and sustainability theme, our next panel, we have CNBC Senior Climate and Real Estate Correspondent Diana Olick. Please give her a big warm welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and welcome to everyone. Guess what? We're doing another AI panel, because I'm sure you haven't seen enough, right? This one's interesting, though, because we're talking AI and sustainability, which you would think would absolutely not go together when you think of data centers and how much water and how much power they use, but we're going to get all into that with a wonderful panel. So let me introduce to you Lila Tretikov. She is the head of AI strategy at New Enterprise Associates. Will Marshall, CEO of Planet Labs, and K.R. Sridhar, CEO of Bloom Energy. Let's give them a warm welcome. So we know that AI is improving how companies gauge their sustainability, how they measure it. But again, as I just said, you know, it uses a ton of power and water, and we need to address that. So I want to start with you on Bloom Energy. Please explain to everyone what Bloom does.
So at Bloom Energy, we are able to take a molecule and convert that to electricity without burning the molecule. Whether it is natural gas, whether it's ammonia, whether it's hydrogen, any blend thereof. Why is that important? When you don't burn the fuel and simply take the chemical energy and make it into electrical energy, you get very high efficiency. The fact that you use less fuel to make more electricity means that your emissions profile are going to be low. The fact that you don't burn means that you'll have no SOx, no NOx, no particulates, none of the above. The fact that we don't use the traditional combustion mechanism means that we don't use water to produce the electricity. And the fact that you're producing the electricity right on site means that you don't have transmission distribution losses of the grid. The fact that these are modular systems where any one system can be unplugged and another system put in, just like in your data center with the racks, means that you don't need any backup generators and all the dirty diesel that needs to go into the, you know, what you need to do. Data centers require power. That's a given. Can you make it the cleanest, the most efficient, and the best way you can? That's what Bloom brings to the table.
Clean data centers, they can exist. Talk to us about Planet Labs.
Yeah, we do satellites doing Earth imaging. So we have 200 satellites. They image the entire Earth every single day. And that's to help us to track everything on the planet, from deforestation to the wildfires in California. And what's critical is that data with AI can actually be more valuable. So for example, in Brazil, we work and scan all of the Brazilian Amazon, 8 million square kilometers, every week for new roads. And new roads are signs of illegal deforestation. And we help them to catch that before even they take down a single tree, because they put in the roads to take the equipment in to take down the trees. So we catch them before that. And the federal police in Brazil have reduced deforestation rates in the last year using this AI and satellite data by 55%. We also launched some satellites that can tell methane gas emissions. So we start pointing out where the gas emissions are on pipelines, and then people can fix them. And in the LA fires, not only did we have images straight afterwards, but with Microsoft's AI for Good lab, we did building by building damage assessment to help the American Red Cross, to help the Cal Fire firefighters with immediate emergency response. And with the new satellite we just launched last week, we actually have Nvidia chips on it that enable us to do AI processing at the edge, so that right now that stuff for the LA fires took us several hours to get. We want to get that down to minutes, so that, because hours means lives.
And will that translate to insurance companies looking forward?
Absolutely. But I think the general thing is that AI can, geospatial data is a huge gold mine for AI. But what it can do is help extract the value. All of this is in service of you can't manage what you don't measure. And that's what the planet is trying to do, is help us measure everything so that we can stop those methane leaks, stop that deforestation, stop that illegal fishing, and so on in real time. And AI just makes that easier. It democratizes it. So that not just people from NASA, a lot of our team is from NASA, and that's great. NASA can get a lot of value out of our imagery. But we wanted to make it easier for everyone to get access to our imagery. And AI is democratizing fundamentally.
And Lila, of course, you are head of AI strategy. So how is AI a catalyst for sustainable technology specifically?
Yeah, I think actually AI is sort of a dual force. Right now we see a lot of AI is pushing us to actually use more energy and create more infrastructure. But the reality is it's the promise of AI, and actually some of the realization of it already, is enabling us to create technologies that are extremely efficient. And as we start breaking into scientific processes, chemistry, biology, physics, we're going to be able to create materials. We're going to be able to create molecules that are much, much more effective. We're an investor, and AA is an investor. Bloom Energy actually was one of our early investments, and this is just representative of the kind of investments that we make. And now all of these investments are double or triple effective because of the AI component of them.
We hear a lot of corporations talk about sustainability, but there's been this year a really distinct pullback in ESG. And when you look at the venture capital world and the money going into some of the climate startups, because I do a series where we track this, they're running a little bit scared right now. Do you see the money drying up for sustainability?
We always looked at sustainability from economic perspective, right? It's not enough to just do good. It also has to be good as well. So we always looked at it from perspective actually being revenue accretive, right? Value accretive. And for us, as a result, it's not a big change. We're still investing in companies that are making models, for example, much, much more efficient. And we actually co-invest side by side with some of the funds that are specifically focused on sustainability for that exact reason. So from my perspective, I don't see a pullback on the early investment stage as a result.
Well, and we have to go and do this, right? The physics of the planet, we're breaking the planet, we're hitting the planetary boundaries, and our economy has to adjust to that. And I think one of the most important things we can do there is actually measure nature. Capitalism needs to measure externalities, otherwise you're going to blow things up. And that's exactly what we're doing now at the planetary scale. But measuring the externalities is now possible with the help of satellite data, with AI. You can actually measure. So we have a new product that is called the Forest Carbon product, which basically measures the amount of carbon in every tree on the Earth. Why does that matter? Because if we're going to do carbon markets at scale, not a few $1 billion, but a few $1 trillion that we need them, we need to systematically and be able to have systematic ways of comparing carbon. So we need to build that in. And I think everyone understands that we're going to need to price in carbon and nature into our economic system. Otherwise, we're hosed.
I'm so curious when you say you're basically watching everything. Your big brother in the sky. How do you keep it ethical?
Well,
so that, because corporations must be running scared if you're measuring their sustainability and you're using AI to get this incredible amount of data.
Well, I think it's super important to have transparency drives accountability. When we released the first methane leaks in the Permian Basin, one of the operators saw a leak of 7,000 kilograms an hour of methane. which is the equivalent of 10,000 cars driving at highway speeds, just to give you a sense, they didn't know about it. They didn't want that methane leak, and they also didn't want the embarrassment of the climate impact. So it's win-win for everyone, for them to turn it off. So I think it drives accountability, and that's a good thing.
And where do you stand? Oh,
And I just wanted to add, and transparency is extremely important, but also privacy is important. I think it's worth saying that they're not releasing any of the.
Yeah, and we can't see a person or identify a person from space. We're 500 kilometers away. We can't get to that level of detail. For drones, it's a little bit more significant in terms of privacy, but we care about those sort of implications, of course. And
look, I think from a practical perspective, this enormous need for large amounts of power in a very short amount of time, which is incongruous with how utility companies and large power plants are built and transmission is built, is going to create an opportunity. So let me speak about the opportunity.
Please.
Right? We just finished a survey. This, at least after all the power is used in the US, and this is just for the US, an additional 35 gigawatts of power is needed to even meet the midpoint of the power demands we're talking about for large AI data centers. 35 gigawatts. That's a few times the state of Oregon amount of power needed between now and 2030. The transmission lines needed to be built for that. Cannot be built within that time, even if you wanted to. So what was interesting in our survey is while very few people in early part of the year when we did the survey said they would think about producing power on site, more than 30% are saying today they are going to be building power on site to take care of their needs. These are the large data centers. Why is that important? When they build it on their site, they're going to make it clean. They're going to make it super efficient. The old grid was built 150 years ago to keep the meat cold and the lights on. We've gone to a digital age. We've been putting Band-Aids on that grid to do what we needed to do. Now that the data centers have to own these power plants and these assets, they're going to look for efficiency. Efficiency comes with minimal waste. Minimal waste means minimal emissions. We feel very confident that these data centers, when they're built, will become the models for microgrids that we will build in little towns. So when there's a huge, like wildfire, that town can operate because it's operating on a microgrid, not dependent on hundreds of miles of a grid that has to be turned off. So I think good is going to come out of this. Short term, these large hyperscalers are going to own the infrastructure. We just saw an act being passed saying that's what has to happen. I think it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see is massive reimagining of the architecture. What you're talking about is the distributed architecture of the grid. I think the data center itself is really transforming and evolving the way that we're using water, the circular water use, the type of concrete that we're trying to invent or create.
Clean concrete.
Exactly. Clean steel, and actually, the resilience of the data center itself. So for the longest time, I don't know how many people know, but there's massive generators to support to make sure that the data center stays online. We're doing away with that because we are okay if the data center comes off, because we have another data center that is a replica and just can spin up and service. So there's massive redundancy and self-healing networking that's starting to get built into this. So I think we're going to rebuild basically the infrastructure that has aged and aged for years, and it's literally crumbling at this point.
So you're investing in the clean products that go into the building of data centers as well.
We invest into the entire stack. So we're talking from anything from the actual, transformers and how energy is created, fusion companies as well, even.
And what excites you in that space? Because I've done stories on, carbon cure, clean cements, clean steel, every different type, because I also cover real estate. So in the construction process and the building and the running of these systems, what excites you most in that technology?
So we really believe that AI is actually going to optimize and run this. Everything from actually creating of the materials like clean concrete. We're going to see emergence of a lot of clean materials. And and clean chemicals, all the way up to how we operate the data center. So for the longest time, we were talking about software-managed data center. Now it's going to be AI-managed data center, and that's going to go all the way up the stack. And I think the most exciting part, actually, at the end of the day, is how people are going to work. You know, if today I sit on the board of a large water company, and if today, you know, a person needs to drive, you know, 20, 30, 40 miles to check if something is working, that's never going to be needed again. All of that is going to be optimized and controlled by AI, and AI is going to predict if something is going to fail before it fails.
So I have to bring this into the picture because, as I keep saying, it's the elephant in the room. President Trump just announced an AI infrastructure investment backed by Oracle, OpenAI, and SoftBank. So big money going into AI. But he has also, at the very same time, rolled back, I can list actually, but I won't, the number of clean energy and sustainability acts, and basically tossing climate aside and turbocharging the fossil fuel industry. I just want you to react to that.
Look, I think if you just don't look at the headline of the Paris Accord or whatever it is, and look at this number, 500 billion getting invested in large gigawatt data centers for large learning models, right? Large language models. Now, if it is located in a place like Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Wyoming, where gas is available, Pennsylvania, what happens is these big data centers don't need to be where the people are because latency is okay. So when you build it there, you extract the gas from the ground, you produce the electricity to power the data center. Because the power is being produced where it is, the excess heat is used in something called absorption chilling to provide all the cooling. So you reduce the amount of electricity you need, you reduce the amount of gas you need. Unlike the grid, where you cannot do that. Then, because it is purpose-built for the data center, you produce just direct current, not alternating current, and then transform it again in the data center. Efficiency. Then what you do is, the CO2 coming out, using a technology like ours, which is highly concentrated, you put that back right where the gas came from, that's carbon sequestration. So nature cares about not renewables or fossil. Nature cares about the amount of CO2. Large initiatives like this will reduce the amount of carbon dioxide while at the same time utilizing the fuel that's available today and putting a blueprint for how to do energy-intensive businesses. So from my perspective, the outcome of something like this is going to be net positive for decarbonization while keeping America in the lead on AI, which is super important for us as a country.
I disagree. And you encouraged us to disagree, so I will. Look, I think you can make that calculus about the data centers, and it depends. But in general, technology is going to have an impact depending on which problems we point it at. So the real question is not so much the data centers and whether or not they're carbon neutral, which we can get them carbon neutral. It's all the applications and industries and what they do with AI. So the perverse challenge, which is known as the Jevons paradox, which you can look up, is that if we gain efficiencies, we tend to use more of that stuff. So if oil and gas companies are using AI to make oil and gas mining a little bit more efficient, then it's not they're going to do less and do it more efficiently, they're going to do more, right? And that's the case for all these industries. So AI is an accelerant on our growth in a broad sense, which of course produces lots of good things, but from a planet perspective, there's a panel about AI and sustainability. From the planet perspective, that's a challenge because we're already hitting up against our planetary boundaries.
I think you can look at it two different ways, right? All these applications are going to create so much efficiencies in so many places and reduce the carbon footprint. That's one way to think about it. The other reality, and that's the elephant in the room from my perspective, is either we are going to do it or there's going to be another country burning the coal to produce the electricity, create the data, and create for the world a value-based system in AI which is not congruous with the democratic value system. I would rather us use our natural gas
sequester that in the ground, be responsible, and build these data centers, than ceding it to some other country who we don't have any control on, that'll build the next bigger and bigger coal power plants and do what they do. It's not whether we don't do it or we do it. What is the better option? World is going to develop.
No, but there's no point winning a war, if you like, a battle like that, if the end result is bad for everyone because we've blown up the planet. So, I mean, look, let's get back to the real choices. The real choices about what we apply AI for. What I'm excited about, the thing that I'm, AI can make all these industries more efficient if we choose to just use it for those efficiencies and not for further expansion of those oil sectors and other things. I'm excited because AI can help us with fusion and other new energy forms. I mean, tokamaks, the main fusion design system, can be stabilized using AI. If we can really do that kind of technology, that can really help us. But we have to, it's all about our choices as society, as what we apply these for. It can help us with climate modeling. It can help us with understanding where the biodiversity is on the planet and how to protect it. But that's a choice. And right now, humans de facto, that's why this Jevons paradox is interesting to bring up, humans' de facto choice will be to just do more, and that isn't good for the planet. So
yeah,
from a
what are the guardrails, right?
Yeah,
What
so
William was talking about. So AI has an objective function, and we are setting the subjective function for AI of the world, right? Yeah. The AIs that are in our heads, and the AIs in all of this, all of the people. So this is the objective function for all of us. And right now, the objective function is we go as fast as possible at any cost. This is what it's telling me. And the interesting part is, and I agree with both of you are actually correct, but I think the interesting part is what is going to be an outcome of that. If we believe that at the end of the day, humans are going to deplete natural resources anyways, right? And we're going to just deplete them sooner, and we're going to have to invent this very same technologies just sooner rather than later, then so be it, right?
Not if we collapse the biosphere.
That's exactly right. That's exactly
Which we are dependent on for half of our economy.
That's exactly right.
So we better avoid that, and we don't know when that's going to happen.
Yeah, and the question is, are we going to be smart enough and predictive enough to manage the
and
bio
right now,
cycle?
we've wiped out over half the forest and 70% of life by population on the Earth, and that's not a good sign. So not just the climate challenge, which is exacerbating that, but biodiversity loss is a huge thing. So look,
I'm actually excited of using AI for reforestation.
Agreed. But not many people are doing that right now. Most of them are focused on
the issue is one of and. Okay, the issue is one of and. As a young kid, I moved from India to the US to study nuclear fusion. I have a master's degree in nuclear fusion. I believe in it. Is it going to, in the next 5 years, the technology winners and losers are going to get decided in AI? Fusion is not going to be around. Fusion will help to get something 20 years from now. So I'm super optimistic for my grandchildren to have a zero carbon economy. But anybody who thinks that 5 years from now we will all have a zero carbon economy, that's nonsense. Okay? It's just impossible, which means you have to take the best of fuels you have today, use it in the most responsible way, and it's a pathway, it's a transition. The energy transition, in my view, is like flying an airplane. We're changing in engines while we are at 40,000 feet. There are advocates who say, turn the old engine off and put the new engine. You'll crash. The old engine has to keep operating until the new engine comes on. So it's an and.
But I want to get to this overconsumption of AI because that fascinates me. And we were just talking about this in the workforce. You were saying that the better we use AI, the more we can do, and the less we need people to be sitting at computers all day using energy, and they can be doing better things. But his argument then is that we're just going to keep consuming more, and it's going to be even less sustainable.
Look, what we're saying is that we're extreme. Like right now, cognitive labor is extremely inefficient. There's a famous Berkeley professor that said that last century we multiplied the efficiency of physical labor about 50x. But during that very same time, we actually reduced the effectiveness of cognitive labor. This is the time, and he predicted that in 21st century, he's passed now, and we predicted that in the 21st century we'll 50x the cognitive labor. This is nurses, architects, you name it, right? And I think we are in the beginning of seeing that happening. So our cognitive labor capabilities are going to 50x. What's going to happen? Where are we going to apply these capabilities? We're going to apply it to solve the problems that exist in nature, to solve the problems that exist in our bodies. We will cure cancer. It's within the eyesight at this point, right? You were talking about the other night. We're going to find the next civilization, right? We're going to be able to do all of these things because our internal neural nets are going to be freed up for that. Which right now I used honestly clicking on things and over and over and over again.
Interesting. You guys are fantastic, but I want to give everyone here an opportunity to open it up for questions. Does anyone have a question they'd like to ask the panel? Just raise your hand up if you have one. No questions. Okay. Well, so let's continue then. I thought they were, because I'm fascinated by everything you have to say. When we look at the energy, though, that especially in water, and I want to focus a little bit because you've talked about electricity and that and renewable energies, but when we talk about water specifically and the need for data centers and you're monitoring water across the planet generally, and Bloom Energy is great, but they're one company. What are you finding about the use of water, the lack of water, and especially in developing nations that need water, and you also want AI there as well?
Yeah, obviously water is a huge challenge for the planet with this population, and especially in developing countries. Yeah, I mean, some of the things we're trying to do is things like predict, see early warning signs of algae blooms that are responsible for death of fishes in lakes and rivers and things like this, and also people. So get ahead of that with the early warnings. In general, we've got a new system that tells the soil moisture in the top 5 or 10 centimeters of soil across the whole world. Why is that useful? Because then if it's saturated, then it's likely to flood the next time it rains. That can help you to get ahead of floods, and do flood warning is going to be important because we're going to have more extreme weather events, whether it's fires or floods or droughts. And so the more we can warn about them and the more we can quickly understand them, the more we can get ahead and try to prevent some of the adverse consequences of them.
Actually, the water-cooled data centers are actually more energy efficient. So I'm not worried so much about the data center problem. I'm worried about the global problem that drier, hotter areas are getting drier and hotter. The wetter areas are getting wetter and more problematic. So from the same water company, I see that we have more floods and we have more droughts than ever before. And each year it's more and more and more. And we need to somehow accommodate for that. And this is where we need AI to actually start modeling all of these events ahead of time, using data like Planet's data, and then potentially actually change how we manage, because our water management has been completely guesswork. Right? We think that we're so green and we're doing the right thing and we're ecological, etc. The fires that are happening in LA, the fires that happened in Hawaii, all of these are completely mismanaged ecosystems, right? And we actually don't know. We just guess at how to manage them today, and we need to be able to simulate these conditions in silico in order to figure out actually how to manage water.
And if I can just to give a sense of the importance of this, it was a drought in Syria that led to crop failure, that then led to civil war and led to refugees everywhere. So this is not, and this is how security and sustainability are actually super coupled. This is not just some green thing on the side. This is why the Pentagon, every year when it's talking about its top risks, puts climate change right up there. It's not messing around. It's not because it's left or right policy. It's because it's just facts about the planet. More extreme weather events are going to drive those things, and they drive security risks, and they affect all of us. That's only going to happen more. And so the more we can get ahead, we could have predicted that there was going to be that crop failure and could have helped that. We didn't do that at that time. But that's the kind of thing that satellite data and AI can do to help our governments get ahead of that.
But you're saying that sustainability is obviously a global challenge, but AI globally, when you have all these geopolitical turmoil that's going on right now, how do you get AI to collaborate across the world to address these challenges? I mean, we can't even address...
Well, I think having consistent understanding of what's going on is a good starting point, right? A common understanding of reality. And that's the certain, bringing transparency to... And it turns out that the, images of forests in China and the US look the same, and so we can understand them the same, and it's a common understanding of reality, and that's a starting point.
Well, if you take any new technology, whether it is a cell phone, whether it's an enterprise software, leaders bring it on. When people see the benefits of it, other countries adopt. These things, when it's on a business level, on a human level, on small city level, really work and really expand. It takes leadership, and that's why America as a country leading in this is super important for not just the country, but for the rest of the world.
But the U.S. is not going to lead on sustainability anymore, not for the next 4 years anyway.
Us leading on AI,
Leading on AI.
is going to enable so many local governments to do what they need to do. You know, we keep talking about California as a wildfire. 2 cities got burned. It was a city fire. For 100 years, we have known how to control city fires. We just didn't put those rules in. We didn't do what we needed to do. We didn't have the right like firefighting where we needed it. Can AI help with that? Absolutely.
I'll give you the final word.
I think at the end of the day, it will come down to economics. And we were fighting economics for the last 30 years. We've been wanting to do this since Kyoto, right? I mean, and it's still, we're still fighting it because economics is not there. I think we're at the brink of where economics is so apparent because we're losing cities, because we're losing farmland, because we can't produce, actually. The economics is so apparent that we're going to have to deal with that. Regardless of how the policy looks right now, we're going to start deploying these technologies actually to solve the problems because those problems are so economically challenging.
And AI can be global?
And AI absolutely can be
collaboratively global.
Look,
we're facing incredible challenges on the planet, but AI and other tools are incredible tools to bring to bear on those challenges. I think that, and now it's up to human ingenuity and how we govern those tools as to what will happen and how the future of the planet looks.
AI is by its nature global because it takes the data from everywhere on the planet. And just because, and by the way, it's going to continue being open source in many of its forms, and it's going to continue to diffuse in every part of the globe, just like the internet. It's probably the best analogy to that. You can't really easily cut it off. Right? And that's why we're seeing it pop up everywhere. So it's by its nature, it's a global technology. Now, can we build it collaboratively? Probably, but that's the next set of questions.
But is it vulnerable to manipulating the message on sustainability?
Well, you have to worry about social media and misinformation and these things for sure around climate. But I mean, the good thing is, again, we have good sources of truth about what's going on too to counter that. And I think in the security realm, there's a whole field called open source intelligence, which triangulates using satellite data and people's cell phone pictures and then puts it all together to triangulate. AI can help us do that even more, to democratize the ability to triangulate, just like journalists have done for decades, you know? We can do that now, individual humans, but yeah, we have to be careful about misinformation as well.
AI, like any technology, it can be a tool, it can be a weapon, right? And it's up to us humans to decide how we're going to use it. What's really important is the ground truth. And what Williams' company is doing is providing that ground truth. We need more of that. And the AIs that we build and that we trust need to be built on the ground truth that exists in the world.
I would absolutely agree with that. Look, AI is a utility. AI is a utility. So a knife is a weapon. A knife is used for good purposes. 99.9% of the people use it for good purposes. Okay? And this is exactly how AI is going to be. And it is a tool. It just depends on how you're going to use it. The reality is, AI is only going to be used because it improves human productivity, yet reduces waste by making you focus on the right things. And if you take those as basic aspects, you're wasting less. You're producing more for lower input. By definition, those are the kind of things that not only bring environmental and other sustainability, but also bring economic sustainability. Ideas that are not economically sustainable will never get hold. So this is actually a real good thing.
And let's end on that optimistic note. Thank you so much. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot. That's been great.
That was such another fascinating panel discussion. I quite like the debate that happened there as well. Just to signpost what's coming up. So on the way in about 7 minutes time, we've got a Catalyst Spotlight session with the CEO of PETRONAS. That's going to be chaired by CNBC moderator Emma Crosby. Following that, we'll have a fireside chat with Schneider Electric, and we'll be discussing how they power the digital economy, keeping on course to reach net zero with Steve Sedgwick. Okay, but for now, and one session you don't want to miss right later on this afternoon is the future of news and democracy, something that's very relevant and on all of our minds right now. But for now, let's throw to CNBC live news programming.
People in Britain better off. And to get that economic growth, we need more investment into the UK. And so my message to US investors and global investors too is Britain is open for business. We want your investment. We're looking to reopen some of those trade links and investment links to bring more good jobs to Britain.
And you're meeting with folks like Goldman Sachs, KKR, Morgan Stanley, and others. I'm curious, since the other big conversation here is tariffs, both in terms of what the U.S. is going to do, we'll see, and whether there's going to be retaliation. What you think of that?
Well, first of all, I won't speculate on what may or may not happen. But I do understand that President Trump is concerned about countries that are running a large and persistent surpluses on the trade balance with the US. That's not the case for the UK. We are not part of the problem here. We, the UK, increased trade with President Trump last time he was in office. And there's absolutely no reason why our two great nations with such a strong and special relationship can't increase those flows of trade once again.
I'm curious, talking about two countries that may not have that special relationship. I'm thinking of the U.S. and China. You were just in China with the Vice Premier. By the way, the Vice Premier was here, spoke about this idea of protectionism leading nowhere. A trade war has no winners. What were your conversations in China like?
I went to Beijing and Shanghai to try and get a better deal for UK financial services firms that operate in China, like HSBC and Standard Chartered. And I was able, during that economic and financial dialogue, to secure licenses and quotas for big UK banks and asset managers that do business in China. That's in the UK's national interest. And that's what I will always do as Chancellor of the Exchequer, represent the interests of my country on the global stage, whether that is improving the ability of British businesses to export to China, improving our trade links with the European Union, or indeed strengthening the ties that we have with the United States, our biggest single trading partner.
Let me ask you about this. I'm sure you saw this. Elon Musk has been attacking your government on X. You've seen him. He posted just last week, he said, America should liberate the people of Britain from their tyrannical government. What do you make of the influence of Elon Musk, and what is the reaction to that in the UK?
Well, Elon Musk is entitled to his opinion, but he's not one of the people that votes in a UK general election. We had an election just over 6 months ago. We received a huge majority, a huge mandate for change that we're bringing, that change to grow the economy and make working people better off, those changes to improve our schools and our health system. And that's what British people voted for. And that is what our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, and me as Finance Secretary, as Chancellor of the Exchequer, are getting on and delivering. Right.
Let's talk about the finances, the economy in the country. And I'm thinking about the interest rate environment. You're probably not going to be willing to totally go there. But, there has been a global bond sell-off, and I would argue that the UK has been hit as a function of that.
Well, just before we began this interview, there was an update on what's happening in global markets. And the UK is not immune to what happens in global markets. But, I'm not going to provide a running commentary. What I would say, though, is that in the budget that I set out in October, I put out the fiscal rules that this government will operate within. And those fiscal rules are to pay for day-to-day spending through tax receipts and to get our debt down as a share of our GDP. Those fiscal rules are the bedrock of economic and fiscal stability. They're non-negotiable, and we will continue to meet them.
Chancellor, I want to thank you for coming in today.
Thank you
so
very
much. Appreciate it. Becky, I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, Andrew, thank you. When we come back, Silicon Valley Representative Ro Khanna will join us on the ongoing TikTok saga in Washington. He's introducing legislation to try and overturn the ban. We will talk to him about that and much more. He's also got Silicon Valley in his district, and we'll talk to him about what we've seen with some of these tech leaders heading to Washington. We'll also hear from the CEO of Goldman Sachs live in Davos, David Solomon. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC.
CNBC. Live ambitiously.
This is the game changer seat. Look, it even comes with binoculars.
Watch the markets open. Brought to you by Emirates.
Ambition to me is the American dream. It's why my mother came over from Taiwan. It's why people watch CNBC, because they want a better future. I was working as an analyst in Shanghai when my company landed in the news on accusations of espionage. I decided right there and then that I wanted to be on the other side reporting on the news. I love bringing transparency to complicated topics. I think it's so important for us to deliver the right numbers to our audience so they can make better investment decisions. San Francisco was built on ambition, a belief that anyone can disrupt any industry and change the world.
Tons of stuff to be done. The clear issue that we have that our trend growth has come down massively down. And we need to convince ourselves, certainly our political leaders, that it's not just about just growth and inclusive growth, but you have to have growth in the first place.
We are not, respectfully to Larry, a museum. We are at risk of becoming a museum. But who develops the latest vaccines? I mean, a lot of the innovation is actually happening in Europe. Yeah. You know, we have a huge amount of startups. Issue is that they start here and then they go to the United States.
We still have a significant part of our revenue in Europe. That is our traditional stronghold, even though we have grown our American footprint, we've grown our Asian footprint quite a bit over the years. But investors see our exposure to Europe, and I think there is skepticism about this. And the environment as it relates to global trade is complicated.
Deal, I think, is this, and I've met with owners of TikTok, the big owners. It's worthless if it doesn't get a permit. It's not like, oh, you can take the U.S. The whole thing is worthless. With a permit, it's worth like $1 trillion. So what I'm thinking about saying to somebody is buy it and give half to the United States of America, half, and we'll give you the permit. And they'll have a great partner, the United States.
That was President Trump's yesterday speaking about TikTok. That service briefly went dark in the United States over the weekend before being restored. President Trump now says that he would be open to Elon Musk buying the app if Musk wanted. Of course, he signaled over his shoulder and said, maybe you'd like it too, Larry. Larry Ellison standing next to him from Oracle. Joining us right now on this story and much more is Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California. His district is in the heart of Silicon Valley. In fact, on Monday, the congressman co-introduced the Repeal the TikTok Ban Act. And Congressman, thank you for being with us this morning. Let's talk about this. This act that you introduced was
Good afternoon, welcome back. It's time now for our next Catalyst Spotlight session. And to moderate it, please welcome to the stage CNBC host Emma Crosby.
Lovely to see everyone again. Ria, thank you. Please, sir, come and join me. Come and join me on the stage now. We have another fantastic opportunity to do another CEO Spotlight or CEO Catalyst. Please take a seat, sir. And we are going to talk a lot now about the energy transition for the next 15 minutes. And I'm delighted to say we have a really excellent opportunity to speak to someone who is spearheading the energy transition, particularly in Asia. It gives me great pleasure to welcome or introduce you now to Tengku Muhammad Taufik. He is the president and group CEO of PETRONAS. A big round of applause, please, Taufik. What you won't know is we've just marched you over, haven't we, from a lovely lunch that we were having the other side of the promenade. So you've caught your breath and you're feeling okay.
Yep.
But the food was good?
Absolutely brilliant.
Okay, excellent. And the conversation was even better, I hope.
Yeah, extremely insightful.
Okay, right. Well, let's get down to business, because this year's annual general meeting, the theme of WEF this year, of course, is collaboration for the intelligent age, with global leaders, and I'm sure you're talking to many of them, hoping to address what we call the energy trilemma. Could you first just explain to us how you see the energy trilemma and the challenge ahead?
I think the classic definition of the energy trilemma seeks to find that trade-off and that sweet spot which addresses security, affordability, and sustainability. But as the past 10 years probably has brought to sharp focus, particularly new centers of demand where Asia, I would like to point out, will be the home for more than 60% of the world's population and already set to contribute the lion's share of the GDP for the second half of the century. That question around energy demand and affordability has come front and center. To make the issue even far more complex, the situation we describe within our own corridors as polycrises, where crises and geopolitical infractions and invasions and market disruptions have fed off each other, we have seen almost a prolonged period of instability and uncertainty in markets, which has, I think, since 2 Davoses ago, brought the question of energy security back front and center again. And so for just maybe reflecting on the lunch, and I won't say it was under Chatham rules, there was a growing realization among some segments, there is a real threat that energy transition and sustainability as an agenda item is being pushed further to the right because of these emerging pressures on energy security, and not least of all, the latest piece, and I'm not going to comment on this, we're, I think, too early days in to read where the policy direction is going to come after the 47th president has come in and has already made some executive orders clearly visible. But where the policy landscape is going to head, all of this is up in the air right now. But where Asia is concerned, and where we come from in PETRONAS, where we serve the demands of at least the 700 million people who live in the ASEAN region, the issue of affordability and the pursuit of prosperity, I think, is going to be top of mind post-pandemic of every sitting government. While that happens, everyone in ASEAN is not a climate denier. All of the countries have got nationally determined contributions. 9 out of 10 members have got net zero aspirations and a timeline. We're in the front lines when we face climate issues and challenges. And in Malaysia alone, we have had recurring floods, and I think coastlines, 130,000 kilometers of coastlines in ASEAN are always under threat. So there's a delicate balance. In a region, at least where I'm sitting, GDPs per capita from $2,500 all the way to $90,000 per capita, GDP per capita, we're talking about different levels of affordability. And what we seek to bring to the world's attention is, as we feed and meet these energy demands, the issue of emissions cannot be ignored.
Absolutely. And I'd love to talk about your region in more detail in a minute. But first, just to talk about your company in particular, PETRONAS, as you say, you are the president and the group CEO of one of the largest oil and gas companies in the world. I think you control the 4th largest fossil fuel reserve in Asia. But you have really ambitious climate goals of your own, haven't you? Just to tell our audience a bit about them, net zero by 2050, an ambition to achieve 30% of revenue from non-traditional business by the end of 2030, which is around the corner, isn't it? How is it going to try and get to those goals?
So I'll try and answer the question in two parts. The real life experience of me taking on the job in 2020, just before the pandemic started, and then announcing towards the year end, by the way, everyone, we've got a net zero goal by 2050. Actually, some of the stakeholders in the group, when I announced it, asked me to read out my business card. My business card said, President and Group CEO of what is, in Malay language, Petroleum Nasional Berhad, which means the National Petroleum Company. Petroleum is actually in your name. How can you actually push for net zero? Some people even accused me of hubris. This was, you're too confident of what you have as building blocks to get to net zero. The reality was I did not make that call on a fly. We needed and we heeded the calls through either legislative pressures or consumer needs. We had clients asking for lower carbon or even carbon neutral cargoes of LNG. We are a mainstay player within the region for LNG. I think we still continue to have aspirations and ambitions to push LNG as a transition fuel. But increasingly, we realized that in feeding the energy demand of at least our region, we could not do this the same way. We pushed for differentiated barrels where cost comes alongside with emissions intensity of producing it. We incorporated clear direction and incorporated entities to pursue not only CCS, but a different special purpose vehicle to take on renewables targets. We have north of anywhere between 20 to 30 gigawatts, at least hopefully by the end of this decade. We're pursuing production capacity north of 1 million ton per annum for hydrogen, lower carbon, predominantly green. And of course, we almost have to prepare to cannibalize ourselves and be ready for the advent, and I think this was 3 years ago, but today you can see it. It is the green mobility challenge is there. It is eating them into the market share of ICE. Different rates. We're close to China. The proliferation of electric mobility is also there. So all of these, we need to respond to a business anyway.
Yeah.
So the call to get to net zero was not one done out of just a whimsy. We wanted to do it in order to remain relevant. We realized that, at least as we just celebrated our 50th anniversary last year, in order to remain relevant as an energy player, you had to become an energy superstore, providing everything from the core hydrocarbons, but more responsibly, more sustainably with lower emissions, and move on to preparing for System B, as you would call it, the new landscape and the new energy systems.
Yeah, fantastic. And we wish you well with that.
Thank you.
Looking at the region of Asia, it is fascinating because you have got many diverse economies. You have rapidly growing economies such as Vietnam and India, to developed nations such as Japan and South Korea. So what is the strategy across the whole region in terms of the energy transition and going towards cleaner energy? And what are you doing in terms of navigating that and trying to joining up the dots?
Okay. So it's fantastic that you pointed that out, Emma. I think the reality here is the sources of new energy, renewable energy, and the centers of demand are not usually in the same place. Example, Laos and Vietnam may be naturally abundantly endowed with wind resources. Where we stand, Malaysia has got a decent and healthy flow of hydroelectric projects in the funnel. North of our peninsula, there's potential for solar and renewables. But the connection, this ability to serve the whole region is not there. That calls for immense investments, grids, and the reality is we need cooperation. Now, I fall upon this window of time. There's a remarkable openness, and I think one thing my Prime Minister had reminded many people at Davos is that ASEAN has had little to zero conflict. Yes, we've had border conflict issues, but we've not had outright issues where disturbances and peace was broken by episodes of war. So it is an area of relative stability. It is an area where demand will grow for energy. So the right thing to do is make sure that interconnectedness is there, the ability to trade amongst each member with regards to the energy solutions that we can offer each other should be heightened at this point in time. And you mentioned Vietnam and you mentioned India. There are lessons that can be learned even from the policy decisions of these two geographies. I think India has done fantastically well with unifying that one grid at the same frequency that's enabled and unlocked a whole swath of green investments. Vietnam has been very well positioned to service burgeoning data center demands and also fuel green industry needs. But together, we all acknowledge that the intermittency issue is still there. The growth for industry cannot accept a non-round-the-clock answer. So there is still a role for hydrocarbons. But back to that statement I posited earlier, you cannot address this energy demand with intermittent energy, nor can you do that wantonly with high emissions hydrocarbons. So we're going to have to do both.
So regional partnerships, a must.
Absolutely.
Investment at pace, a must.
Absolutely.
And you're also the chair of Energy Asia, which we'd love to hear a little bit more about. And is that a vehicle that's going to help you get there, do you think?
Energy Asia was envisioned to be a platform where policymakers, players, financial institutions come together not only as a thought leadership platform, but also as a place to make sure commitments take off and turn into action. And I don't say this as a blurb to actually plug the event, which, by the way, I'm going to just opportunistically say is the middle of this year, June 16th to 18th.
Where is it? In Kuala Lumpur?
Kuala Lumpur, yes, come over. It's much warmer. And I can assure you that one of the things that we use to use that platform to demonstrate is action. When the world called for production of fossil fuels more responsibly, we brought together the national companies of the region to work together to commit with visible, measurable results. And you can go out and actually do this to see their commitments towards methane abatement, which is far more potent than CO2, reduce practices of non-routine flaring and venting of hydrocarbons into the air. And I think the simple steps, the low-hanging fruits, were immediately acted upon. Now we move on to the next step where policy shifts, discussions around cross-border linkages need to actually be crystallized and realized so that the connection that we so much need and so heartily desire can actually manifest themselves. And these are no small numbers. Malaysia alone needs a grid upgrade, and I don't want to speak out of turn from my utility compatriots, anywhere between 20 to 30 billion US dollars per year until the end of the decade, just to get it upgraded. And this is before having to deal with smarter grids, battery solutions. And imagine, multiply that across the 130,000 kilometers of coastline that we have to deal, and the 25,000 islands in ASEAN, and the capital call is just immense. That's the electron equation. And as we pass on this part of history, we need to move away from the fact that ASEAN is powered by north of 80% fossil fuels. If this is going to be displaced, it has got to be moving to cleaner fossil fuels, which is why we posit gas, and we need to start retiring coal. But then, what would compensate utilities in doing this? And overarching all of those questions is, can the consumer afford it? $2,500 GDP per capita versus $90,000 GDP per capita, different equations. You're talking to moms who cook with air fryers, all the way to moms who have to contend cooking with biomass and wood stove kitchens. The challenges and diversity of issues around energy policy are immense.
Immense. And you say in your own website, actually, it's a monumental undertaking.
Indeed, indeed.
Even though I'm sure you will do it. You also talk about inclusivity and how important it is to be inclusive of, those mums, right?
Yep.
Or all those families. So everyone's brought along at the same time. Why is that so fundamental, do you think?
I think if we're looking at a sustainable future and at the heart of PETRONAS' purpose, we want to become a progressive energy and solutions partner, not only for a sustainable future, but we want to enrich lives while we do so. We have had a long history of having a DNA of working with nations and host authorities to prosper and grow the societies where we operate. That's at PETRONAS level. Malaysia, which takes the chair this year, also puts inclusivity front and center. Now, we're here convening in Davos, and part of the theme this year is dealing with an intelligent age. And I think AI proliferates every conversation. Does the energy deficiency or the energy abundance accord some regions more ability to access AI? And would this leave some economies behind? Would the proliferation of cleaner, greener energy attract more industries to certain geographies while leaving others behind? So while we deal with all of this, the inequities may, as an unforeseen outcome, unforeseen consequence, end up widening the gap, and that's not the sustainable future that PETRONAS is working for. PETRONAS would like to work with host authorities everywhere to ensure that there is prosperity.
Yeah, indeed. And you had these conversations with stakeholders all year round, but Davos is where we kind of minds are sharpened.
Yep.
So can you give a sense of the conversations you're having and whether they're moving in the right direction?
The big worry is that energy transition and sustainability suddenly takes a back seat. Now, I think this is why I said the lunch before, and I shall leave them nameless due to Chatham rules. We've had financial institutions now owning up and being quite frank about the fact that whether you would be able to use public sector balance sheets and have concessional finance plug the gap where traditional financial institutions have come, I think they're looking at far more mature technologies. They're taking less risks because, as you have seen, a number of institutions have stepped back from their participation in Net Zero Alliance. And I think this may bode ill for this period in time because we cannot afford to wait. I think the planet won't wait. Emissions will still get worse. As we deal with this transition, and you may be confused now, you're speaking to an oil and gas CEO, is this a tree hugger? No, it's not. It's actually, I'm saying the two are not impossible to reconcile. You just need to operate far more responsibly and sustainably in providing energy to these regions that need them the most, and capital must flow. So it's a bit of a chicken and egg.
It is.
They were waiting for policy to accompany mature technologies, and maturing of technologies and policy wanted the capital to flow so they could actually bridge the gap between the shifts that would inevitably cost end consumers, not least of all electricity tariffs or changes in fuels. So I think the best remark I heard earlier was it will change people's lifestyles if you suddenly impose a $500 addition to a $1,000 airline ticket because you adopt sustainable practices versus a $5 change. So is it the consumer who's going to bear this, or is there someone in between who's going to step in and say, we're going to do this with a degree of transition that's sensible and still allows industry and transport to flourish, travel to continue, tourism to actually happen, business to actually prosper, while not costing the end consumer too much and making it unbearable. So we have, if that is one small aspect of how changes in policy and green premiums, how green premiums affect the end consumer, I think we've got a lot to think about.
Yeah. Sounds like you do, but a huge area of passion for you. We can tell that this is something that means a lot for you as well, of course, as leading a company that's at the forefront. So your message for 2025, what would that be?
It almost sounds so cliche, but the reality is capital will flow where returns can accrete. So insofar as policymakers all around the world push for a transition, we should push for progress over perfection and cannot let the good be the enemy if you can't get the ideal outcome. So I think progress over perfection is something that we need to hold on as a credo, whether you're a financial provider or a policymaker or an industry player. That's what's measurable, and we can't stop with this progress. So that's the end message.
Incremental changes. I'm sure you will get there. Thank you so much for your time. Tengku Mohammed Taufik, President and Group CEO of PETRONAS. A big round of applause for you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well done. Thank you, Sarah.
Wonderful, fantastic. In a few moments' time, we're going to have our next session with CNBC's Diana Olick. But if you're just joining us, come in, grab yourself a drink, take a seat. If you need to connect to the Wi-Fi, you can find out information on how to do that on the information on your tables. Log on, sit back, relax. Fantastic. Okay. Brilliant. All right. Okie dokie. All right then. It gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage. We're going to have a fascinating conversation on how we can create a sustainable future, innovating through change, exploring with 4 leading industry leaders. And to moderate this panel, we're going to welcome back to the stage CNBC Senior Climate and Real Estate Correspondent, Diana Olick. Please give a big warm welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm very excited today to talk about the energy transition because there could be no other more timely time to discuss it. So I'd like to welcome our guest today, a fantastic panel. We have with us Amjad Sesu, CEO of Enquest. We have Henrik Andersen, CEO of Vestas, Christoph Gebald, co-CEO of Climeworks, and Vishali Nigam Sinha, co-founder of Renew. So give them all a warm welcome, please. It's great to have you. I don't want to start on a downer, but I'm going to. I'm going to read you a list of what President Trump has announced in his executive orders. A national energy emergency. He wants to expand offshore and Arctic drilling. He wants to halt wind farm leasing and offshore wind. He wants to eliminate the EV mandate, pull us out of the Paris Agreement, and speed up permitting for coal, nat gas, and shale. So let's talk about the clean energy transition. Okay. First of all, if you would start, give me what your response to that is, given that this is your business.
I mean, the first issue is the US has been firing on all cylinders. And under Biden, actually, there was a huge increase in production. Anyway, so there was a peak in 2013. And then there was another peak in just before COVID 2019, which is around 13.2 million barrels a day. And then we've overpassed that in the last year. So I think, it's commercial cost and commercial sale price that determine the investment in oil and gas. And the US is such an efficient market that I think unless he changes the tax in some way, reduces
Which
the
is
tax,
possible.
Which is possible. So unless he changes the tax, which is relatively low, and that's why the US has been the most competitive. The US production of liquids outside of oil is almost 20 million barrels a day, by far the largest. They do 13.5 million, I think, at the end of last year. And they've become the largest, they've been the largest gas producer, but the largest, this last year, they become the largest LNG exporter also with the lowest gas price, because the US has a very low gas price based on all the shale that's there. So, it can fire on higher cylinders, but like I said, there has to be some extraordinary measures for that to happen.
And explain to everyone what your business is. Of course, I should have done that first, but how it would affect your business.
So the US is very competitive compared to anywhere else in the world. And the investment in the US is now outsized compared to the other parts of the world, including developing countries. And there's a huge push to continue investing in the US. And so we are outside the US, so our access to capital is lower, our cost of capital is higher. We're in 2 countries now, and we're expanding. We're actually expanded into a 3rd country very recently, and a 4th country. But in Southeast Asia, we're in Malaysia, first and foremost, and Vietnam now, and then also in Indonesia. And then we have our biggest business, though, in the UK. The UK has made a decision that they want to run down the oil and gas business, similar to what they've done with coal. So our investments are moving to Southeast Asia. However, the US continues to be enormously competitive and has effectively taken most of the capital. I'd say almost 60% of the capital investment now is in the US.
And Henrik, you're Ventas with wind, just so everyone knows. How is he's talking about rolling back investment in wind. Offshore perhaps hasn't been as lucrative as you thought it would be, but how is this going to affect your business?
First of all, it gives a lot of uncertainties, and I think it's not a new thing. That is a question mark from the elected president in the US around wind for different reasons, and let's not go into that. But I think on the other hand,
if we take US as a united country, a lot of states are having access to put different energy sources in play and have done it. There's been a US structure in and around renewables, both solar and wind, since 1992. As a company, Vestas, we have factories there. We have more than 6,000 people, and we have installed 45 gigawatts of wind across 40 states. So if you look at that, that means there are 36 million households in the US that are right now electrified by Vestas turbines. So I don't think the rolling back or what sort of is a imminent thing. So I think there's a couple of things that probably hasn't worked as good as it was intended to do. The offshore scale up in the US didn't happen in the time neither the 6 East Coast states expected it. So I think maybe that's a good thing to have a pause and saying, was there something there either the states or the industry or the government did get wrong? And maybe we need to learn from some of the places where it worked. When it goes to onshore, I will say there's 2 things. There is the new capacity to be put up, and there are the repowering of existing. There'll be probably some that will have an extra thought. Do I see it slowing down? Actually not, because with the other hand, you can pick up the phone and you can get quite a number of, especially within the technology sector, require for a lot more electricity, a lot more for green electrons. So I think there's a bit of demand and supply, and then there will be probably a day-to-day that settles in when it's not day one of an inauguration. So I think on the onshore, pretty much more positive in effectiveness and for competing on levelized cost of energy. It's faster, it's easier to do, and it gives you electricity within 12 to 18 months, which you will struggle to do with some of the other energy assets. So at a rate that sits right now competitively around $25 per megawatt hour, and that's difficult to beat. So therefore, let's talk financials, let's talk scalability, and there is when you declare an energy emergency, that's also because you want more energy.
Well, and that's something that I wanted to touch on, because we think that perhaps if he's rolling all these things back, that it's going to hurt the clean energy transition, it's going to hurt all the new technology that's going into clean energy, but perhaps it could just accelerate it. Because if the US is pulling back in the government side, that corporations, and maybe Vishali, if you want to talk about what Renew does and how you see that going forward.
Sure. So Renew is a clean energy company in India. We have about 11 gigawatts of installed capacity on the ground. Solar, wind, we have green hydrogen and carbon portfolio. So we're about 12, 13 years old. We're listed on NASDAQ, but our entire portfolio is in India across about 190 to about 200 sites across India. So we are also in manufacturing. We manufacture solar panels, cells, wafers, etc. And so the market, so from our point of view, it's business as usual. Of course, it's a dampener from a macro perspective for sure.
But does it make you more competitive?
So there is exactly to the point you made, that there is an opportunity in every crisis. And perhaps this is an opportunity, and this is not new. I mean, Trump was there in 2016, and the transition continued at a certain pace. And of course, when you have a president of the United States coming in, Sumant, my husband, and I, sometimes when we listen to these speeches, we would count the number of times, clean energy was mentioned. So it's interesting for all stakeholders, for, practitioners, investors, and, the world at large. But when you see the kind of message which is being delivered, via executive orders and so on and so forth, it's disappointing, it's bothersome. But as I said, there is an opportunity in every crisis, and I do believe that it's an opportunity for Europe, for Asia, Southeast Asia, India, all of us to step it up a little bit. It'll take time, but I think the transition will continue because it's not easy to reverse these
sort of, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. India's made a 2070, net zero goal and plan. So it's not going to be easy even for financial providers to just kind of pivot from their transition portfolios, which they've put in place.
And it's interesting. I was speaking with Simon Steele yesterday, the head of the UN, the COPs, and we were doing a panel on the COPs, and he said there is so much in corporate industry that is already going full speed ahead. It's not like you're going to retool your plants back the other way and change what you're doing this way when the investment has been made so much in clean energy that regardless of whether one particular government decides that they're going to pull back, maybe just for 4 years, maybe not, that the clean energy transition goes forward because it's profitable and because it's making money. And I want to move to technology now, and I want to get Climeworks in here because I'm fascinated by the carbon capture. It's very controversial. Some say that carbon capture is too little and it doesn't do enough fast enough, but you've been scaling up. Climeworks is a company that basically sucks carbon out of the air. I think I said that simply right. Okay, in these large plants. I visited one in Iceland recently that you just opened. So tell us how you see technology moving forward and if you think that there will continue to be investment in things like carbon capture.
Sure. First of all, I'd love to comment on your first question as well.
Oh, please.
My answer to that is two numbers, 1.6. Like stepping out of all of those agreements and energy transition programs doesn't change anything about the physics of it, right? Like there's an agency, Copernicus, they regularly measure air temperature, ocean temperature, and they just released their 2024 figures, and it's 1.6 degrees above pre-industrial. And when we, as human species, developed 100,000 years ago, the Holocene phase, temperatures fluctuated maximum of 0.5 around the zero, right? So isn't that an interesting experiment, right? So it's 3 times more than the time or the stability that we as species needed to develop. So this doesn't change anything to the physics of it. And the second comment I wanted to make to the first question, the beauty about humans is that we're all different and diverse. And I always see it a bit like a waterbed. If someone presses really hard on the one side, it'll come up on the other side. And I totally agree to what you said, right? In the first Trump administration, there was a coalition called We're Still In, right? When he stepped out the Paris Accord. And we saw a lot of leadership from the corporate sector during that time. And I expect similar things to happen right now, right? That, again, like the waterbed, it's somehow compensating or even overcompensating. And lastly, Trump has been a climate leader. He was the first one, and then answering your real question, to sign the world's first tax credit for carbon removal. That's amazing, right? He was the first one on Earth to put money, or a tax credit on the table. Now, with regard to your second question, the potential of technology, again, so I'm an engineer, I always try to answer in numbers. The global carbon budget to stay within safe limits is 160 gigatons of additional carbon, CO2 that we can emit to the atmosphere. And we're currently running at 40 gigatons per annum. So if you do the math, that's 4 years, right? And then the budget is expired. And exactly for this, you need technologies like ours, because the likelihood we'll blow that budget, presumably massively, is very high, right? So you need technologies or approaches in order to get CO2 back out of the air. We don't need it today in massive scales, but we need it in 2050 in massive scales. And we need a journey to get there. So our journey is, I'm glad you visited Iceland and you're reporting about it. That's very important. That's equally important as us doing the work. Our roadmap, or we are operating a plant in Iceland that is pulling several 10,000s of tons of CO2 from the atmosphere per year. You might wonder, what the heck? This is really small.
How much is that? Give us an
well,
analogy.
Well, we're emitting 40 gigatons, right? So they're a factor of million in between those quantities. However, our plan is to have 1 million ton carbon removal capacity annually by 2030. And our target is to be at gigaton removal capacity in 2050. So we have a very clear roadmap to 2030. So we're currently paying the salaries, the engineering, the site, the permitting processes for like a real project to get that done. And if you have this megaton platform in 2030, and you want to be at a gigaton in 2050, that's 20 years. And that's scaling 1,000 times. And that's what renewables, your industry did between 2000 and 2020. Solar in 2000 was a gigawatt globally installed. In 2020, it was 1,000 gigawatts, right? So those journeys have been done. The important thing is to take the next step and establish this platform and then scale from there onward. So I do think it'll be highly relevant because of the numbers I gave. And currently, we are on track. Like, we are running at a pace that will allow us to achieve those targets.
And Amjad, you're also in the business of decarbonization. Explain. And do you agree with what he's saying?
So just to go back, I mean, the IRA, I think that will continue because it will take a two-thirds majority in Congress to convert it, to reverse it. So, and there's only 3 seats extra in terms of it. So it's a swing of 6. So very unlikely to be reversed. However, the problem is the great volatility that we've seen. Because again, investments are long-term, very long-term in the case of carbon capture. And for those, you need to really have a 10, 20+ year window. So that's number one. So on carbon capture, I mean, I agree. I think it's an important part of the mix. Our carbon capture approach is merchant. So we're looking at transforming a terminal, an oil and gas terminal, which used to do 1.5 million barrels a day, largest terminal in Europe, and using the jetties to bring in liquid CO2, using the pipeline, the same pipeline we've recertified to take liquid CO2, using the offshore platform to actually process and then inject, drilling new wells. So the issue there is transforming and repurposing the existing infrastructure is extremely important because it comes, number one, at much, much lower cost, maybe 50% of the capex, and then also with a much lower footprint in terms of rather than building new things. Building new things costs a lot of footprint. It's competitive in terms of what we see is probably 20 to 40 pounds per ton. And again, I think we're hoping that we have a regulatory framework to enable it. The reality, though, is we have to subsidize this climate change. Gas is an extremely important part, and the reason we have reduced emissions in the UK by a factor of almost 60% is because we moved from coal to gas. So gas is an important piece. The US actually has had an economy that's doubled in size, and the emissions have gone down very slightly, 6 million tons a year. But that's also because of the conversion to gas, again, commercially driven. So we have to recognize there's going to be a reduction in purchasing power of people in the per capita per persons, because we have to invest in this, and I'm a full believer that we have to invest in it. I also believe that we need to make sure we have several options, including CCS, carbon capture and sequestration, but other options that we need to look at just to make sure that let the capitalist system pick the best option for us to go down. Another reality, though, is that the global north will have to subsidize the global south in this transition. And the reason for that is the electricity costs as a percent of earnings for individuals in the north, US, 0.4% on average. People pay 0.4% for electricity. The other extreme, also geographically, South Africa, people pay 12.6% for their electricity. So the burden on the global south will be much, much higher for us to do this transition. And the global north has to probably pay for that transition.
And Vishal, do you agree with that? I mean, you're in the global south.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Whether I agree with it, I mean, I agree that they must, but are they is the question as well, right? So I think...
Was that our...
Are they? I mean, the funds from Global North have been coming for way too long, and so I think we must just rely on what we can do, otherwise we'll just keep waiting. So I do believe that the private sector actually can step up in a significant way to do what is required, and then, of course, mobilization of other institutions, whether it is multilaterals, whether it is other sort of products, capital, blended finance, all of those things. It's going to take time, but I think the private sector, to me, for example, what we can do with respect to what we're doing on the ground for ourselves is important. And this whole debate of funds coming from Global North is, you expecting a flow and you get a drop is not going to help the Global South. So that's not really, I think, something which has worked out so far. And so alternative solutions are in order. And in my view, the private sector must step up and do whatever they can.
So if the onus is on the corporates, though, it's not to say that the clean energy transition and things like carbon capture aren't profitable, right? I mean, we're sometimes afraid to say that we want to save the planet, we want to do good, we want the clean energy transition, but it's also good business, is it not?
Kill the facts now in this sense, because it's become far too pendulum driven. So 20 years ago, you're right, there was a lot of investment needed, there was a lot of subsidized needed. If we take the wind solar to some extent 20 years ago, 99% of the world's establishment construction needed some sort of helping hand. Today, less than 1% of the global markets need that helping hand from a technology, from a levelized cost of energy. And I think I'm always scared when we have these bumps, when you do global transitions, and probably the energy transition we're talking about is one of the most expensive transition the world will ever do, because it doesn't come with the same excessive, what you can call efficiency gain that we had when we did the digital. So therefore, this one, it's physical assets that you are changing. You got 8 billion people that are changing habits. If I look at me, I have an electric car. One will say, yeah, of course he has, because he's chief executive of Vestas, and it would probably be suicidal not to. But on the other hand, if I look at my kids, they do exactly the same, right? And when they do a choice of where they live and how they live or what they do, they spend energy differently to what I did when I was 22. So there is a change in mindset of a consumer that also drives this. So therefore, when we, and I maybe maybe that's an age thing. I sort of think when you got these small bumps and where the pendulum starts maybe swinging a bit back, because I also remember in 2021, it was like when you walked around and Patrick Pouyanné was one of my good friends. I mean, he's never been not proud of saying he was chief executive of TotalEnergies, but it was not oil and gas, right? Oil and gas, I mean, it was almost like we got to stop it. That's not clever, because when you are in a transition, the worst thing that can happen is that you lose the trust and the confidence of everyone in the transition. Because if the light goes out or the energy stops flowing, then you have unsettlement of societies. You just need to go to villages, societies where energy comes out. We just, a few hours ago, we signed the largest turbine investment in Ukraine ever. And by the way, also the largest energy investment in Ukraine since the war started. And that is restoring electricity and energy to a society where the warfare is not about necessarily killing front line, but is as much killing the energy so that the population gets unsettled in the war. So therefore, energy means much more. So this is good business, one. Doesn't need subsidy, two. There's scalability of it, yes, but the energy transition will take probably 3-4 decades. So it's not happening overnight. And that's where I'm saying the pendulum swings now back and saying, hey, come on, we got to just put a bit of sense in, and US put a bit of sense in a couple of things. I'm happy to participate, and I know there will be a build-out, as you were rightly saying. Legislation is difficult to run backwards. And the truth of it is, when between 16 and 20, there was more renewable put in place than there was from 20 to 24 in the US. Facts.
Yeah, I mean, if I could come in, I totally agree with what you're saying. And I think just like we need to fund the hard to abate, I mean, they have to be, and we have to support them in their transition. The emerging economies like India are, on a growth trajectory, and that must be kept in mind as well. But the trajectory of installing and deploying clean has been pretty significant, and that cannot be ignored. So I think we really need to change the narrative a little bit and be agile in a way which makes logical sense for different stakeholders. So I think that is important, as we look at this transition. the pace at which we are deploying clean and green is really more important. You can't have a political leadership cut off electricity, as you mentioned, from rural households. In India, for example, to give you an example of what is being done, in 2013-14, when we started, about 40 to 50% of people did not have access to electricity. As we speak, 100% do. Right? So we have to be agile in understanding.
But it's also interesting in India, then you also feel when you have that, everyone have then tasted the upside of having electricity.
Right.
That also means when there then is a blackout, which I also happens to know is also happening in India on sort of a regular basis in most states, then you also see that you pretty quickly get used to, this is what I have, and especially our young generation, I mean, sometimes I say they almost breathe through the iPhone, right?
Right,
So
right.
therefore they are used to have
Yeah.
the electric tools available. And as I said, in India, I love your country. You just need to arrive in the fourth quarter and go into Delhi and try once or twice to have a pollution level that exceeds 1,200 units. Then you also know, we got something to get done here.
Yes, of course.
So the trend, we can't discuss it. We're discussing on the wrong trend if we want. So there might be a little setback and then trend continues. I love your long glasses in the panel.
So the reality is, again, for India, is that India still uses 77% coal to produce electricity. And so the impetus should be on where do we want to make sure we subsidize and we get the best dollar value. I mean, wind is definitely economic. Solar is the most economic. That's come down 99.5% since 1990. So it's 0.05 per watt now versus 10 when I was first looking at it in 1990. Very economic, obviously in the right areas. Wind also quite economic. The issue is still that the jigsaw there is the storage, because this is not necessarily continuous, and you need backup power, so you're almost double powering. But that's coming down, and we're getting close to that inflection point. So, but with all the capacity that's even in place, we are still, the emissions around the world. India is the third largest emitter, almost the same as the US, 5 million tons a year. China is by far the largest emitter, 13 million tons a year. And what China increased this year in terms of year on year is what the UK emits totally. The UK is down 60%, they emit 400,000 tons a year. So we're still going up, we're still looking at having a warmer and warmer climate. And we have to just recognize how do we remove, because there are a lot of CO2 that is not removable, hard to abate sectors, whether it's cement, whether it's aviation fuel, whether it's steel. And even with all the investments we're doing in renewables, we need to figure out a way to abate these hard sectors, because those are not going to be able to meet standards. And again, coal is still there. 100 years after oil became more prevalent, gas has become more prevalent since oil. Oil will also go away, but I'm just saying, these very hard, also the high emission fossil fuels have to be abated before we invest too much money on other reductions of emissions.
Well, then let me ask you, do you see that there's enough global investment going into things like carbon capture? Or are you optimistic going forward? And forget the US, put that aside, that you're going to see more investment?
At the moment, I wished it was more, to be honest. It's not enough. We are like where the first wind turbines helped me, Henrik, when were they, in the 1980s or 1960s? So maybe some 40 years ago.
Several hundred years ago, but that was really not wind turbines in that sense. But then we make bread and other stuff.
Our first installation was last year, right? Or one of the first ones. So we are early in the curve, so to say. We have not leveraged to the full extent the economics of mass production, economies of scale. So it's early in the curve, and early in the curve deserves some support. Like it doesn't need infinite support, right? But it needs early in the curve, it needs some support in order to get it going. And at the moment, the US has the leadership. There's a bipartisan infrastructure bill, $3.5 billion for building direct air capture hubs. There's the, as mentioned
But will that continue?
Yes.
I received a push notification that it was set on pause, which is very unfortunate, yesterday or the day before, as an executive order.
There's news.
Then there is the 45Q running under the Inflation Reduction Act, which is $180 tax credit. That's a beautiful thing, also helping in the steep part of the curve in order to get it down. So it's helpful. We have built plants without, though, right? The facility we have built in Iceland there's not a single cent of public support in there. That's enabled by beautifully low cost, low carbon energy that we can source in Iceland. So maybe the two can compensate each other, right?
And carbon credits, obviously.
Yeah, and then we do voluntary selling. So the business model is that we sell carbon removal credits to the tech companies, financial services, professional services of this planet, hard to abate companies in order to assist their net zero journey, right? So that is the current revenue stream. So either you have access to some financial support, or you have access to really low cost, low carbon energy. In a perfect world, a combination of both, and then you get this going.
I want to touch on something you mentioned a while back, but you were talking about infrastructure. You talk about how long it's going to take to have this clean energy transition, and it will be decades. But the problem is that while clean energy is moving ahead at this pace, infrastructure is moving ahead at a much slower pace. What are you seeing in your sectors, in your business, of any kind of optimism over infrastructure catching up? Because it's one thing to have wind power, it's one thing to have, solar power, et cetera. But if you can't get it where it needs to go, then it's worthless. So what are you seeing globally, not just the US again, but are you heartened by infrastructure coming back up, or you still see that as a major hurdle?
I mean, there's a problem in the UK already because there's a lot more wind. 50 gigawatts that will not be deployed because there's not enough infrastructure, and the cost for building that infrastructure will be in the trillions of dollars. Again, it's a question of where the subsidies needs to be put in. The World Economic Forum published something about the cost of the transition up to 2050, and again, it was a very high number, 275 trillion, 9% of global GDP between 2020 and 2050. Barclays has a number between 100 trillion and 300 trillion also over that period. So this cost of building that infrastructure, which is primarily that large number is coming from, is probably 1.3% of GDP for the global north, but up to 19% for the global south, because again, it's a very large number from across the spectrum. So financing that is going to be very challenging for sure. And as interest rates are higher, as inflation is higher, and as the cost of funding is higher, and as the world continues to be volatile about this issue, moving back and forth, it'll be more and more difficult to attract that capital.
And where do you stand with Vestas?
I'm smiling.
You're smiling.
Because, I'm smiling because sometimes we live in an age where we are used to now, got used to that it's instant. Everything is instant. Instant change, instant information, instant transitions. And I'm sort of saying, stop for a second. Because instant doesn't work. So we've forgotten to enjoy, we've forgotten to have passion, that when we see something working and the glass is half full, we actually get us in a depression over it. And I can't. I really think we got the technologies, we got the opportunity to scale. It will take time, but as we are so instant, we sometimes forget, there's not the capital available. But hang on, we might only be able to do, as a company, 3 or 4 projects at one given point in time before we lose the control over what we are doing. So the instant is one thing. So stay in the positive, and what you see working, I tell you what, as a company done now projects in 86 countries, I've not been in one single country where if the project was good enough and the offtake, the energy price in that area was stable enough, then there will be financing just like that. And if I can give you 2 points, very different end of the scale. China had a 2030 goals for renewable. When they launched it, everyone said, whoa, that's probably not going to happen. Financing, the scope, the magnitude of the challenge, they will have done it now, right? 5 years ahead of time. I remember in a private company like ours, and this is sort of provoking a little bit maybe the emotions in here, we said, come on guys, we can't be investors and not do electric cars or EV vehicles in some shape or format. And that was end of 19. There were 6 different models to choose from at the point in time. And everyone said, Jesus Christ, Henrik, all your high leaders, they will resign. I mean, they'll go work somewhere else because they want the fossil car, right? And we said, all right, we better take a bit of note of this. This could take until 2030 to change all those benefit cars. 4 years on, all done. Have we needed to fret any of our leaders to take an EV car? No. How many models do they have to choose from today? More than 50. It takes longer because they have longer time to really consider what model do they want. And it's 100% done. It's done by 25. So now in sort of saying it was 5 years ahead of time. So do we celebrate that? Yes. Is it fantastic to have leadership that walks the talk? Yes. So I think sometimes in this transition, we really need to talk to the positive, we need to talk to the positive examples, and then when there's something that goes wrong, saying, hey, let's bring it back on track. And for me, vehicles, buses, trains, I like Denmark. It's a small country. We have 5.5 million people. And today, the transition on cars and buses means that we can storage on batteries 2 gigawatt of electricity. So all the nonsense about it only works when the sun is shining or the wind is blowing. If we get a grid that has a dual responsibility to both charge and take back from the batteries, you actually have 5.5 million people that soon can run with a country storage through just the transportation. So if somebody have said that to me 10 years ago and said, yeah, won't happen. But as a population, it has already happened. So we are far into the energy transition. Nothing can stop it.
And given how...
If I can, like one more comment, I think, which is important when we talk about the cost of the transition, I think it's also important to talk about the potential upside. And the upside in that case is avoided cost in the future. BCG released a report ahead of the World Economic Forum with the title, The Cost of Inaction. And I think it shows something like an average 25% loss of economic power over the next decades if we're not acting. So if we take a 5%, or the 4 to 8 trillion annually that are required for the transition on 104, 106 global GDP, right? And compare that to potential loss, like if we don't spend that, and the potential 25% economic loss, I think it's a no-brainer, right? It's an absolute no-brainer. But unfortunately, very rarely, those two are connected, right? But I think it's important to always have them together.
And given what you said about how quickly the transition is happening, and we tend to ignore that sometimes, I have to talk about AI because we have to talk about it in everything we do. But how will AI even accelerate the transition, especially when, on the one hand, AI takes up an enormous amount of energy. It needs water. It's not very sustainable. We are looking at, cleaner data centers and how to make them greener, et cetera. And that was the last panel I just did. But given that AI is accelerating absolutely everything right now, what role, I would love to know from all of you, what role is it playing in your company and your particular transition?
Well, I think if we look at what we're doing from a business operations point of view, it's definitely, we have a digital lab, and what we can do is run multiple use cases, look at ways to increase efficiencies with respect to what we're doing, do things in a more sustainable way, and also just basically increase efficiencies. That is one. The other way, I was just on another panel before this one, where there is huge amount of possibilities, though we don't use it, but to be able to, when you're working in the area of carbon, like how do you monitor the work we're doing with respect to, agriculture or tree plantation, and just monitoring that and using blockchain to be able to sort of increase the efficiencies there. So I think that's an area where we can use AI and intelligent, tools and techniques to be able to do things more effectively and efficiently.
And how is it affecting your business?
No, I love it because we got more than 80,000 turbines standing around. And of course, they all have sensors. So we got a data flow 24/7, 365.
Oh,
so
that's great.
From the
What are they telling you? What are the winds telling you?
there is a climate change that I can testify to that.
Really?
That's for sure. So if you were in doubt about that. But the other thing, of course, it can do is it can do many things about how the asset works best. It compares inside the asset class, so it compares the same models with same models across different temperatures and different things, and that also means your algorithms will tell you nice and easy what is the preventative maintenance you need to do. So from a company perspective, there is an awful lot of things that this gives you. And I always say the AI, we focus on a lot of the things it will give us in addition. The other thing it will also do is the very simple thing, it will reduce stupidity. So that means it will sometimes tell us, shouldn't do that. You tried it before, and actually the best advice is don't do it, right? I don't know if anyone have one of these fancy things in the cars today instead of the map. I remember when we had map, but now we got a navigation, and the minute you hear this U-turn, you know, I probably didn't listen enough in the first round. And that will be exactly the same in many of the cases we have on the asset side. And one of the things I am really, probably the biggest upside we have when we pair the two is grid and AI. Because today we have seen grid as something we have invested in to compensate probably, I don't know, a few hours a day where it's really under stress of its limit. And therefore we all say, a bit of a public administration, we need to double the grid because there is this hour where it's all really burns almost together. So what do we do? Where in the future, AI will tell us, how do we limp through that hour? How do we build storage so we can use the grid for the other smarts available 23 hours a day? And that just requires that we have market leadership that dares using the AI. And listen to here.
Is it trustworthy enough yet, though? Not yet. I mean, to operate the grid, if you were to connect an AI system to the grid so that it could turn it on, turn it off, turn it up, turn it down.
You know what? All the hours I work every day, I sit with open eyes. So I trust it wholeheartedly to run and advise us to do maintenance and other things. Can AI do the maintenance and the spare part? No. So we still have to use more than 15,000 super well-educated colleagues that takes the spare parts and other stuff. But they are not spending the same time in doing the spare parts, and they're not spending undue time there, which they probably did 5 years ago.
So they're simply more efficient.
Absolutely.
Does AI play any role whatsoever in carbon capture and those technologies?
Yeah, maybe to add a dimension we have not talked about, or maybe a less intuitive one, is the market. You know, hyperscale or AI requires infrastructure, data centers to be built. It's maybe one of the most pronounced infrastructure build-outs of the last year. I think last year 200 billion invested, this year 220 or so expected. And those data centers require energy, and not all of which is renewable, right? We hear a lot about natural gas, cogeneration, and I read a report of one of the big investment banks. They expect by 2030 that AI will add 1 gigaton of additional carbon emissions, right? And it happens that the hyperscalers have among the most progressive climate claims out there. So put 1 and 1 together, this means that hyperscalers are really leading the pack when it comes to carbon removal credits in order to help the net zero transition. And that's a very important aspect because it really helps to power our industry. So hyperscalers are main off-takers of Climeworks and our peers in the field producing carbon removal credits in order to compensate for the unavoidable emissions and the embedded carbon in the chips they're buying to render their operations net zero.
So just on, I mean, I guess I'll talk about the aspect, which is actually the big important aspect about AI, which is, you know, these data centers and how much they use. And you're absolutely right. I mean, using a lot, and the cost of electricity is key to that. So there'll be a very large push for US to be the data center world, center of the world. But also in places where the Chinese companies don't work, they are focusing on an area we are, where we supply gas and low prices, similar to the US price at $3-4 So, and the infrastructure there is quite available, and there's excess capacity in the grid. So in Johor Bahru in the south, there's a very large development of, again, data centers. So what that's doing also is exacerbating the problem, because it's mostly natural gas, which is low cost. It's mostly these countries which don't have these climate impacts yet, or to a much lesser extent than Europe and the UK. And so in some ways, AI is exacerbating the problem. So from a perspective of emissions, we need to watch out. Again, I think we've all accepted, the European Union, maybe not everybody, but the European Union accepted gas as a transition source of fuel. So that's being primarily the fuel being used. On the other side, in terms of efficiency of AI, I think there's no question that the grid models and the AI used in grids work very well. We use that actually in our Arsalan boat terminal, where we have green power coming in, and when it's not available, we switch to.
So it's informing your operations.
It works very well. It's no question.
And you wanted to?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, I think it's important for us to learn ahead of the curve. We know that data centers need to use clean energy, and so if they have their own net zero goals, and they're in the supply chain of companies who are working on scope 3, it is going to be imperative for data centers to be using clean electricity. So we do provide a lot of clean energy to data centers. So we know that data centers are highly they have high emissions. So, the only way for them to do what they do is by making sure their scope 1 is in order. And many of their customers for whom they will be the scope 3 will not use their services if they don't comply. So it's a bit of a chain here. And so those are the ways in which you can use, data centers. And of course, I totally agree with all the sort of positive ways in which we can use data centers for smart grid management and all of that, and really increase the efficiency and, I guess, sustainability with which we can operate the grids. In India, we have one of the largest grids, but we definitely need to do something about it, because the amount of power we're going to be putting through it, clean or otherwise, is increasing in significant magnitudes. So that's another problem to solve for. But then the good thing also is that we have the largest grid in the world, which makes I guess, the transportability of electricity easier. Yeah.
And maybe throwing a little bit in here, because there's also things we don't need a total method from AI to tell us. If we sort of also see what we are doing with the energy, and therefore I'm a huge ambassador for, please never let energy become free, because then we don't know what it is we are spending. And that means there'll be a massive overload of spending of energy. And in reality, think about this. All the things we are pulling out and either burning or doing, it does not come back in that form. So there's also the circularity. So the circularity of, for instance, a turbine, we will now be 100% on a circularity. We can recycle the thing when it is 30 years on. So provocative facts, misleading statement out there. It will be rusty, it will be forgone. It's, by the way, spending a lot of CO2 in its lifetime and other stuff. A turbine goes CO2 neutral around month 6. Then it lasts at least for 29.5 years to go, and we then recycle the thing. That means it's not gone, it's not burned, it's then resources, metal, and other stuff that can be recycled into other things. So I think one thing is the AI, but there's also the whole thing, AI, we don't need to ask AI about if that's smart, right? And we don't need to ask AI about what should level pricing of energy be. But I think when we ended in 1819, hey, one of the topics in Davos in 20, Bill Gates' book was out, put the lines on it, and every technology was pointing towards that the price, dollar per megawatt hour, will trend towards 0. And that was, I think it's probably one of the risks we then learned in another way by the COVID and other things, that suddenly that was never going to happen. Positively, thank God it never happened.
For the industry, no, but for the consumer, I mean, say you have solar on your house you've bought your solar panel. But you bought your solar panel, that was your initial expenditure, but then
You are dangerous.
your power is free.
You almost sounds like my daughter sometimes, where I say, no, pause, breathe in, breathe out. If energy becomes for free, it becomes dangerous because there's no stop of what we are then going to use of energy. Please, that's it. Just think theoretically. Just close your eyes, let it drift. Imagine the amount of energy we'll be spending if there wasn't any price of it.
Well, there's also some, there's also some embedded carbon, right? You like talking about photovoltaics, you need to produce the cells, or about wind turbines, there's carbon fiber, highly energy intensive. It's not that, it's like growing on trees or somewhere, right? It's heavily industrialized, refined technology that has a footprint, period, right?
But so the solar for the houses is a small part of the equation. The big issue though is infrastructure, because again we can produce at 0.5 watts now. Solar and wind is maybe 2 cents or something now, so it's very, very low. But the issue is how do you get it to the right place, and how much does it cost to get to the right place? And because the governments kind of control that today, in some states in the U.S. it doesn't, and we saw how that didn't work in Texas, because again that when it doesn't fit together, nobody is responsible. So I do think there needs to be a central grid control. But that, to me, is the big elephant in the room, is the cost of this infrastructure over time. And I do agree, we're almost to the inflection point in lithium-ion batteries. It was 7,500 per kilowatt hour. Last year's 115 average kilowatt hour. So it is coming down. And the inflection point will be where then if you can store the renewable, that's low cost, but you still have the grid problem and you still have the transportation problem.
One thing before we run out of time, we just have a little bit, but one thing we haven't touched on is resilience. You can talk as much as you want about transitioning and all the great things that you're doing, and wind, solar, carbon capture, et cetera, but the climate is changing already, and we are seeing hotter year records every year. We are seeing billion-dollar disasters multiply year after year. How do you protect the actual energy transition, the physical forms of that transition from climate change, whether it's heat, whether it's storm, whether it's fire, whatever? How much a part of that is your business is that resilience?
For us, it's a very big part because we're anyway building our assets in location which are very harsh. Like we go to places where we have access to abundant renewables. Those are very windy places or very sunny places where you either have like ice storms, like in Iceland, we have, like as the name says, obviously,
and
ice.
volcanoes.
Yeah, so there's a decent amount of natural threats, if you want, that we're dealing with. The next plant will be in the state of Louisiana in the US. The hurricanes you need to deal with. We just signed an agreement with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to investigate the feasibility in the kingdom, and it's very hot there, sandstorms. So I think doing renewables or like powering with renewables, you're used to working in environments which are anyway quite harsh.
And I imagine with wind turbines, I mean, what amount of investment do you have to do to protect your assets?
No, but it's tested to the ultimate, and we test it until it breaks. In that sense, but I also had a call from a very good partner and a very good customer of ours, and he obviously have had a hurricane or a tornado coming through, and there was wind speed up north of 200 miles per hour, and he sort of a bit disappointed phoned and said there was 2 turbines that turned over, and said, are you designing that they should not resist? So I said, yeah, they should resist, but I mean, they can't resist anything you can think of. And therefore we can do earthquake to a certain level, but you show me a grade 9 earthquake or a tornado. At some point in time, things will turn over. And that's where I'm saying it's sort of what we are testing now. It's either heat, rain, wind. If it's within normal storms or heavy cyclones or whatever, things still standing. And I think that's a testament to how far the technology has come. So we whenever it's more than 10 meters per second, we don't have colleagues sitting in the top of the turbine, because then you are actually sitting at sea. So you will come down and be seasick because that's how it moves at 150 meters height in the top of a nacelle if you're doing service on a turbine. So we know that, and we design for things to last rather than. So I think it's nothing else than you homeshore your people offshore from a platform if it's bad weather indeed.
Right, because you do have to protect your supply chain. It's not just your turbines, et cetera, but it's your supply chain and it's your workers, correct?
Yeah. So I think if I could come in on that, it's just a part of our climate risk management planning, which we do on an annual basis, courtesy all the reportings and so on. Whatever the question is around all the acronyms, but I think they're quite useful in helping you, follow these very systematic approaches to decrease the risk associated with climate. So it's a large part of what we do. We get rated for it. One of the ratings we've just got is highest in our sector globally. So it's just a validation of what we're doing. It's a validation of what we are doing will probably decrease the chances of our exposure to climate risk. So just to answer your question, validates what we do, and it's important for us to look at all the associated issues for climate risk for all our businesses, and we do it rather systematically year on year.
And just to end on a high note, who would like to say what they are most optimistic about in their business? Come on, please.
So, I mean, I do feel it's an evolution and not a revolution, and it is a transition. We're certainly making massive amount of progress, and we're certainly seeing the cost curves coming down for alternatives that will make sense in the long term. So, if you had told me when Enviromina started the solar business that we can go down from $3 to 0.05 cents, I would have thought you're smoking something very potent, but it's happened. So again, the same thing will happen with lithium-ion batteries. The same thing has happened with wind. So it's extremely positive that we've solved this, and the capability and the technology and the actual acceleration of the technology that we're seeing, it will provide solutions. I'm absolutely confident, and it'll be costing less than what we think it is today, because it always does. It's just a long path, and we always have to recognize that we need to make sure we continue on that path.
And we'll end it there. Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for our wonderful panel? Thank you.
Okay, so if you're just joining us now, do come in, grab yourself a drink from the refreshments bar at the back there, and do sit down for this next panel, okay? This next one is going to be a fireside chat with Schneider Electric. So this is something that you're going to definitely want to sit down and get comfortable for, okay? Brilliant. Fantastic. Okay. Right. We now have our fireside chat with Schneider Electric on powering the digital economy, keeping on course to reach net zero. Please give a big warm welcome to the stage, CNBC's host, Steve Sedgwick.
Thank you very much indeed. It's an absolute thrill to be here. I've been speed dating all day from one geopolitical issue and one huge topic here in Davos to the next as well. But anyone who knows me knows that sustainability, in fact, the two next panels I'm on food security a little bit later on, but also sustainability are the causes closest to my heart, and actually in how businesses and society and governments and just about all of us can move in the right direction and do it profitably as well. It doesn't have to be something that falls by the wayside of growth, because as we know, from every single government, whether it's across the EU, whether it's in the United States, whether it's across Asia, growth is absolutely pivotal. But at the same time, we need to keep on track with Paris. And keeping on track with Paris is proving very difficult. Let's be honest about it. We are failing so fast, but how can we do it, and how can we do it profitably as well? So keeping on course to reach net zero. But I really want to emphasize over the next hour or 45 minutes to an hour that actually it doesn't have to be at the expense of profit. And with that in mind, I just want to say a couple more points. 1 in 6 of the world's largest companies aren't even bothering to meet their own targets at the moment. They're not on track to meet their own targets. How do they stay the course? Well, there's a whole host of reasons, isn't there? They need better investments, better innovations, private partnerships, collaboration, all of these elements put in to try and meet net zero goals by 2050 as well. What I want to do, though, is start off with a conversation with a man who, he's already said one thing to me, which I really resonate with as well. He said, look, these are complex issues. Let's not try to eliminate complexity. Let's actually go into the granular detail. And when we do that, we'll be more knowledgeable and we'll make greater strides as well. So with that in mind, I want to welcome to the stage Amar Paul, who is the President of North America Operations at Schneider Electric. Good to see you. So this is complex. And people who try to make it very simple very often say, we have to do this or we have to do this. And I'm not here to say nice things about Schneider Electric, but one thing I do know...
You can, though.
I can, and I probably will. But under the various managements that I've had the pleasure of working with at Schneider Electric over the last 10 years, one thing that's become very, very clear, you can create a stunningly profitable company and really make great strides on sustainability as well. I think you've just been named again, this company, for one of the most...
By Corporate Knights as the most
sustainable company in the world. Tell us a little bit how you do that and you remain profitable.
Look, I think the most important thing is we think about sustainability as a process of identifying and reducing waste in our system. And we can talk about all sorts of labels, but when you approach it that way, any basis of continuous improvement in any system is about that. Identify the waste, deploy the process, eliminate it, start over. And that's what we've been doing across the system in our own operations and with our customers and partners. And some things we try work exceptionally well, some things don't work, and we learn and we iterate. But that journey to say it's about the work and not about sort of certain, goals or virtues, I think that combination has made a real impact to how we operate. And the last thing I'd say is this idea that doing the right thing and being financially successful are at odds, I think we've proven is not true. And we're even more excited that we're proving that with our customers. So our customers are using that technology to both be good and do well.
Where are you finding it hardest to explain to people that they can go on this journey, but they need to invest and they can reap stunning gains as well? It seems to me from what you've just said, it's a no-brainer. You can do both. Where's the biggest barrier to
I think what most people get concerned about is the same thing they get concerned about with change management of any kind, which is we've always done it this way. And there's a risk mitigation to that. And, go to any AI panel that you'll have over the next few days. What do people talk about? They say that technology is not the barrier. The barrier is the change aversion that any processor company has. So we can talk about, energy vectors and supply-side mix. We can talk about the grid. We can talk about, how people are thinking about technologies. But I will dismiss all of that in favor of the fact that it is the change management inside the organization that is true for AI transformation. It's true for sustainability transformation. I'll give you one example. We have a facility in Lexington, Kentucky that is 64 years old. Governor Beshear is here. We're going to spend some time with him. We decided in this facility to start giving our people, the people on the ground who've worked in that facility, access to these technologies. We gave them a small budget and we said, go iterate. After 5 years, that 64-year-old facility is a World Economic Forum Sustainability Lighthouse. And it got there because they started experimenting. So the most important step in a sustainability journey is to begin and start driving the experiments. And if you're afraid of doing something big, start with something that feels more manageable. But start, because you'll learn so much more by doing than having the debate.
And I think, look, we're not going to get into politics. I promise you, we're not. I don't need to. I'm having too many of those conversations anyway. But that is a great example of how you talk to the client as well. It can be Kentucky, It can be Texas.
Absolutely.
It can be somewhere in Boston as well. And off air, you've given me some really interesting examples as well. If you talk to people in the language that they understand about the profitability of this and actually what it's going to save you as well, and how it's going to actually avert a lot of the potential risks from not doing it, it doesn't matter about the politics. It doesn't matter whether it's red or blue. It doesn't matter whether it's Labour or Conservative in this country as well. So you need to talk to people in their own language as well. And I know it sounds a silly little thing, but I think it's actually really important, rather than going, we want you to be more sustainable, we want you to be greener. That might turn off a lot of people in southern United States. But actually, if you talk to them in terms of what this is going to do for you, that's really important, isn't it? So it's how you talk to people.
We were talking about how all of us keep up, right? Just the human aspect of being well and being resilient and keeping up these demanding schedules, right? A lot of that is about eating healthy, getting enough sleep, blah, blah, blah. Basic things that we all told to do that it's harder to do consistently over a period of time. I think most of the time, change management and how we drive people to drive the right outcomes in their organization is about getting the basics right. And you're exactly right. We, to quote Jean-Pascal, we are not optimists, we're not pessimists, we're activists. So we believe in doing the work and beginning. And I think the biggest call to action, whether it's companies, communities, individuals, is begin the work, invest, and learn iteratively. And I think that's the fastest way to make an impact.
And I think all the best technologies, I mean, you only have to walk up the top drag here. And I've been here many, many years. And, 1 year it's SPACs. Another year it's Bitcoin. Another year it's cloud. And this year, as you all know, it's AI. And it's set to be so, I guess, for the next couple of years as well. So you're also at the same time embracing these. You have some core amazing technologies, but actually the latest zeitgeist is also part of what you're selling to them as well. So by emphasizing for some people the latest shiny thing in AI and actually giving them practical applications, that's really important as well, isn't it?
It is. And look, 70% of the technology that we have, or the technology we have will get us 70% of the way there in terms of our decarbonization goals. So first headline is this is not a technology availability problem. The technology we need to make substantial progress exists today. Coming back to AI, AI is about using data in a more effective way with agents that help you solve certain process problems. So let's break that down a little bit back to the complexity point. What do you need? You need good contextualized data. You need a good understanding of your process. You need clear goals of what you're trying to optimize. And then what AI allows you to do is do micro adjustments much faster than human intervention would allow you to do. The foundation of that is building digital infrastructure. And that's something we've been talking about for a very long time.
Well, yes,
digitizing
exactly.
your enterprise.
Yeah, let me just jump in there as well. When I've had my conversations with, again, the managers, the CEOs, the chairmen of Schneider Electric over the years as well, I don't recall up until maybe 12 months ago mentioning AI. I do recall lots of Internet of Things. I do recall lots of digitization. I do recall lots of automation conversations as well. And what I guess I'm pointing at is you were doing all these things without actually saying, yeah, that's AI.
Yeah, and look, I think the mechanism of generative AI gives you a way to query data that is different and new, and we can add that on top. But you're not going to query if you don't have good structured data. You're not going to query and deploy it if you don't have process. So you're exactly right. We've had the privilege with Aviva to build one of the largest industrial software companies in the world. We're super excited about bringing that capability. We think sustainability or efficiency is an outcome of digital transformation of energy and automation. And that's exactly what we're able to do. So we've been on that journey for a long time. Our customers are reaping the benefits, and AI is just going to catalyze that even more.
Can I just ask you one question about ecosystems as well? And it's something I, again, had this conversation many, many times as well, but taking an ecosystem with you as well, that's really important for Schneider Electric, isn't it?
It is, because take AI, right? One of the big debates right now is the amount of energy a data center will use when generative AI is being deployed. And there's a lot of conversation, whether it's in places like Ireland or even parts of the US, where the grid and the grid stability as we deploy this capacity is a concern. So that's one issue. At the same time, that AI capability redeployed into industries, homes, transport systems can allow for so much aggregated efficiency that over time that incremental load is optimized. But that conversation can happen with a singular company. It can't even happen with a series of companies. It is public sector, private sector, industry movement. So partnerships are critical to the collaboration, which is why the theme of this event makes so much sense.
I want to ask you about government policy a little bit as well, without, again, getting into politics, if I can do that. We are seeing, there was a headline out of the UK today. Here you go, I'll find that one as well, which is a relief to your team because I'm not mentioning headlines out of the United States. Here it is economic growth must trump, bad word, economic growth must trump net zero, signals Reeves in split with Miliband, Miliband being the energy secretary. This is a Daily Telegraph in the UK. Economic growth has to trump other things, prioritise economy over cutting carbon emissions. How much does that infuriate you?
I think it's just misguided because if you want to have the most efficient, competitive system, you want to have as little waste in your system as possible. You want to optimize your system as much as possible. You want to be deploying continuous improvement strategies. And when you do those things, those two things are not in odds, right? There are very few long-term capital investments at a public policy level that you can talk about in terms of source energy mix or grid investments that you can have a certain debate about. But for 90% of the efficiency outcomes you're trying to drive, that trade-off just doesn't exist because you're doing the same things anyway. And I think what good government policy should be doing is incentivizing, especially small and medium enterprises that maybe don't have the resources to go faster and lean into that direction. And I think if we can get, the average citizen to do the right thing without compromising their quality of life and making it more cheaper for them, if we can get SMBs to do it, that critical mass that you can catalyze, which only governments can do, can make a big difference. So I understand the sentiment, but I think a lot of it doesn't have to create that conflict.
No. In terms of the biggest barriers as well, and I don't want to end this on a negative note as well, but what do you find the most challenging thing? Again, we've talked a little bit about naivety and about not understanding the complexity as well. What are you finding is the biggest challenge to sell the message, actually, that it can be both?
So one is just change management. I already talked about that. The other, I spent the first part of my career in the tech sector, and I think the tech sector, and I love the tech sector, does an incredible job of getting people excited about a future that doesn't yet exist. And the industrial sector invents the future and forgets to tell people about it. So I think we have to do collectively, all of us, a better job.
That's interesting, and I know I've got to move on, but the technology sector, it does a brilliant job of selling people a future that doesn't exist. And that's a really important takeaway right at the end here as well. The industrial sector
invents the future and forgets to tell people about it.
Is not as smart as the PR.
Yeah. And by the way, look, that's part of my job. So basically, I'm telling you, I need to do my job better, which is what today is about. But I think I'll go back to that point. 70% of our carbon reduction goals can be achieved with the technologies we have today that are commercially available and viable and deliver economic returns and timelines that would make most CFOs happy.
Yeah.
That's the headline.
Brilliant. Well, let's leave it at that. I have to move on because the lady in my ear who I took out of my ear yesterday tells me that we need to crack on as well. So,
well, thank you very much.
Emma Paul, it's been an absolute pleasure meeting you. President of North America Operations at Schneider Electric. Thank you, sir. Indeed. Well, we've got an absolutely fantastic panel for you, actually, really top-notch, coming up in a couple of moments' time. What I'm going to do is just, in the meantime, give you a little scene-setter video of the message we're trying to get across here today.
Since the signing of the Paris Agreement, countries and businesses across the globe have set numerous net zero targets. Renewable energy is being added to the energy system at an unprecedented rate. And the IEA projects the next 5 years will see the fastest growth yet. However, global population and energy consumption continue to rise, resulting in increased worldwide emissions. The private sector has a vital role to play in achieving net zero, but many companies are falling behind. According to a recent Accenture report, only 1 in 6 of the world's largest companies are currently on track to meet their targets, while almost half are seeing a rise in carbon emissions.
Trying to transform a fundamental system at a pace is costing an awful lot of money without much effect.
The increasing pressure on companies to be environmentally responsible brings several challenges. Creating sustainable supply chains and operations often takes time and significant investment. Current macroeconomic and geopolitical uncertainty can also slow down the rate of progress. What are the initiatives, investments and technologies helping companies increase energy efficiencies and decarbonize to meet their net zero goals? The debate also continues on whether power-hungry AI will be a friend or foe in the climate crisis.
We're looking at consumption of electricity doubling within data centers over the course of the next few years.
AI is also fast becoming a game changer in both climate sustainability and measuring climate risk.
How vital are government policies and regulations when it comes to sustainability efforts?
The SEC is talking about transparency on climate for companies. The EU has passed legislation for transparency. So we're moving in that direction, and we have the tools to do it. Governments need to mandate it.
Significant milestones are in sight, and with many missed targets already, companies across the globe must accelerate and scale their decarbonisation plans to meet their climate pledges, securing a more sustainable future for us all. Welcome to CNBC's IoT, powering the digital economy debate as we focus on keeping on course to reach net zero.
So that was to fill time to obviously put the chairs in, but we got the point, didn't we, as well? How do we keep on track? There are so many challenges, and there was a word in there as well, or two words, which made me think it was power hungry. That covers a lot of ground, doesn't it, power hungry? Anyway, let me get this panel on stage as well, and we can get into some real detail on this one as well. I can see straight away someone I've loved debating with for many years, on and off camera. Ilham Kadri is the CEO of Science Code. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Catherine Garrett-Cox is there as well. I can see the CEO of GIB Asset Management and chair of CDP Worldwide. Lovely to see you, Catherine. Sandhya Jambo, someone I've loved chatting to as well, CEO and Executive Director of the UN Global Compact. Always a pleasure. And somebody I've never met before, but I reckon he's going to be really going for a good conversation, is Scott Jacobs, who is from Generate Capital. Scott, lovely to see you as well. And the best panels are the ones that I don't talk too much in. The best panels are the ones with these experts, because we heard from Amar Paul as well, that actually there's nothing wrong with having experts talking about stuff. We don't have to make everything stunningly simple. It is important to have a degree of complexity so we can get down to the deep, meaningful issues. Like, in no meaningful order, but I'm going to start with Ilham because she's next to me as well. Then we'll move down the line. I'm going to ask you just a really easy opening question, and we'll go from there as well. I think it's really tough to stay on track. We know that we're not on track for 1.5. We're not on track for anything really at the moment as well. It's challenging as well. But the question is keeping on course to reach net zero. How do we keep on course to reach net zero? And I will ask the same question all the way down the line, and then we'll digest some of the points. Ilham.
Yeah. Well, thank you for having me. It's not easy, you're right, because there is no harmonized regulation. There is not a single carbon pricing around the world, and Trump administration just walking away from the Paris Accords. I'm sure we'll come back to that. Listen, for our company like Schneider Electric before here, it's not about just sustainability for charity. We are doing it. Of course, we have values because we want to leave a better planet for our kids. But sustainability means profitability. I give you one data point. I had the honor to lead a company called Solvay, a 160-year-old company who is representative of the hard to abate. We were using coal, etc. We cut our emission twice what Paris required us since 2019 while doubling our returns. Doubling them, right? Almost doubling them. So I think for us, it's about cutting the waste, the bad costs. It's about taking that cash and reinvesting it. And actually, one of the magic inside our company is that we had an internal carbon pricing. We didn't wait for the regulator. We were taxing ourselves from the right pocket, the left pocket, and then we trained the muscle, right? And we started understanding where we can be good at. Number two, climate change means physical risks. When you put your enterprise risk management, you have to look at risks around your manufacturing sites. We're a manufacturing company. Look at what happened in LA. Look at Texas. He talks about that. There was an energy island in Texas, right? Because the grid was not stable, so our plant couldn't operate anymore, which means losing business, losing your customers. So it's about physical risks. And you have to mitigate, you have to adapt to build resilience. That's also important. Any businessman or woman would want to protect your property, right? And I can go on. So I made it a podcast. I'm making some publicity. And it's the future, A&D, sustainability and profitability.
But in terms of how it's being painted, and I'll walk around the politics at the moment as well, but it seems to me that Europe is pushing ahead.
Yeah.
China is pushing ahead in its own way, although it's got its own issues of getting to net zero, and we know they've got a huge reliance on coal as well. But why is this being painted as a transatlantic divide, do you think, as well? Europe regulates, US innovates, Europe has windmills, the US has LNG. Why is it being painted so simplistically as that?
I think, unfortunately for Europe, Europe had, a noble perspective and a target called Green Deal, but they messed it up with the how over the past 5 years because we lost in competitiveness. So Europe now, the big elephant in the room, and I was happy to hear President Ursula von der Leyen yesterday to talk about competitiveness, specifically for my industry. Again, I'm representing the chemical industry, the hard to abate. It's not a sexy industry, but we are the mother of all industries.
Yeah,
without us, nothing works. So we need competitiveness to keep jobs and to keep manufacturing. To give you a data point, 11 million tons capacity shut down in Europe between 2023 and 2024. This is 4% of the capacity available in Europe. So obviously, the skeptic can say, look at Europe, it doesn't work, So we are not debating the what, but the how, and thank you for starting by saying you need experts sometimes to talk about the stuff.
You experts daunt me, but I still like to listen to you.
No, but bring experts under the tent, right, to discuss the how. Yeah. If the how is messy, you will never get the what. And by the way, it's not a linear, path. So listen, I hope that Europe is going to fix it. I think the Trump election and the new administration is a wake-up call, another one for Europe. And hopefully with the 28 regime and whatever Ms. President talked about it yesterday is going to help Europe to rebuild competitiveness. Because the energy price in Europe is 4 times higher than the US. So if we don't do something different, industry is going to leave.
But I mean, we talk about Trump and we have a different view of him over this side of the Atlantic. I get that, but he comes across in an extraordinary manner and he's an extraordinary. Let me do a poll. Here, I've completely changed things. Everybody in this room, including you, who thinks Trump could be good for Europe? Not many. I'm going to put my I'm going to put my hand up. I think it acts as a galvanizing factor.
Absolutely.
Who thinks Trump will be bad for Europe? It's probably about halves. And some of you don't want to put your hand up.
Yeah.
Sorry, did I not tell you this is an interactive panel? I'm doing this every couple of minutes. No, don't worry, but I get the point. I mean, it's pretty even as well. Catherine Garrett-Cox as well. Why is it so difficult to remain on track?
Well, I think it's a classic case of sometimes these questions just seem almost insurmountable. They just seem too big. And so
every marathon, one little step.
Exactly. So what I was going to say is actually, I think one of the great things about the annual meeting and the many conversations we all have is that it's really evident that everybody is doing something. So, there are some basic things that I think we need to keep on track. We absolutely, from a private sector perspective, given the sort of importance of the private sector in tackling climate change, we absolutely need to make sure that we've got clear targets, that we've got roadmaps, that we've got mechanisms like CDP to hold people to account against what they're doing. There are also some very practical things. We need to both, look at our emissions, reduce them. We need to, inside corporates, have a strong culture around tackling these big issues, such as climate change. And I think most importantly, and I have seen this shift actually in the few years that I've now been coming to the annual meeting, but there seems to be better levels of understanding within the boardroom. Why do I say that matters? Because it's all very well and good if we as CEOs sit and say this is important, but if you don't have the air cover and support and encouragement from your board of directors, it's just not going to happen. So I definitely think that is important. I think the other thing that I've definitely seen a shift on, but I have hope, despite some of the sort of black moments that we're all facing right now, is to say it is definitely shifting, and these topics are being more and more embedded within corporate strategy. I think long gone are the days where it's stuck on the side as a bit of an afterthought. There is most definitely this sense that I'm observing that I actually liken it to probably about 10, 15 years ago, we'd come to this gathering and everyone would say diversity. And you'd have a chief diversity officer and they'd be sort of some sad person stuck far down the promenade. That then got embedded into the corporate, the DNA, the structure, the strategy. I think the same thing is going to happen with sustainability. So in some corporates, we're seeing sustainability very much embedded as part of the strategy. But, you know, we were just discussing just in the green room that you can't tack it on. It needs to be something that you sign up to, that you measure,
I've
that you
spoken
track.
to two companies who is part of their DNA, ScienceCo and Schneider as well. We'll come back to that because I think you both made some great points as well. But you talk about in the DNA and it's got to be understood at the boardroom level. My worry is at the shareholder level at the moment as well. And I think that's a problem that Mark Carney's been having as well. Sandra Jambo, you are the director or executive director of the UN Global Compact, which is the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative as well. How do you ignore political cycles? And you are not going to get involved in talking about individual companies, and you're not going to get involved about talking about US political cycles. But you have to ignore it, and that's tough.
Well, I don't think you fully ignore it, but you have to, you have to be cognizant that politics is at play. If I was going to respond to your initial question, which was, why haven't we made enough progress?
Yeah, sorry, I did say that I was going to ask you the initial question, and then I've obviously asked the supplementary first. But it's by the way my mind's working. So why aren't we on target? And then we can answer the one about political cycles.
And I mean, if I was to think about it, and I'm happy to respond to either, but I do think the fact that climate and many other issues have become political issues. And I think you can't ignore, no matter where you are in the world, the biggest chasm, I'm not actually going to focus on the US, is actually the North-South divide.
Yes.
I think that piece of tension at a global level is one that
But it always has been, hasn't it, Sandra? When I was in Paris at COP21, when I was in Glasgow at COP26, when I was in Dubai, it's always been the North-South divide.
It has. And what has that stifled? It stifled the adequate flow of capital. It stifled, technology exchanges. It's broken trust. And literally has sort of built an undercurrent where climate is an issue that is a totally north-south piece. And so for me, you can't ignore the politics, but you have to work within it. And I think that's why, forums like this, what we do at the UN, provide an opportunity to look at, what are the ways in which we can harness a couple of things that I spoke about this earlier. I think for me, there's 4 things that we need to go back to before we go forward. I think we need to go back to the science. Science and facts have been pushed to the side for a while, and it's very clear. Catherine is with CDP, the Global Compact, and CDP are some of the co-founders of the Science-Based Targets Initiative. We know that companies that do use a science-based pathway to decarbonize do so 2 times as fast as others. So let's get back to science. Let's then get back to, affordable capital. And it goes back to the point. I mean, Ilham's spoken about her company. There's lots of companies, and if I go back to the North-South divide, lots of opportunities in the South, but they can't access capital in the same way. If you can't, you just can't make the progress that you need to. We need to go back to collaboration. It's a fractured world. Collaboration within industries, public-private collaboration, et cetera, most important. And I always say, then we need to go back to the future, because at the heart of it is really the next generation, the future generation. And they're speaking loud about what their concerns are. And at some point, that's going to turn into a ballot. That's going to turn into social unrest, and that's where we go back to the politics. So you can't ignore the politics, but we need to go back to some fundamentals.
It's very interesting that what Amar Paul had to say from Schneider about selling a vision of tomorrow that doesn't exist yet as well. It's quite difficult, isn't it? So you've got to sell people a vision of something that it's going to be expensive. It's going to be a tough journey. You are shaking your head expensive. I like that. You're getting into the spirit of things already, Scott. I like that. But okay, there is a cost to it. There is a change of lifestyle to it. There is a bravery to it. Selling a vision of something compared to what you have now, people get very scared about that, don't they?
Well, yes, but then you listen to Ilham and her fantastic story. And I'd love to quote Jesper Brodin, who's the vice chair of our board at the UN Global Compact. He's the CEO of the Inca Group, IKEA. And, I think they released their results today. He's spoken about it, so I don't think I'm breaching their results. But they have they have reduced their carbon footprint by 30%, well on track to where they needed to be. And they have grown by 24%. So they've demonstrated that you can decouple your economic growth and your carbon footprint or your climate footprint. And so, there's what is scary about a company that is doing well, that is resource smart, that has an an engaged workforce, and that is, sustainable.
But as I said to his predecessor when I went to COP21, and I sat to him I said, having to walk around the whole store to buy candles and things you don't want to buy, is that sustainable? but I get the point about the company as well, and they've made great strides with their energy usage as well. Scott Jacobs, I liked your shaking your head. First of all, answer the original question, and then you can tell me why it's not expensive.
Well, I think there's far too much misinformation. There are real headwinds based on what we're seeing, obviously, in the macro environment and also in the geopolitical environment. I think those are actually some of the most significant because that affects capital flows. Back to uncertainty about the future, that's risk to an investor, and we do need $9 trillion a year to get to net zero, according to McKinsey. $9 trillion a year doesn't get mobilized in the face of uncertainty, no matter what else is happening. But I think it's also really important not only to focus on the science and the next generation, as we just heard, which are great points. We have to focus on the customer. The financiers aren't driving the transition. The policymakers aren't driving the transition. The technologists are not driving the transition. It's customers, communities, human beings who have a problem to solve. They're the ones driving the transition. And, I go back to sort of business 101. If you solve a problem for a customer, you usually get paid, right? And so that actually highlights the main point, which is whether or not this is economic. Is this in the rational self-interest of the decision maker to do it? And we've seen for 2 decades increasing numbers of folks who understand it is in their rational self-interest to make these transitions. 94% of the new energy capacity on the US grid last year that was added was renewables. It's because it's the cheapest form of power. Don't listen to anything else. Just look at the facts. Just look at these decision makers who are making their decisions based on their rational self-interest, which is typically an economic self-interest. Sometimes they're interested in resilience and making long-term investments and being more resilient. Sometimes they are altruistic. But most of the time, and almost all of the time really, it has to come down to an economic value proposition.
Catherine, come in.
No, if I may, Steve, I'd love to come in on this. Because...
So please, from now on, don't ask permission, just jump in.
Okay. No, I really wanted to sort of, I think, build on your comment about how you unlock the capital and what needs to happen, and the fact that the consumer and customer is at the heart of it. One part of the conversation we don't often have is, what is the gender lens on this topic in terms of unlocking finance? And one of the things that we do know is that typically female-led businesses are much more concerned about this topic. And now that's a very broad generalization, but if we can find a way to unlock that, that would be significant. And the reality is that gender lens investing is still very nascent. I think the stats are that although gender lens investing has grown by 30% in the last 2 years, it still only accounts for about $8 billion of private market investment. And that is against a total market of around 13 trillion. So there are some very practical unlocks here. If we can help, and then obviously small companies become bigger companies, become public companies, I think if we could get that flywheel really spinning faster, that is a way to
before all of you come in, you're all going to get on the other. I hope you notice we're a gender-led panel, by the way. Yeah? It's great, isn't it? After too many years, I've been up this hill talking to grey-haired blokes like me, so it's fantastic. So I applaud you all. Ilham's going to come in, then Scott, and then Sander.
So responding to Scott about the customers, right? I mean, when I talked about our experiments within Solvay, it's obviously scope 1 and 2. So within our walls, we decarbonize our assets. But then when we become a scope 3, so you are the sustainable supplier to your customers, right? And you need to trace carbon. You need to give them low carbon solutions. Someone has to pay for it. And investment go with, is the market real? Can I win? Is it worth it? If there is no demand, there will be no investments. So look at EV. If the US now is walking away from EV and our customers are delaying our investments, I will delay my investments because it doesn't make sense. So creating that demand, specific, including in Europe, where they were promoting this, they didn't put the infrastructure around, be it charging stations on the road, right? Be it incentives, right, etc. China is a state economy. They have a very robust EV and hybrids economy, and we're there actually. So I think creating demand is crucial for the industry.
I think the demand is there, and it's there in pockets for sure. It's always dangerous to paint with broad brushstrokes when you're talking about multi-trillion-dollar, very complex systems made up of very deep and detailed sorts of sectors of the economy. But to link some of these points, misinformation and the gender point that we just heard, there's a human capacity problem. And I think we are seeing the human capacity problem get solved through intergenerational transition of power, frankly. There are people that have been educated about these issues from early days that aren't the baby boomer generation that have been sitting in these boardrooms or that control the shareholder allocations of capital. And more, it's those people that are frankly around 40 or younger who are making these decisions.
Sander comes, I'm more worried about misinformation now than I have been in years, though. And I've got to say, I wonder whether the algorithm is part of it, whether AI is part of the problem as well. I just spoke to the Spanish Prime Minister this morning about his concern about misinformation coming from, amongst other places, X. And I said to him, does that worry you then that you've got the most powerful man in technology who happens to be the most wealthy man in the world, who has the ear of the most powerful man in the world? Does that combination worry you? He had one word. He said, yeah, it's weird. I mean, it doesn't, it's kind of, you couldn't make this stuff up, could you? So what I should be worried about misinformation, shouldn't I? Even though the younger generation are smart cookies and teach me how to do my Insta.
And they're also subject to these information bubbles that we're seeing and these very limited ecosystems of information that are really challenging. And so we have to pierce through it by actually talking about the facts and talking about the proofs, right? Davos is rife with platitudes and promises and pledges, and climate is kind of the worst example of where the narrative has been dominated by what you might do or what you intend to do or what you will do in the future. What we've been doing for the last 11 years at Generate is showing people how to do it, making sure they understand exactly what they've done. And now the reason I'm here is to share some of those proofs. People are making money every single day by making these transitions.
I tell you what we'll do. Hold the thought. I want you'll give me your best example in a moment. I want Sander to come in now first, though.
Right. So just on the investment piece, and you're right. I mean, there's all sorts of numbers that will be put out there in terms of what is needed, and it can be overwhelming. And that's just climate. There's 16 other SDGs we want to talk about. But there's two sort of lenses that I wanted to bring to that. One was, I think it's always easier to just look at the cost of inaction. And if we just look at LA and the fires we've had, I think the estimates are that it's close to, was it 200 billion or so that has been lost in assets, whereas a 20 billion investment at that early stage could have perhaps prevented everything that we've seen. So perhaps it's, and it's a bit dreary to have to look at it that side, but I think, breaking down some of these numbers into, if you had done this, you would have been here, I think is one practical. Two, because we're here talking about technology, and I don't know the answer to this.
It's the greatest insurance policy, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's not about paying a premium. If by building this infrastructure, by creating this support network, actually it is the best insurance policy rather than paying for insurance. You create these great new networks.
Yeah. And the second piece, and I don't know the answer to this, but the figures that we have, I wonder whether if we threw a technology lens over them, those costs would look different, feel different. I don't know, with all of the AI solutions we've heard about over time. And the third is, I think I look at a climate investment not as a standalone. Climate is so interlinked to many other areas. It's a gender investment. It's an energy investment. It's a, and so it's daunting what we need to achieve. But I just sort of want to focus on, the benefits. And as you say, we need action right now, just determined action.
I think you're all looking. Does anyone want to come in before I go on?
Yeah, well, I was actually just going to sort of counter the platitudes, which I think is very evident in many conversations here.
And I love coming here, because I get to meet doers as well as talkers.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think
but we all know that the WEF and a lot of these organisations, these events we go to, they are guilty of talking a good book but doing very little.
Mm-hmm. And I think that is exactly the point. Is that when you look at CDP, which is basically about data. So, for 25 years, we've been the central sort of depository of information about what companies are doing on these topics. So your point about, there are lots of people who talk about stuff, but CDP is one of those organizations who holds companies to account. So 2/3 of the global market cap now reports against CDP. Amazing companies, obviously sort of fight to be top of the rankings. But that is one way that you can hold companies to account.
Yes.
Why does it matter? Because then investors have the right information. Back to the point about misinformation, how do you make a rational decision if you're trying to figure out, is it real, is it fake, or is it fiction? And I'm afraid there's a lot of this world that's about fiction at the moment.
Well, I think that's the opportunity you were teeing up, which is, again, to talk about facts instead of the fiction and the individual decision makers that are winning. We have a particular example in Florida where we have been serving the school district of Hillsborough County. It's the 7th largest school district in the country. There are 220,000 students that run through the buildings every day. The real estate is the size of Central Park in New York. They came to us because they wanted to upgrade fluorescent lights into LED lights. It was a $40 million project. They didn't want to borrow, and they didn't want to spend the money, and they didn't want to operate it because they're not infrastructure operators, and they really don't have the budget to do this. So we said, all right, we'll do this for you. It's obviously a huge cost savings to you on an operating cost basis if we install these lighting, this efficient lighting. Started with a $40 million project. They gave us a 25-year contract. It looks like an infrastructure kind of opportunity for us. That $40 million over the last 4 years has turned into $530 million worth of upgrades. We have received terrific economic returns, but what's most important, as we've done HVAC systems and lighting upgrades and energy management and solar, is that they've saved 30% on their energy bill without any capital risk, without any operating risk, right? And that money is going into the classrooms. Teachers are getting paid better because you can actually increase teacher salaries when you increase the budget for the classroom. And furthermore, the students have a temperature-controlled climate in their classrooms in a humid environment. They have good lighting, so they're not distracted. Test scores have gone up.
Wow.
Tell me what's wrong with that picture.
It's phenomenal. Why then, if we're seeing brilliant outcomes for the customer, boardrooms who are more enlightened, who are inputting it into their DNA, which we've discussed earlier on as well. And I want to come back to the shareholder side of things as well, because I'm really concerned, because I think it was Larry Fink a couple of years ago wrote this great letter. And he, wow, one of the biggest managers of money is on board, on the planet. This is brilliant. It's gonna, and then Mark Carney was making great strides of getting all these amazing financial institutions into GFANs, and they were all signing up to global financial initiatives. And then, dare I say it, certain politicians in the States, and this was at a state level, started thinking, no, that's discriminatory against this, that's discriminatory against it. And why did then the financiers back down in the face of the trend that's been happening, that's culminated in Donald Trump being elected? Why did they back down rather than stick to their guns? Because if one thing the politicians understand, it's the power of money. And for me, that's quite sad. I don't mind the fact that things change, they change their mind, but the fact that they backed down when actually there was a clear investment case for going with this. Does anyone want to go there on this one?
Because it's not that easy. We can sit here for the whole day and tell you a lot of good stories like this. They remain anecdotes. Good anecdotes, but they remain anecdotes. We need critical mass. We need that. We need
$9 trillion of critical mass.
That's it. So we need to have all in my manufacturing assets. I need to have an ecosystem around me because I don't do energy. I need it affordable, right? The whole year, right? Reliable, etc. So I need to build that critical mass to allow me to move ahead. So without, I think you talked about private-public partnership is so important, right? To have that public partnership. It's so important to curb the curve of the cost. Green hydrogen, I cannot use it today in Europe at €6 a kilo or 7. I need it at 1, right? But it takes time. And innovation is gonna come. We know it. That's the history of humanity, right? So I think that's the point. You need patience, you need to get innovation to work, and you're right. I think what we miss is the regulatory recognition. I mean, in all what we've done, I cannot say that there is a re-rating in my company due to all the good job we've done, right, on sustainability. But again, we do it because it's profitable. We do it because it makes sense for us, and we do it. The measurements are important. That's what CDP and SBTI, we got SBTI certified as well recently. It's important that external benchmarks are there to really, you know, compare peers and tell you if what we are doing is the right thing.
But can I just maybe just come in as well, Steve? So you asked, why are they stepping back? So one of the things I ponder is, are they stepping back because they weren't really in it for real? Or is it that they were worried about the backlash of what was going to happen? But my hypothesis is this, that actually you're going to continue. So, you know, I think the castle on the hill is in the same place. But what's changed is how people are going to walk there. And that's really, really important. So I think there will be a less noisy narrative around some of these topics, partly because of the backlash. But the castle on the hill, the 2030 to the 2050 goals are absolutely there. And it's going to be many of the same people quietly tiptoeing around.
What I was going to say,
that's true.
And Sam and Scott, we'll come to this with both of you. Are they actually stepping back, but they're just being less noisy about their investments?
It's a different
now?
language.
So watch what I'm actually doing rather than what I'm actually saying. This is the metaphor for WEF, isn't it, really? Watch what people are actually doing rather than saying.
The way to virtue signal has changed, right? The political environment has changed. What you need to say to attract the right kind of attention in a different audience has changed. I think that, you know, again, these people do like to make money, as you said, and they're going to continue to make money. The language that they use will be quite different. But I do think, you know, the most controversial point is the one we need to put on the table, which is incumbents can buy politicians and challengers can't. And so by definition, you have an imbalance, an asymmetry of power when you have incumbent industries that are incredibly rich.
And to take a line out of what I'm thinking about my next panel is, Big Broccoli does not have a big lobbying operation on Washington. But my goodness me, we all know that broccoli is powerful. But unfortunately, it doesn't make as much money as, dare I say, a lot of the opposition they're up against as well. Sander, we've been talking about this very much in the European and US premise. So I think that's really important that you give us that global perspective as well, because, again, you've talked on one damning piece of evidence is that a lot of money was promised for the global south and it hasn't turned up. And I've been there during the torturous negotiations. Christiana Figueres became a good friend as well. She said it was like herding cats, trying to get them all in the room. And then they got the deal and then they didn't deliver the money afterwards.
That's it. And it's happened year on year on year. And, I think, new funds are created. I think in the last COP, we talked about the loss and damage fund, but we still haven't really, made fulfill the commitments on earlier funds as well. So, and I think this is really the opportunity where I think, we work with our private sector players. We're like, well, okay, what can they do with private capital? What can companies do with their balance sheets? Because, the resolution and the determination is there. I think, as you said, the language will be different. And the thing is, and we were talking about this backstage as well, is that, we want us all to be climate conscious, but there is a tipping point. 80% of the emissions come from the G20. So if we could get a significant amount of large players to just get us to where we need to get to in terms of those targets, that's one piece. And then we can work on the rest. I think you talked about herding cats. We don't always have to do everything together, but let's do the things that will give us the most possible impact. And I think politics is giving us such a fractured sense, whereas we know what we need to do and where the points are. Because, even the anxiety and angst from the Global South is simply because they're the recipient. They're, the least emissions come from there, but they're most impacted by climate action. And I think just getting that focus on that 80% emission for me is what we really, really do need to do.
Ilham, you come then Catherine.
Yeah, but then you have to do it right.
Absolutely, no, you have to do
it
right.
The European drama is a lack of competitiveness.
Yeah.
Actually, the good story is BYD in China.
I was going to mention China.
It's counterintuitive to think about an EV car, and it took them 20 years to build it, right?
Yeah.
Is a lower total cost of ownership. And I did a test drive I drove German cars all my life. It's a good car. It's good looking. It have a lower cost, battery. And it's actually now competing with the best available technologies in Europe and eating lunch of European car manufacturers.
Yeah.
So you have to do it right. The how matters.
But Ilan, that's a brilliant point. Before Catherine and Scott come in as well on this one as well, but it's all very well Europe saying, oh, looking at that and looking incredibly jealously at these amazing vehicles that are coming in. They're stunningly cheap, and we'll put a big tariff on it, and that'll prevent them coming in. But actually, that's not going to help the consumer. That's not going to help the customer. Why don't we actually make it easier to buy European cars that are of an equivalence then, or actually make it easier for those manufacturers to make them in Wolfsburg or wherever it may well be, if it's Volkswagen or whoever as well, rather than making it more punitive, because you're not going to get more adoption for what you want by putting higher taxes on a Chinese vehicle. Rather than more tariffs there, make it easier here to buy and build European cars. Is it that obvious?
I think at the end of the day, it needs to be a better car. It needs to be a better value proposition.
It needs better mileage in the winter as well.
I mean, but
I don't know how many of you got an EV, but
it is instructive to
like a
think,
hybrid.
Consumer Reports called the Tesla Model 3 the best car ever made, ever reviewed, right? And then they said the same thing about the Tesla Model Y. Well, the Model Y is now the #1 selling car on Earth. It's because customers want it, because customers get something better from it than the alternative. They're outselling every German manufacturer by a lot. They're outselling even the BYD vehicles still. And that will change soon because BYD's value proposition is quite compelling. But we have to remember, it was a better car, just no caveats. It was a better car, and that's why people bought it.
So I was actually going to take us back to the question you asked the audience earlier, which is Trump going to be better or worse for Europe, and are people feeling optimistic and trying to bring the global view in? So although I'm based in London, my day job at GIB is representing a firm based in the Gulf region. And I think actually what's unfolding in global politics is going to be really good for other parts of the world beyond US and Europe. And I think the Gulf region is a really interesting case in point, in part because there is a burning need to tackle some of these issues. I mean, climate change is very real in that part of the world. But secondly, there is will. There's political will, and there is a demographic will. We know that that is a part of the world where 70% of the population are under the age of 30. And I tell you, they care about this. And the number of amazing entrepreneurs who are really trying to tackle some of these global issues, particularly on this topic, totally blows my mind. And so I think, what one place is perhaps going to lose out on, I just think opens a whole sea of opportunities for people. And I really have lost count of the number of times people say to me, oh, I've been offered a job by this or that firm in the region or in Saudi, should I take it? And I say, go, because it's exciting. You may not want to stay there forever, but there's some amazing things happening, amazing projects, amazing people. So I think that's one of the things that just gives me hope, because it's not all about the US anymore. There are other parts of the world that are really growing and very, very determined.
But it's also about mindset, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you can walk past 20 AI operations on the top drag here in Davos as well. But I can almost guarantee that 18 of them are probably not going to be here in 5 years' time, or they're right, because the excitement around AI is right. And, the winners are going to reap enormous benefits. But as much as a lot of companies can make real money out of this, do we need more of a VC mindset? Do you know what? Some of these are not going to work, but the one or two bets we do are going to be exponential. And it's the same with AI, and it's the same with a lot of these semiconductor technologies as well. Whereas in climate, in the transition technologies, that didn't work, I'm not going to do any of the others. And maybe there's a little bit of that from those investors as well. Those investors who, I don't know if they were ever in it properly, I think one of you said, but they're being less noisy now. But actually, do they need to just have an attitude where we're going to make some failures, but my goodness me, the one or two that we do back that are going to make it are going to be phenomenal. For instance, in green hydrogen.
In green hydrogen, but Gen AI, it's an opportunity for my industry. I have now a VC, an entrepreneur department called ScienceCo.ai, trying to apply AI into the chemical industry. One pillar is productivity and make the invisible visible and cut the waste. It's amazing because from unstructured data, you can make sense of it. And the second one is innovation in the lab. in the R&D labs, right? Because in the old days, I used to do 100 experiments, fail in 80, and then focus on 20. Now the machine, you train the machine, and the machine becomes your brother and sister in doing the experiments and avoiding doing mistakes, right? So Gen AI, it's an opportunity, I believe. Now, remember that Gen AI needs energy. You know, OpenAI, ChatGPT consumes equivalent 17,000 times kilowatt hour of
So the
an
solution is
average
part of the problem
American.
as well.
Absolutely. And this emits 60 round trips, New York, Tokyo, daily, right? So Gen AI is an opportunity. It's going to become probably one of the largest greenhouse gas emission emitters. We're in the cooling. So it's an opportunity for my company because we are in the coolant.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, opportunities, and you need to mitigate those challenges. So Gen AI needs energy. It's going to compete with the industries, and it's going to emit emissions. And guess what? Those people who are building the data service today, they need to be agnostic to 4 years mandate of any political leader, because it's going to stay for the next 20 to 40 years, like our assets do.
I do want to ask Sander one question before I go into the final round as well. And Sander, how do we maintain our objectivity regarding SDGs as well? Because sustainable development goals are so important to this whole process. How do we have this twin track of solving all of these technological problems as well and staying true to our SDGs?
It's not easy. Yeah. I don't think there's a really simple answer to it. But the thing that keeps me focused or determined around the SDGs is I say, well, look at the state of the world right now. And if we didn't have the SDGs, then what? So we do have a framework. I think the last 4 to 5 years have been more complex than anyone would have possibly imagined.
Why have they been more complex?
Because everything that hit us, no matter where you are, we came through a pandemic.
Yeah.
The climate crisis worsened. There's been cost of capital challenges. There's been conflict. I think a lot of European economies also, heavily weighed under because of that. Fine, we've seen some solutions in the Middle East, but it's been, I think, a heavy 4 to 5 years.
It has.
And all of those.
But there's always that, though, isn't there?
I think
I've seen about the great financial crisis before that.
It was a deep confluence of,
Yeah.
and I think from us who've been sort of looking at the SDGs, there was progress. Not in all, up until 4 to 5 years ago, we were far behind, but the 4 to 5 years set us even further back. And I think there's a couple of things that continue to set us back. I think, issues such as the inability to come together to agree collectively on a couple of things, continued cost of capital piece. We've been talking a lot about regionalization and nationalism. It's happening for various economic reasons. That may help drive perhaps, local national goals, but perhaps not keeping the focus on what we need to achieve as a collective. And so, yeah, the goals are far behind. We acknowledge that. And it's 5 years to go, actually. Our call to action simply is, let's keep focused on that. Imagine a future. Be determined, because optimism isn't, it's not going to get us there. But we just need determination now and better collaboration to get it done.
I've done something amazing. I've suddenly managed to make all of you, just for a couple of minutes, the most powerful man or woman on the planet. Let's call you Elon Musk. No, sorry.
No, thanks.
But I'm going to go down the line, and I'm going to start over there, and I'm going to move down to Elon here as well. You've got one thing you're allowed to do while you've got your genie lamp. You've got one wish as well. One thing that's really going to actually be the next level, that's going to take us back on track. It's going to get us back on the scale electric as well. What is it, Scott?
Well, we often talk about there's no silver bullet when, the economy is as complex as it is, and net zero is a complicated problem to solve. But there actually is one silver bullet, and that's to price carbon. And I know we never want to talk about that, but if you price carbon, you create the demand signal, you actually create the economic incentive, and you can pay for what you need to do to transition by internalizing the externalities of our polluting systems.
Is there any chance of a worldwide carbon pricing scheme anytime soon?
I don't know about anything worldwide. I think the idea that 193 or whatever countries would come together and agree on anything is pretty far-fetched. But I do actually go back to the intergenerational transition that's underway. And I don't think it's today, but I do think that a carbon price has to happen, or some version of a price on the pollution, so that we can actually internalize the cost of the healthcare, the cost of war, and the cost of these other externalities that we're facing as a result of our current system.
Carbon pricing, Sander?
Right, because he sort of touched on something I was going to go into. I'm going to talk about, I think, the power that lies behind things that we don't see. And I just think that there's a lot of politics at play that has made a lot of the systems that we work in inefficient. So if I had a day, I would just reimagine politics. I'd reimagine politics that allows markets to flow, the right decisions to be made, and customers to really be that voice that holds everybody to account, customers and citizens. So it'd be around reimagining the actual system or the ecosystem within which we're in. I don't know that anyone has it perfect right now, but I know that there's something to fix in that.
Reimagine the mechanisms of politics and just basically bang people's heads together and make them see sense. Catherine?
Well, I would totally agree with the carbon point.
You can't have that one. It's already
I'm not going to take that one. I would say leverage and value innovation. Because I think innovation is at the heart of this. And if we can crack it, and when I say value, it's not just put a monetary value on it, but get people to think that it's worth it.
And Ilham?
Carbon pricing, I cannot take it because we did it inside the company. It's gone.
Innovation's gone.
Tackle.
Changing the politicians, that's gone.
I know. No, I have one. Is tackle inequalities because it's about people and people and people. Because if I am, in distress, if I'm poor, I worry about the end of the month, not the end of the world.
Yeah, no, all fantastic points. Look, here's something else. You're all here listening to how we can get onto the path of net zero. I'll set a challenge for every single one of you, and you're not going to be accountable to anyone but yourself. Go and do something. Go and make a decision to do one little thing. And then suddenly that's 100 of us who've done one little thing. And then you can do another little thing, and baby steps. So I'm going to go and think about one thing I can do that actually just, maybe it's how I buy my groceries, or maybe it's whether I walk further or drive less, whatever. But let's all just do one little thing, and then if we all do a lot of little things, who knows what we can do. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank Scott Jacobs. It's been a real pleasure meeting you, sir. Sandor Jambo, lovely to see you again. Some fantastic points as well. Catherine Garrett-Cox, always good to see you, and thank you. And Ilham Kadri, you're one of the rocks of all my panels, and I love it as well. But thank you very much indeed to all of you for listening in as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Steve, if you could turn... Thank you very much. Thank you so much. See you a bit later. Well done. Lovely to see you. Thank you. That was so fascinating. Thank you. Absolutely brilliant. Lovely to see you. Thank you so much. Well, the wine's already here. I was just going to say, absolutely stay where you're seated, because very shortly we've got the panel that I've been waiting for all day. It's the panel on the future of news and democracy with CNBC's Emma Crosby. This is one you will not want to miss. So do take a seat, grab a glass of wine, and that'll be starting shortly. But before that, let me tell you a little bit about Converge, because it really is quite a unique offering. Kicking off in March, it's a 2-day event. We'll look at the investment disruptors, what leadership looks like in the age of AI, fintech and the future of money, along with sports and sustainability. So lots to look forward to there. While there, you'll get the opportunity to engage with influential leaders, pioneering investors and disruptive change makers through dynamic roundtable discussions and in curated fine dining experiences and top-to-toe meetings. You'll also get the chance to immerse yourself in the latest technologies and breakthrough innovations that are driving global transformation and redefining industries. Plus, there'll be a chance for you to collaborate with a global network of innovators and chart an actionable roadmap for tomorrow's success with extensive coverage from CNBC's global platforms. And to give you a little taste, here's the VT.
Step into the future at a one-of-a-kind event. Converge Live, bringing together visionary leaders, entrepreneurs, and investors from across the spectrum to share ideas, insights, and opportunities in the spirit of true innovation and global impact. Converge Live, Singapore, March 2025. Request your invitation at convergelive.com.
Get to know you. What's your name and where are you from?
Monica, I live in Switzerland.
Oh, hang on. Can we hear Monica?
Hi, my name's Monica and I live in Switzerland.
Oh, wonderful. So you're local here. So this can't
Almost.
be your first Davos. How many times have you been here?
First time in Davos.
Is it?
Yes.
Fascinating. So how are you finding it?
We like it. A lot of interesting panels, amazing people, great vibe. Thank you.
Oh, I'm glad you're having a good time. Has there been any particular speaker or panel that stood out for you today?
We just seen this one was pretty good and we look forward to see the next one.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a big one. And is this your friend with you, your colleague, business colleague? What's your name? What do you do?
My name is Gabriela Kirova, and I'm originally from Bulgaria, but I live in London, between London and Dubai. And recently I started my own podcast for Global Topics.
Oh, what's it called?
It's called Global Topics with Gabriela Kirova.
Okay, we'll all be downloading it later.
Yeah, I'm also like a lot in this field in general because I set up a foundation also for global change.
Oh, fantastic. Tell us a little bit more about that foundation.
It's basically encouraging young entrepreneurs to connect with investors and for like great causes and great new opportunities for the world. Like I agree completely here with the panelists that basically everything needs to be digitalized, especially in the country I'm coming from, Bulgaria. The corruption is on a very high level, and we say where there is no person, there is no corruption. So I'm aiming for completely digital government in general, especially in my country. And also the media, I'm like noticing lately that is changing and needs to be more from people to the people, like with panels like the today's one, with podcasts like mine.
Yes.
And basically to find the truth from mouth to mouth instead of relying on the dependent media, because every media behind it stays some kind of agenda. I'm not saying about your media, of course, but I'm talking about my country and mainly Eastern Europe, because the elections are manipulated. In my country especially, there was a party that got 3.99% instead of 4%, because some people didn't want this party to enter the parliament. And basically these people are the people who control the media as well.
Yes.
So like the media is, we call the fourth power, I think is the first power in the world and needs to be in the hands of the people instead in the hands of lobbies.
Well, you're in the right place today with the next panel, aren't you? So thank you for being here. If you're just arriving, do take a seat, grab yourself a glass of wine. We'd love to get you ready for this next panel conversation. Now, I want to speak to someone that's new, that I don't recognise, that hasn't been here earlier in the day. Oh, I'm going to come to you. What's your name and where do you come from?
My name is Suryan Wirya Simonovic. I'm with Mitsui SK Lines, and I work and reside in London.
Okay. And
Global shipping and infrastructure company.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
And is this your first time at Davos?
Second time.
Okay. And what have been the highlights for you so far?
Oh, wow, it's difficult to tell. There's so many things going on.
There's a lot going on, isn't it? It's quite a workout as well, walking around outside to get to each place.
Actually, that's the good thing about this conference.
Beautiful.
You actually get your exercise in at the same time as meeting people and just seeing what's going on.
And you've had some fruitful meetings and conversations for business?
Definitely. It's also a great place where it's not just business, but government leaders and other organizations.
Uh-huh.
So, like the media.
Okay, and obviously AI is the theme of Davos this year. I'm just curious, what are your thoughts on it? What are the positives? What are the negatives for you? What are the concerns?
AI, it's just so full on, right? And I think, I guess you see the technology companies just race ahead very quickly, and then other parts of the world is just kind of trying to stay with the game, and it's just staying abreast of the developments and the direct applicability to all these investments, and that's where I see, I think, the challenges is how do we follow it all.
Yeah, it's exciting, isn't it? But equally terrifying.
Definitely, yeah.
And are you sticking around for the Future of News panel?
Oh, definitely. That's why I'm here.
Brilliant. Well, just to let you know, folks, if you didn't know already from the program, we've got a fantastic panel tomorrow as well. will.i.am's going to be here because he'll be talking about his new company, FYI AI. We also have Olympic champion Tom Daley, the Olympic diver. He's going to be here too. And fashion trailblazer Diane von Furstenberg. Hello, amazing. I've got to come speak to you. You look very smiley. Hello.
Hi.
Are you enjoying Davos?
Love it. Awesome.
Yeah.
Learning.
First time here of you?
Yes.
Oh, it is your first time. Do you know what? It's really nice to hear how many people are coming for the first time. It's my first time too. How are you finding it?
Fascinating. Lots of learning, lots of great discussion, lots of new people, lots of walking.
Yes, it's very intense, isn't it?
Yeah.
And what are your thoughts on AI?
So I work in the technology space. I'm actually a fellow for the forum right now. And so I work for Rock Automation. I'm working on sustainability and workforce development.
Okay.
So AI is imperative, but people have to be at the center.
Yes, absolutely. And have you had some really good meetings and stuff and conversations?
Yes, lovely meetings.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And if people want to connect with you, how can they do that?
LinkedIn.
It's
probably.
a great platform, isn't
Yeah,
it? Yeah,
yeah.
love that. And who are you most looking forward to hearing from?
I don't even know.
Oh, well, that's exciting because that's what's brilliant about Davos, isn't it? There's such a variety of panels and lots of things going on. All right there, Mo. Fantastic. Right. Well, I'm going to come now to you, sir. You look very well dressed. Hello. What's your name? What do you do?
Hi, I'm Nick Sarkanian. I'm an attorney with Barnes & Thornburg in the United States and chair of the AI practice. And this is my first time here at Davos.
Chair of the AI practice. This is fantastic. So tell us about that and what you do in that role.
So we have a team of about 70 different attorneys that have different backgrounds from intellectual property to M&A, finance, litigation, insurance recovery. And all of us are working together as a team to advise companies worldwide, whether they're startups or Fortune 100 companies, on different AI issues. I think that the use cases for AI, Gen AI, are nearly limitless. And I also have found that the legal issues that relate to those are also equally limitless. So it's fascinating time to be an attorney and to help businesses, realize the opportunities presented.
I imagine you'll be in big demand with everybody here with what's going on. It's moving so quickly, isn't it?
It is.
Such speed.
Right.
And I suppose you have to be impartial, but what are you excited about with AI and what equally scares you?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm scared necessarily by it. I think it is, on the whole, extremely exciting. I've had at least a couple of different times where I got goosebumps when I would see a new tool. So without saying a specific one or being partial, there was one that, people have talked about where it can create a virtual podcast based on information you give it, whether it's a link or a document. And what I did was, I have 6 kids and my oldest is 13. And she wrote a short story, about 40 pages long. It was like about a spy novel. And I found this tool, I plugged it in, and then we all sat there in amazement as we listened to a male and female voice, naturally speaking, with humor and with pauses and intonations, explaining her story. And she was just almost moved to tears of how amazing it was. So I think there's just so many amazing use cases, and it's just going to be a very exciting time to be alive.
That is fantastic.
Yeah.
Can you share what that was?
It was Notebook LM by Google, and it's built on Gemini, and it's fantastic. So
And there's something really cool about that your child wrote this story and then it was brought to life in such a way through that.
It's fantastic.
Oh my goodness.
And then she in passing mentioned me as just this absent father, which I didn't take, that wasn't very kind. But, we have a family dog named Waffle, And she mentioned waffle one time, and the father, apparently all he does is walk waffle one time in the whole story. But this was so cool because you could interrogate and ask questions about it. And so I kept asking, well, what is going on with that dog Waffle? Is he really the sinister mastermind behind the spy group? And so it was, interacting with us, it's like, you're really focused on this dog Waffle. I don't think he's behind it. So it's a really cool tool, and I just love talking about it.
I love that.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that
Thank
story
you.
with us. So interesting. And for people here that might want to connect with you, what's the best way for them to do that?
You can find me online, Barnes & Thornburg, btlaw.com, and just search for artificial intelligence, and you'll find my face there. So
Fantastic.
happy to help.
Lovely
Thank you.
speaking to you. God, it's so amazing. I literally every night have been learning about new apps, taking down new software. It's been really great. Okay, we're good to go for the next panel. Yep, okay then, we're already here. We're moving on swiftly. Okay, so let's keep things moving now. Let's kick off with our final Catalyst panel of the day. It's been what I've been waiting for all day, the future of news. And to moderate this session, please give a big warm welcome to CNBC's Emma Crosby.
Maria, thank you so much. Thank you. So this is our final panel and final piece of content, I think, from us for today. So thank you so much for staying with us. Thank you for your energy today. You've been absolutely brilliant. And we've got a really interesting panel coming up talking about the future of news and democracy. Quite a hefty title to talk about in the next 20 to 30 minutes. We know that misinformation is rife. It's the big word of the year, isn't it? Misinformation. Political polarization continues. So the need for quality journalism has never been more important. Some quite sobering facts for us to bear in mind. In the last 10 years, a third of all journalist jobs have disappeared in the United States. And on average, 2 local newspapers are shutting every week. But, and I know this because I've worked in the industry, news remains a very powerful medium for consumers and businesses who want to drive results. And our next speakers are going to talk about brands who are re-engaging with the news media and securing a sustainable path for the news ecosystem. We've also got some really interesting research to share with you about CEOs' attitudes to the media, and they are very positive. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome onto the stage now the man behind the Future of News initiative, Mark Penn. He's Chairman and Chief Executive of Stagwell, our hosts here at the Stagwell Clubhouse. A big round of applause, please, for Mark. Come on up. Nice to see you, Mr. Penn. Come and join us. And we're also joined by Joy Robbins, who is the Global Chief Advertising Officer of the New York Times. Joy, come and join us. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Great to have you with us, and thank you so much. So last gig of the day, so we're going to go out with a bang. Mark, let's start with you. You've got a political background. We met you yesterday. We heard an awful lot about your kind of journey to date. And I know you take an avid interest in the news. It's very much part of your DNA, isn't it? I know that you're also alarmed at certain aspects of the future of news, to the point that you've set up an initiative and you took out a full-page spread in many newspapers, including the New York Post, talking about the vicious cycle of declining advertising, rising misinformation, and democracy suffering, which is a strong statement, isn't it? So what are the concerns that you have with news organizations going forward?
Well, I think it all starts a little bit with my personal experience. One of the jobs I had was directing all of the media at Microsoft, and I had about a little $2 billion budget.
Just a little $2 billion budget.
And so I said, well, how much of it are we putting on news? And they said, well, we don't buy any news, right? We just buy sports and entertainment. I said, well, that's funny. I mean, in politics, we bought almost exclusively news, right? Because those voters. And so I said, well, why don't you run your computer models and come back and tell me what you think we should be running on news if you just look at the economics? And they came back and said, oh, about 20% of our budget should be on news. So I said, well, let's move our budget over to news. And sure enough, the news sites actually turned out to be the best performing sites for us when I was at Microsoft, because as I always say, they don't throw any of the Microsoft products down the field, okay? What they do is they use them, like I see people here, to consume information. And so information consumers read news, and consequently, I guess kind of filed that way away in the back of my head, that experience. And then, maybe a decade later, I'm running Stagwell, and we place about 5 billion of ads, now in our media division. And I noticed this phenomenon that a lot of CMOs don't advertise on news, and not for any logical reason. And then we even did a study, which we'll talk about later to try to prove that this whole news avoidance phenomenon was just, it had no scientific basis whatsoever. And consequently, if brands don't advertise on news, then news stories or journalism is not supported. And if it's not supported, then they can't afford the journalists. So it's, in technology, we would talk about a virtuous cycle and a vicious cycle.
Yeah.
This was a vicious cycle.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though you are a very successful company, New York Times Group, local journalism is really, really struggling, isn't it? And we'll talk about that in a bit more detail. But Joy, let's introduce you and let's hear a little bit more about your company, because, I mean, falling ad revenue is across the board. It's hit newspapers, it's hit television programs as well. But you've had a transformative change in your group. So can you just talk us through how you've moved from being dependent on ad revenue to now going to subscription model?
Sure, of course. First of all, thank you for having me. And Mark, thank you for this initiative. We are so proud to partner with the Future of News. It's created consistency and conversation around this problem, and I think we're really learning a lot, and we've really appreciated being a part of it. So the New York Times, about a decade ago, made the decision that we were going to become subscription first. And just about 3 years ago, we endeavored into what the strategy is called the Essential Subscription Strategy. And so what's part of that is, first, we'll be the best, continue to maintain our lead as the world's leading news destination. Second, we'll build lifestyle products that are so good people seek them out to pursue their passions. And 3, we'll bundle them together so people can purchase a bundled subscription. And that's been exceptionally successful for us. We are now over 11 million subscribers. And so,
Which is huge, I have to just say, to put that into context, I mean, that is a really big number, and you hit that target well ahead of what you're planning, and you've now got, you're wanting 15 million by
at 2027.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very big achievement.
Yeah, and a lot of people, I think, ask, what is it like to run advertising inside of a company that, clearly prioritizes subscriptions? And the answer is, it's actually our competitive advantage in so many ways. We're reaching really engaged readers multiple times per day, really influential readers that advertisers can really reach in a number of ways, really understanding them. We have a lot of first-party data. So that's really been something that's made both the wider company very, very successful and obviously resilient, but obviously has really reinforced our strategy. But the challenge of advertisers really turning away from news is something that really impacts the entire ecosystem.
Let's talk about that more detail now, because Mark, you and I have had some chance to chat before this, and you talk a lot about brand safety, don't you? And this kind of concern that brands have had, and maybe they still do, of being associated with news because it's impactful for negative reasons on their brand. Just tell our audience a little bit more about the concept of brand safety.
Well, I think something that started as a good idea, and actually it was also the second thing that got me involved in the Future of News, is these companies kept bothering me that I had to sign up for their news safety products, right? And what their theory of their products was that if ads appeared near certain words or certain stories or things like that, that there would be negative blowback on the brands, and therefore they had a way of making sure that your ads didn't appear in news stories. And I know from other people at the New York Times, that means as many as 40% of just straight news stories don't have ads. And so I set about to design how to test this hypothesis. And I said, well, okay, let's take 10 ads, let's take 10 brands, let's take a whole series of stories, Hamas stories, Israel stories, Biden stories, Trump stories, sports stories, entertainment stories, and then test people, show them the news, show them the ad and the story, and see if the ads perform any differently. And we found that there was no performance gap, and people didn't think, oh my God, they have an ad in the middle of a story about the Mideast, they support Hamas. I mean, it was a notion that, okay, I mean, I don't think Boeing should advertise in the middle of a plane crash story. I mean, there are certain things that are obviously the case, but what started as well-intended had just become so vast and so big that it scared a lot of advertisers away. And so I tried to think of how we could scientifically give comfort to advertisers that they should consider it on an equal plane with sports and entertainment. And it also turns out that about 25% of the population in the US, and even though we also did the same study in the UK, are what I call news junkies. So there's news junkies, sports junkies, entertainment junkies, and if you're none of those, you're a couch potato. Okay? And and it turns out 25% are news junkies. They check the news 5 times or more a day. And about 10% of them are exclusive news junkies, means they don't like sports or entertainment. And so if you're not on news, you're not reaching that more educated, you know, it's an information consuming group that is that they're actually what I call LASers, long attention spanners, as opposed to people think that everything should be for ADDers, so this should be really short. Well, actually, the internet is powered by LASers, people who really sop up and enjoy information.
And it's become a habit, I think, for a lot of people, hasn't it? Checking the news first thing throughout the day.
Oh my God,
it's
yes.
part of our lives. Just before I come back to you, Joy, I wanted to ask you, Mark, about the software that people use for brand safety. Because I read that, and again, you know, this is from an article I saw online just a couple of days ago, that you know, you would put Paris into some software, and therefore, because of obviously the Paris terrorist atrocities, which were a long time ago now, and then brands would not want to be associated with anything to do with Paris. But then obviously it then kind of creates, you're missing many opportunities. Is that just so archaic and out of date?
Well, I think it's an example of runaway software because again, I think it was well-intentioned, but they kept adding and adding and adding, and it really has to be collapsed down to kind of a much more narrow set of tools. And we also have to create that advertising on news is a social benefit. So when a brand is saying, hey, why are you advertising on this stuff? The brand could say, because I support journalism. And so we don't advertise on particular stories. We advertise on news. We think other advertisers should. Now, we've done the study, and in the next phase of this, we're going to try to go to more advertisers to kind of get them to proudly support the idea.
What do you mean behind that for a second? Because I think he brought up such great points. To the point of the technology, I think people kept adding and adding and adding and never subtracting. So you had keyword blocking from, to your point, things that happened years ago, and that would suddenly, all of a sudden, you know, there is not negative stories about these terms, and they would end up, you know, in cultural zeitgeist, you want to be next to some of these terms, and they would inadvertently block everything. And I think that this idea that, I too believe that there is a social benefit, and some people may say social responsibility, but the idea that, you know, a benefit of brands running in news is that it does support the free press, which does support democracy, which does support an informed electorate, which does support a strong economy, but it also is good for their business. And I think that we've seen not just that news doesn't have a negative impact on the performance, whether that be brand consideration, whether that be, you know, recall, even affinity, it actually has positive impact on that. So it's sort of both things can be true. You're doing something good for democracy, and you're doing something good for your business. And I think that that's why it's so important that we get to the heart of this in this moment.
But you must talk to your advertisers the whole time. I'm sure you've got fantastic relationships with them. So how do you approach that subject of brand safety? How do you kind of reassure them or change their minds?
I think it's really nuanced, because I think brands really fall into one of 3 categories. You have your, I am open to news and I recognize the value of running, especially when I'm trying to reach public policy makers or the C-suite. There's more openness to that. And you have those brands who sort of are cautious but open to news, in that they will run in lifestyle or sports. And so you start to really experiment a little bit with them. So you can have a bit more of a discussion. At least they have one foot in being open to running with news. And then you have your never newsers. And I think those are the advertisers that are most difficult to convince. First, you have to convince them that news is not monolithic. News is often associated with, for those never newsers, you know, it must be about disaster. It must be about politics. It must be about geopolitical world news. The reality is, news is not monolithic. it is lifestyle, it is fashion, it is music, it is sports, it is cooking. It is so many things that, even if you don't want to run next to politics, there's still a lot of opportunity to reach that really important reader in other venues.
Okay, let's talk about the Future of News initiative, Mark, because that is what you've launched. It's something you're very proud of. Tell us about it. Tell us the partnerships that you're working with. Tell us the brands that you're kind of looking at.
Well, I think actually, so from this kind of idea, and then I designed that study, then a lot of the news industry, New York Times included, but News Corp, even lots of competitors in the news industry, even some of my competitors, like the Trade Desk, or they're not really a competitor, but all came in and came together behind this. And I think it's also very interesting in that it was something that the journalists and the business people at the various publications would actually get together on and have common events, because the journalists and the business people don't always mix, right? And in this case, we had some great events. Some of the journalists, we had a journalist who was captured and held by Iran and was kind of, so we can generally talk and have events about kind of the general freedom of the press, that kind of underscore the importance of this kind of freedom. And look, I look at it from the business point of view. If news is demonetized, it just cannot survive. And then, so what do you wind up? It devolves into, individuals, social posts replacing, real investigative quality journalism. And we need to have both. We need to have social posts, but we also need to have in-depth quality journalism, and we can't let it be a choice. And that's why it's this kind of, I think, frightened nature that a lot of the advertisers got. So, my challenge this year, I hope we're going to challenge the advertisers and say, just give it a try. We want to design some tests where people can try. And again, I don't know that a beer will do as well in certain stores, but I do know the tech products actually will do probably as well, if not better.
And we've seen, a range of categories. Obviously we can take a look at those advertisers who run exclusively across our lifestyle products, New York Times cooking, games, and then we can also observe, if you were to add some of the news channels into that, what happens to brand lift. And actually a large fast casual dining advertiser who you wouldn't necessarily associate with that saw 2% brand lift. So, it was still strong when running just against lifestyle products, but we have empirical proof that demonstrates, and this is why I love this study, because of course, when we go out to the market to talk about what we see, there's a perceived self-interest, which I get. And so to have Stagwell really take this and really be, neutral, but really just about the results, I think that's really what is creating the dialogue in the industry.
Well, luckily, my hypothesis turned out to be right, because we did 50,000 interviews, and it turned out to be wrong.
Yeah.
Well, so much for that idea. But when you look at the results, it's really quite stunning how advertisements work. They're not really contextualized to the same extent that people think they are. Occasionally they are, or occasionally someone's interest. Like if they're looking at cooking, they're going to be interested, so you can catch them on interest. But people reading general political and everyday news stories about current events, but those advertisements will work on a non-contextual basis.
Yeah. Here we are in Davos, where there are many, many CEOs, more CEOs kind of outnumbering other people, which is very unusual, isn't it? And it's a good time to talk in a bit more detail about this really interesting research which you are launching this week, which is the new global research study of CEOs from across 14 different countries, examining the importance of news from a CEO's perspective. And you did touch on it briefly before, Mark, that 90% of CEOs follow the news. The vast majority read over 7 articles per day, and most agree, of course we all really do, that journalism raises critical issues for society and is critical to democracy. So, what is that telling you, or reconfirming that you thought you already knew about CEOs' appetite for news?
Well, most CEOs are news junkies. They have to be, because a news event can affect their corporation instantly over time. And so I think they instinctually support the effort. I think a lot of the elimination of news advertising happens at lower levels, right? That they don't really see or know or understand. It's not a typical CEO who's going to show me the media buy, okay? And so I think that what we're trying to do is get CEOs to inquire, oh, by the way, do we advertise on news, right? And to get comfortable with that as a notion and to kind of join the effort. And I think the study shows really strong support for CEOs to do exactly that process because, trust me, they don't really know many of them don't really know what's going on.
Which is that surprising, Joy, that they don't? I mean, do you see a disconnect between kind of CEOs' kind of consuming habits and then what's happening maybe in their media buying market further down?
You know, I think it isn't a conscious dismissal of news or even the idea that they don't know what's going on. I think what is important to them and what they really probably leave to their heads of marketing, their CMOs, COOs, CCOs, is keep my brand safe. Do you want to keep your brand safe? Yes. Yeah, no, like that's an obvious answer. But I think the how is perhaps the thing that the CEO really can go deeper on. I've talked to brands where I've asked them, you know, what is keeping you from running in New York Times games? And the answer is because it's New York Times. I was like, but there's no news, you know. So,
and is it because of the political leaning? Or?
No, it's the Global Brand Safety Book or the Global Brand Guidelines will not allow them to run in news. And so, because the URL is NYT dot, it prevents them, and it's an artificial blocker. Because their audience is there. We're reaching more than 30 million people every single week. So it is a consumer audience. And so I think what it really takes is to be curious. When we talk about how are you creating brand protection, that's one thing, but also how are we reaching valuable audiences at scale in places where they are, finding passion, pursuing, where they have trust. I think it's just about going a tick deeper.
And an audience that's happy to spend money for your product, which is fair enough, because we all have to pay for products.
Exactly.
And stay a while, right?
That's right.
Joy mentioned this earlier, Mark, and it's very important because there's also, you're not just doing it for the greater good, there's a strategic reason for this because brands can make money as well. You get a good return.
Well, no, I mean, it's good business. It was good business for me when I was at Microsoft. I mean, that's the whole point. It's good business for our clients. And I just think, look, I just saw the results myself. We did the study, and I saw what had happened with this kind of brand safety notion having gotten just way out of hand. And then, of course, everybody knows the statistics that you were talking about before, how it's becoming increasingly difficult, right, to sustain news organizations. And either you go to subscription and paywall, which not everybody loves, or you have advertising, or some combination of that, right, so that you keep the price of the subscriptions down. And that's where I thought, let's really take this on.
Okay, so what is your next step? I mean, you've got a Rolodex to die for. So who are you going to call? Who are you talking to?
Well, I think the next step is to push the advertisers to sign on to an initiative, right, and to publicly declare, not that they're going to necessarily advertise on news, but they will treat it on an equal footing and pull back from this whole, I think, too far or overblown brand safety notion, and at least, advertise in the game section, or the cooking section, or as you say, edge your way in.
Exactly.
Because even that will indirectly support the reporting side.
And I don't think that, what I loved about the Future of News, that first study around brand juxtaposition in both everything from sports to really difficult news topics, it actually put brands in places that they wouldn't normally be because we take on ourselves to label some things as disaster tagging, whether that's war or, plane crashes or things that are really terror. We automatically exclude brands from that. So there's a lot of safety mechanisms in place, not just on the New York Times, but across the industry. And I think that even just showing that there was no impact where we actually already pull them from, I think is really interesting.
And of course, news advertising, it's a little bit like weather, which in the sense that you could pre-buy an ad and you never know. It comes out to be a big news day, and all of a sudden the audience doubles or triples, and you have a fantastic buy that you didn't quite expect. And that's something, it doesn't quite happen in sports the same way because it's already known like what the interest levels are going to be. But in news, you don't really know some of that. So you can really have, it's interesting, a few years ago, I realized that we could have bought all of the ads around the presidential debates for virtually nothing, right? I mean, they eventually caught on that, well, the 40 million people are going to watch the presidential debates, so that might be a valuable advertising space, because it was almost as many people as the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
But I could have bought them all for like $1 million, and Super Bowl ads would be hundreds of millions of dollars.
Right. And did you?
I actually have later bought some 30-second ads for clients this time around, you know, in the one break period, because I consider that one of the best advertising slots you could get.
Absolutely. If you were to get news advertising on a par with sports and with entertainment, what jump would you see, do you think, in revenue?
Well, she would really, it would be
Yeah,
really
you would know.
like-
What would it be?
I think the latest figures of the percentage of budget that advertisers spent against news was in the low single digits.
Wow.
I don't remember off the top of my head, even though I should because we own The Athletic, but that percentage is tens of times higher for sports advertising. So it would make an enormous difference.
Right.
It would make an enormous difference.
Yeah, okay.
And I think, to where we started about the threat of journalism and the decline of independent journalistic outfits at the local level, at the national level, I think we both talked about the fact that's not good for democracy. And not every news organization is going to have a subscription model that may be as robust as the New York Times, but we want to see local and national independent journalism thrive. And so it's a huge reason why I think you saw such partnership from across the industry, no matter if they're competitors. We all want to see the ability to really make sure that there's support for this, right?
And that's such an important point, because one of your other pieces of research, Mark, was on the issue of trust. Yeah. And we know that the media has an issue with trust, but local news doesn't. Local news gets a much higher rating of trust than, say, national news and certainly some areas of business. So it's vital, isn't it? Because people believe, or people really trust their local news sources.
Well, look, I think that's it's not an advertising issue. We all know that trust in media is really at record lows. And I think it's going to be up to the media organizations to kind of bring that back up. Mostly what I find is when I look at the trust in media figures underneath, it's usually one party or the other that is unhappy at any given time.
Right.
So if you want to be universally liked or universally respected, you have to overcome partisan differences. If you're swept up into partisan differences, then one party or the other is going to like you, and it means your ratings can only be half or less of the country, almost by necessity.
Yeah, okay, all right. As we move into the close now, I just want to give you the chance to tell us what your hopes are for the Future of News Initiative for the year ahead, and I shall come to you too, Joy, afterwards. But you two first.
I guess my hopes are we're going to keep ratcheting this up. I think we try to provide the scientific evidence and intellectual basis in which, I felt, well, okay, I could give the news sellers something in hand that they could go with, that would be really effective. But I see now we're going to have to kind of move up to the CMOs and C-suites and kind of use this as an affirmative social responsibility issue that I think can be well supported through these events and through the connections with the journalists themselves, for whom this is, particularly at a time when there are so many difficult things going on in so many different places in the world. And so you just can't have reporters just sitting in New York City and reporting what's going on in the Ukraine, what's going on in the Mideast, or what's going on with, North and South Korea. More than ever, news organizations need to be able to fund substantial global organizations.
Yep, and fact check and push back against misinformation. It's absolutely all there, isn't it? Which we haven't had a chance to go into, sadly, on this panel. But Joy, I'd love to give you the floor as well and tell us kind of your hopes for the year ahead.
I think they line up a lot with Mark's. I hope that, year one of the Future of News study was sort of naming the problem and really continuing to beat the drum on awareness. What I hope we see in year two, in addition to sort of, the expansion of this in a global way, this obviously event being one of them, how do we move now towards proving the impact? Because I think that, what we don't see is brands pulling away from social, even though you could argue there are brand safety and suitability challenges there. And a big reason is because it is so damn effective. And it demonstrates ROI. And I bet if we can continue to really explore this avenue of not just adjacency and support, but also good for business and outcomes, I think we will start to really unlock this opportunity.
That's such a good point, because there's an awful lot more danger or jeopardy in advertising on social media, isn't there?
We could have a whole panel on that.
We can. Come back next
no.
time. And I think there might even be wine now, so we could grab a glass of wine and continue the conversation. Okay, well, it gives me great pleasure to say thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I really appreciate it. Big round of applause, please, for Mark Penn and for Joy Robbins. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's really good.
Okay. There we go. Right, that's it. We're almost here. That brings day 2 to a close. How have you found it? Good? Thumbs up? Lovely. That's what we like to hear. Thank you, of course, to all of our speakers, all of our panelists, to all of you for your fantastic questions. It was really, really great to hear from you. Looking ahead to tomorrow, we have another jam-packed day that you won't want to miss, so please come back. We've got a CNBC conversation with will.i.am, founder and CEO of FYI AI, a CNBC conversation with fashion trailblazer Diane von Furstenberg and Olympic champion Tom Daley. So we'll look forward to seeing you then. I'm Ria Hebden. Have a lovely evening and good night.